Before we dive in, take a moment to subscribe to the channel and share your thoughts in the comments. Your voice helps keep these hidden stories alive and ensures they're never forgotten. The first thing people never understand about being a personal servant to a noble is how humiliating the simple act of sleeping could be. Imagine this, your entire life reduced to a mat on the floor, tucked at the edge of someone else's bed, like a loyal dog waiting for scraps. The mattress beneath you is thin, the stones beneath it always colder than your bones, and the silence of the night is broken not by peace, but by the constant awareness that at any moment a voice could call your name. And you had better be awake before that call actually came, because nothing enraged a master more than repeating himself. Sleep wasn't rest, it was an intermission between commands. Some joke that servants didn't really sleep at all, we simply blinked longer than usual. It sounds absurd to modern ears, doesn't it? The idea that one person could hold so much power over another, that even the simple right to stretch out your legs freely became a privilege denied. But that was the reality. The nobles slept on feather mattresses, stuffed with down, covered in fur blankets that smelled faintly of lavender and expensive soap. You, on the other hand, tried to keep warm by curling into yourself, pulling a worn cloak tighter while making sure not to snore or even breathe too loudly. Heaven forbid your breath disturbed their dreams. The irony was brutal. You guarded their rest at the expense of your own, and somehow that was seen as honorable. There was also a strange theater in it. When the noble rolled over in the middle of the night, you instinctively straightened as though rehearsing some invisible performance. If he coughed, you were already leaning forward to hear whether he wanted water. If he sighed, you wondered if tomorrow would bring punishment for some imagined negligence. Every sound became a cue in the play of servitude, and the stage was the darkness of the room. Think about how ridiculous it is. A grown man or woman reduced to interpreting sighs and coughs as though they were orders from heaven. And yet, this was the hierarchy that ruled entire households. Sometimes there was an unspoken cruelty in the arrangement. Nobles enjoyed testing loyalty at ungodly hours. They would whisper your name, barely audible, just to see if you stirred. If you didn't, the next morning brought a slap, a kick, or worse, a mocking smile that said, "You failed even in your sleep." It's almost comical when you picture it from the outside. A man with rings on every finger whispering into the darkness like a child scared of shadows, while another human crouches nearby, terrified of missing that whisper. Comedy and tragedy were twins in those moments. What people forget is that sleeping by the bed wasn't only about service, it was about surveillance. You were both a servant and a guard. Burglars, assassins, or even disobedient family members could slip into the room, and you were the first line of defense. Imagine the pressure of knowing that if someone tried to kill your master while you were dozing, it would be your head rolling on the chopping block at dawn. Suddenly, closing your eyes felt like a gamble with your own life. Some servants chewed bitter herbs before bed, not for healing, but to stay alert, their tongues burning as a reminder not to drift too far. Others trained themselves to wake at the slightest creak of wood. This half-sleep became second nature, but it also hollowed men and women into shadows of themselves. And let's be honest, nobles weren't always grateful. You could save their life from an intruder and still be beaten the next day because their boots had a speck of dust. That was the paradox of loyalty. The more you gave, the less it was noticed. Sometimes you wondered if you were invisible until you made a mistake. And mistakes were always noticed, recorded, punished. You were like a candle, expected to burn brightly, but never allowed to complain about melting away. There was also the stench of irony in how society viewed it. Common folk looked at you with a mix of envy and pity. Envy because you lived inside the castle, close to power, eating leftover food that was still better than their bread. Pity because they knew your soul was shackled tighter than any chain. It was a peculiar status, higher than peasants, lower than the lowest knight, forever trapped in the limbo of servitude. Some even believed that being close to a noble's bed meant sharing in their prestige, as if the proximity to luxury rubbed off. The truth? It rubbed off, but like soot, staining you instead of elevating you. What makes it even darker is how this routine lasted for years. Day after day, night after night. The same cold floor, the same anxious waiting. Over time, you forgot what true rest felt like. Dreams became dangerous because they distracted you from listening. You trained yourself not to dream, as though your mind too had to bow before your master. And when you finally did slip into deep sleep, it was often cut short by a call, a demand, or simply the sharp edge of your own guilt. Rest wasn't part of the job description. Vigilance was. And yet there were moments, tiny, fleeting moments, that revealed the absurdity of it all. Like when a master, drunk from wine, would mutter nonsense in his sleep, and you'd find yourself holding back laughter because to laugh was to risk your life. Or when he ordered you to fetch water in the middle of the night, only to fall back asleep before you returned. You'd stand there, pitcher in hand, watching his snores, realizing you had just sacrificed your dignity for nothing more than a forgotten whim. These moments were cruel, but they also gave you clarity. The mighty were not as mighty as they seemed. They too were fragile, childish, dependent on others for even the simplest comforts. And so, sleeping at the foot of the bed was never really about sleep. It was about control. It was about reminding you, night after night, that your body, your time, your very breath belonged to someone else. It was about stripping you of privacy, forcing you to exist only in relation to another's needs. That cold stone floor was not just a place of rest. It was a throne of humiliation on which you sat quietly, crowned only with obedience. And the cruelest part? Over time, you began to believe that this was normal, that perhaps you deserved nothing more than a corner of someone else's night. The tragedy of being a personal servant is that you learned to laugh at your own misery. You cracked jokes in your head to keep from crying. You told yourself that at least the rats on the floor were good company, that at least you didn't have to worry about thieves because who would want to steal from you? Humor became a shield, a way to survive the unbearable. And in that dark, uneasy laughter, you realized something deeper. The greatest chains are the ones that make you forget you're chained at all. There's a particular cruelty in knowing that your night is never truly your own. As a servant sleeping by the foot of a noble's bed, you could never trust the silence. Any second, the master might call, not with urgency, but with whim. It could be a loud bark of your name that jolted you upright, or a soft murmur that you strained to hear, terrified that you missed it. The clock of your body was not governed by sunrise or sunset, but by the unpredictable rhythm of someone else's needs. And the bitter irony was that these needs were often nothing more than passing desires, small comforts dressed as commands. Imagine being pulled from half sleep to fetch water, only to find your master snoring again before you returned, or being told to stoke the fire when there was already enough heat in the room to roast a boar. Sometimes they called you merely to ask the time, as though your bleary eyes and your pounding heart carried the accuracy of a sundial. You learned quickly that the line between necessity and caprice did not exist in the world of the privileged. Everything they wanted was urgent, and everything you felt was irrelevant. The calls came at strange hours, hours that bent the definition of night itself. One noble was famous for summoning his servant at midnight simply to change the position of a pillow. Another demanded songs, expecting his exhausted attendant to hum lullabies like a mother soothing a child. And perhaps that was the cruelest part. The realization that these powerful men and women, adorned in jewels and silks, were as helpless as children in their beds. They could conquer lands by day, but needed a servant to fluff their cushion at night. The absurdity is almost comical. If it weren't so devastating for the one who bore the weight of those whims, sleep deprivation became a silent weapon. You began the evening knowing you would never truly rest, always half alert, ears pricked like a hunting dog waiting for the horn. Some servants trained themselves to wake at the slightest change in breathing, the shift of sheets, the groan of wood under the noble's weight. Others slept sitting upright, believing it quicker to rise at a moment's notice. And when the master finally did call, you stumbled forward, not as a human, but as an extension of his will, a shadow that had forgotten the shape of its own body. The unpredictability was what made it unbearable. If you knew the master always called at midnight, you could brace yourself, even bargain with your exhaustion, but the randomness made it a form of torture. Some nights you were left in peace and almost dared to believe it would continue. Then, just as your body began to surrender to deeper sleep, a shout pierced the air, dragging you back into the cold reality of servitude. It was like living with a fire alarm that could ring at any second, demanding you prove your loyalty again and again. And these nightly summons were never about the tasks themselves. They were tests. Tests of obedience, of fear, of how deeply the noble's control reached into your bones. To ignore a call, even accidentally, was to invite punishment. You might be beaten, demoted, or humiliated in front of others. Word spread quickly when a servant failed, and failure clung to you like a stain you could never wash off. The very walls of the castle seemed to echo with the stories of those who once hesitated, who once slept too deeply. Their silence became warnings whispered into every servant's ear, but the human spirit has a strange resilience, even in humiliation. Servants found ways to endure, sometimes by twisting the absurdity into private humor. You would laugh silently at the noble who demanded warm milk at 2 a.m, but then fell asleep with it untouched on his bedside table. You would smirk to yourself when the lady of the house screamed for a blanket, though she was already buried under 3 of them. These moments, though dangerous, were tiny rebellions of the mind. If you could laugh at the foolishness, you could survive it. And survival was, after all, the greatest form of endurance. It also forced you to reflect on the fragility of power. These nobles, who by day strutted through halls with swords at their belts and servants at their heels, could not endure a single night without summoning help for the smallest discomfort. They ruled kingdoms, but could not bear the cold of their own chambers. They commanded armies, but could not reach for their own goblet of wine. The calls at night revealed what daylight tried to hide, that beneath the titles and the finery they were still human, and in many ways far weaker than those they commanded. For the servant, however, the cost was high. Sleeplessness wore you down, hollowing your cheeks, slowing your thoughts, making mistakes more likely. And mistakes were deadly in that world. A candle left unlit, a step taken too slowly, a misunderstanding of a vague order could ruin you. The irony was cruel. The very exhaustion caused by these midnight calls made you more likely to fail, which in turn led to more punishment, which then made the next night even harder. It was a cycle without end, and it devoured lives as surely as hunger or disease. Yet there was always the faint, dangerous temptation to rebel. Every servant at some point imagined pretending not to hear, imagined letting the noble stew in his own discomfort until morning. But fantasy was all it could ever be. Reality reminded you that even a single act of defiance could be the end. And so you rose, again and again, answering calls that stripped away your dignity with each passing night, until dignity itself felt like a distant memory, something you once had, before you became a shadow in the service of another's whims. And as the candlelight flickered against the stone walls and you stood there holding a cup, a cloak, or some other trivial item, you understood the real purpose of it all. The calls were not about thirst or warmth or comfort. They were about domination. They were reminders that your body did not belong to you, that your nights were leased out like your days, that your life existed to be interrupted at the will of someone else. And once you saw it that way, you realized there was no such thing as night or day. There was only service, a constant state of readiness, broken only by the hope that one day the voice in the darkness might finally fall silent. If sleeping at the foot of a noble's bed stole your rest and being summoned at random hours shattered your nerves, then caring for his clothes and armor crushed what little strength you had left, few today can truly grasp the burden of lifting garments that were not just heavy with fabric, but heavy with meaning. Every tunic, every cloak, every breastplate was not just material. It was status, authority, reputation, and pride. And you, the servant, were the unseen machine that kept all of it polished, mended, and ready for display at a moment's notice. The weight of noble clothing in the Middle Ages and beyond was no joke. A ceremonial robe lined with velvet and fur could weigh more than a child. Add to that a chain of gold or a thick belt of metal ornamentation, and suddenly dressing the master became a workout worthy of the modern gym. But this was no workout that left you stronger or healthier. Instead, it bent your back, wore out your joints, and left your fingers cracked from scrubbing stains with lye or vinegar. And still, if a single crease remained or if the sheen of a breastplate dulled, you were the one blamed for the insult it caused to the noble's image. Armor was an entirely different beast. Polishing steel plates or chainmail was less like laundry and more like a war of attrition. Each ring in a chainmail shirt had to be checked for rust, oiled, and relinked if it snapped. Imagine sitting for hours, running your fingers over thousands of tiny metal loops, the smell of oil saturating your hands, your nails blackened beyond repair. And then, when the suit was finally spotless, you had to carry it, sometimes across long corridors, to prepare for the Lord's use. A full suit of plate armor could weigh 20 to 25 kilograms, and the irony is that the knight wearing it did not lift a finger until you placed every piece on his body like a sculptor assembling a statue. There was also a strange intimacy in this duty. To clothe a noble was to see him at his most vulnerable, half-dressed, perhaps sweating or muttering curses as you tugged heavy fabric over his shoulders. Yet this intimacy was one-sided. You were invisible, a pair of hands without a face, someone who touched but did not exist. If you spoke out of turn while dressing him, you risked a blow. If you paused too long, you were accused of clumsiness. And yet you were trusted with tasks that required delicate care. One slip while buckling a strap, one pin jab too hard, and you might trigger the very anger you were trying to avoid. Laundry itself was no lighter duty. Nobles expected their linen shirts to remain white, despite mud, sweat, and wine stains. Without modern detergents, this meant boiling water over open fires, beating fabric against stones, and bleaching with harsh chemicals that burned the skin. Servants often spent nights scrubbing by candlelight, only to present the garments in the morning with hands red and raw. And what thanks did you receive? A grunt, maybe, or more often silence. The best reward was not being punished. Think, too, about the sheer absurdity. A man could walk into a hall wearing a robe so stiff with embroidery and jewels that he could barely bend his arms, and everyone gasped in admiration. No one saw the servant who had spent hours untangling the threads, stitching hidden seams, or ironing out folds with heated stones. Nobility was a performance, and the servant was both backstage crew and disposable prop. You bore the weight, literally, so that your master could float effortlessly through a world that worshipped appearances. And the irony did not end there. Armor, despite its grandeur, was impractical without you. A knight could not even dress himself fully in plate. He needed at least 2 servants to buckle straps, adjust pauldrons, secure gauntlets, and lower the helmet. Imagine a warrior praised for his bravery, yet unable to scratch his own nose once suited up. Servants joked among themselves that the real battle was fought in the dressing room, with straps that refused to close and joints that pinched. But the joke was dangerous, whispered only in shadows, because laughter was another form of rebellion. Carrying these burdens was not just physical but symbolic. You were reminded, with every robe lifted, with every cuirass polished, that your strength existed solely to highlight another's power. The shine on the armor was not your reflection, but his glory. The fresh scent of linen was not your comfort, but his dignity. And in this endless cycle, you found yourself hollowed, carrying not just cloth and steel, but the crushing awareness that your labor erased your identity. Yet there was also a strange kind of knowledge that came from these duties. You learned the weaknesses of armor, the secret stains on robes, the weight of crowns. You realized that beneath the glittering surfaces lay fragility. Armor rusted, fabric tore, gold dulled. Nobility itself, you began to see, was as fragile as the threads you stitched. And perhaps that was why they demanded perfection, because they knew deep down that without servants to maintain the illusion, their splendor would collapse. And so you carried, polished, stitched, and endured. Day after day, night after night, your muscles screamed, but your voice remained silent. The garments grew heavier, not because of fabric or steel, but because each thread and plate carried the invisible weight of your submission. And as you straightened the folds of a cloak or tightened the final buckle of a breastplate, you understood what it meant to live entirely in the shadow of another's grandeur. Obeying humiliating orders was perhaps the deepest wound of servitude, a wound that never scabbed because it was reopened daily. It wasn't enough to fetch water, polish armor, or prepare food. Those were tasks, mechanical and necessary. The true cruelty of being a servant lay in the moments when your master commanded you not out of need but out of sheer amusement. A noble's power was never satisfied with obedience and function. It demanded obedience and degradation. To serve was to swallow dignity one spoonful at a time until you forgot what it tasted like. Humiliation often began with the small things. You might be told to kneel for hours on the cold stone floor, holding a candle so your master could read, even when other holders stood on the table. Why? Because the noble wanted to remind himself that his human candle could suffer while the wax candles merely melted. Or perhaps you were ordered to stand silently while your master's friends mocked your posture, your accent, your clothes. Every laugh burned, but to flinch was to risk worse punishment. And so you stood, your pride dissolving with every chuckle, learning the art of becoming invisible. Other commands carried a sting sharper than mockery. Some nobles enjoyed testing the limits of your humiliation. They would drop a glove or a coin deliberately just to see how quickly you would scramble to pick it up. They would spill wine, then command you to lick it from the floor, laughing at how low you would stoop to survive. There are stories of servants being ordered to bark like dogs or sing foolish songs while nobles roared with laughter. These were not isolated incidents, but recurring rituals of dominance. In those moments, you weren't a servant, you were entertainment, a breathing reminder that their power was absolute. The cruelty had a performative edge. Nobles rarely humiliated servants in private. It was done in front of others, where every humiliation doubled as a warning. This could be you, the gesture whispered to other onlookers. Servants were props in a theater of authority, their bodies and voices manipulated to reinforce the noble's grandeur. And yet, the irony was thick. The same man, who could not dress himself in armor without help, relied on humiliating another human being to prove he was powerful. It is almost comical, in a tragic way, that greatness was measured by how much you could belittle someone else. Some orders were wrapped in false politeness, which made them sting even more. "Be so kind as to clean the mud off my boots with your sleeve," a master might say, smiling as though he were granting you an honor. Others came as sudden tests of loyalty. A noble might throw scraps of food to the ground and watch whether you dared hesitate before retrieving them. To pause, even for a heartbeat, could be read as pride, and pride in a servant was a punishable offense. You learned quickly that hesitation was more dangerous than humiliation itself. There were darker layers, too. Humiliation could cross into abuse without warning. Servants were ordered to hold chamber pots, to endure insults tied to their families, even to serve as scapegoats for crimes committed by the household. And in all of it, silence was survival. Your tongue itched to snap back, to defend yourself. You swallowed words like bitter medicine, hoping they wouldn't poison you from the inside. The act of obedience became less about the order itself and more about proving your willingness to erase yourself. But what did this do to the mind? Over time, humiliation reshaped you. At first you blushed, you burned, you felt the sting in your chest. But eventually, something hardened. Some servants learned to detach, to convince themselves that it was not really happening to them, that they were merely an instrument, like a bucket or a broom. Others, more dangerously, learned to laugh quietly at the absurdity. "At least I make him smile," one servant muttered after being forced to dance awkwardly in front of guests. The humor was dark, but it was also a shield. When laughter is the only weapon left, even at your own expense, it keeps despair from devouring you whole. There is a strange paradox hidden in these humiliations. Sometimes, the servants knew the nobles more intimately than anyone else. In obeying foolish orders, in hearing drunken ramblings, in enduring childish tantrums, you saw the cracks in their masks. The lord who demanded you kneel for hours might fall asleep drooling in his chair. The lady who mocked your ragged clothes might secretly order you to patch her undergarments so no one would see the holes. The power that humiliated you was also pitiful in its dependence on you. That insight did not erase the pain, but it planted a seed of reflection. If these great figures needed humiliation to feel powerful, how powerful were they really? And yet, every act of humiliation carried consequences that rippled through your life. Other servants watched, learning where the invisible lines were drawn. Children of the household saw, growing up to believe domination was natural. Even you absorbed it, shaping your identity around the orders barked at you. Some broke under the weight, losing all sense of self. Others grew sharper, filing away every indignity like a blade to be used in quiet rebellion later. The castle, after all, ran not on the will of nobles, but on the silent labor of those they humiliated. Without the servant, the robe remained unwashed, the armor rusted, the feast unserved. Humiliation was not random. It was systematic, woven into the very fabric of servitude. It was designed to remind you daily that your life was not your own, and yet, in its twisted way, it also revealed truths that the nobles tried to hide. That power propped up by humiliation is fragile. That laughter forced at the expense of another's dignity is hollow. That even as you bowed low, you were the one holding the threads of their grandeur together. And when you finally realized this, the humiliation lost some of its sting, replaced instead by a quiet, dangerous thought. Perhaps, one day, it would be the nobles who knelt. To say that servants received little while working endlessly is almost too mild. The truth is harsher. You gave your body, your strength, your years, and in return you were handed scraps. And yet even those scraps were dressed up as privileges, as if you should be grateful for a crust of bread and a pallet of straw after a day that chewed you up and spat you out. Payment, when it existed at all, was rarely in coin. It was food leftovers from the noble's table, old clothes cast aside, a roof over your head that belonged not to you, but to the master who could take it away at any whim. You lived in a perpetual state of borrowing warmth, borrowing space, borrowing survival, while your labor was the very foundation on which the noble's luxury rested. A servant's day began before the rooster crowed. You were already awake, sweeping ashes from the hearth, heating water, preparing clothes. You worked while the noble still dreamed, and when he finally rose, you worked faster, dressing him, feeding him, arranging every detail of his morning so it appeared effortless. And then the real weight of the day began, tending to guests, scrubbing floors, polishing metal, carrying water up endless stone steps, serving meals, clearing them, preparing again. The cycle was merciless. By the time the noble yawned into bed, your body ached so badly that you no longer felt it as pain, but as a dull numbness. And still you couldn't rest fully, for the night brought new calls, new demands, new reminders that your labor never really ended. What you received in return was laughable. A few pennies here and there, coins so small they vanished between your fingers, enough to buy a crust of bread if you dared keep it, though more often than not, it went straight back into the castle economy, to bribes for other staff, to mending your only shoes, to candles so you could patch garments by dim light after your official duties. The joke, whispered among servants, was that you earned less than the rats in the cellar. At least the rats ate their fill without working for it. And yet, nobles had the audacity to speak of loyalty. They expected you to serve not for wages, but for honor. As though honor could fill your stomach or mend your cracked hands, they spoke of servitude as an opportunity, a gift, a chance to live in proximity to greatness. Imagine being told you were lucky to polish someone else's boots, lucky to breathe the same stale air in their chambers, lucky to sleep in a cold corridor instead of a ditch outside. Gratitude was demanded for every crumb, while complaint was forbidden for every wound. The imbalance grew sharper during feasts and celebrations. Nobles dined on roasted meats, fine wines, pastries dripping with honey, while you waited behind their chairs, eyes fixed on the table but forbidden to taste until they were done. When at last you were allowed to eat, it was what remained. Bones gnawed bare, crusts soaked in gravy, fruit bruised and half spoiled. And yet even these leftovers felt like treasure, because hunger makes beggars of us all. Some servants stole bits of food, slipping apples into aprons, hiding bread under cloaks. But if caught, the punishment could be brutal. Whipping, expulsion, even branding as a thief. It was a risk you measured against the emptiness in your stomach, and hunger usually won. What made the injustice worse was the awareness that your labor generated enormous wealth for your master. You scrubbed his hall so he could host kings. You polished his armor so he could ride in parades. You maintained his clothes so his status never faltered. Without your sweat, his prestige crumbled. Yet the wealth never trickled down, never lifted you even an inch. The noble grew fatter while you grew thinner. The noble's halls gleamed while your bed sagged. The noble's sons learned to read while you could barely sign your name. Servitude was not just about physical labor. It was about perpetuating a system where your effort built another man's world while erasing your own. The most bitter part was how little control you had over your own time. Even when the rare coin came your way, you could not decide freely how to use it. Nobles often dictated your expenses or demanded fees for lodging and meals that canceled out your wages. In truth, you were caught in a cycle of debt, always owing more than you received, always tethered to the castle because leaving meant starvation. It was a clever trap, not chains on your wrists, but chains woven out of necessity. and necessity is harder to break than iron. Despite this, servants developed coping strategies. Some leaned into dark humor, joking that at least their masters kept them alive because corpses made terrible workers. Others found tiny sparks of rebellion, stealing moments to nap in broom closets, pilfering bits of fabric to patch their own clothes, or secretly learning to read by watching over the shoulders of noble children. These were small acts, almost invisible, but they carried immense weight. They reminded you that you still had a self, even when everything else was consumed by the machine of servitude. And yet, the exhaustion was relentless. Work bent your back, drained your eyes, numbed your spirit. Even laughter became difficult to muster. You lived in a state where effort never equaled reward, where your sweat always watered another's garden. And as the years wore on, you began to understand the cruel paradox of being a servant. The harder you worked, the less you had, because the fruits of your labor ripened only in the hands of someone else. The question burned quietly in every servant's mind, though few dared to say it aloud. How long can a human being live like this before breaking? How long can you endure hunger, fatigue, humiliation, and poverty before you either collapse under the weight or rise up against it? The castle walls hid many secrets, but none more dangerous than the silent, growing resentment of those who worked hardest and received least. Living in the shadow of another's life is not simply about working for them. It is about erasing yourself so thoroughly that you cease to exist outside their reflection. To be a servant to a noble meant that your entire identity was swallowed by theirs. Your victories were theirs, your silence was theirs, even your mistakes were theirs, but never in a way that benefited you. You became a ghost, a figure who drifted through corridors whose only purpose was to sustain someone else's brightness while your own light was smothered. Imagine walking into a hall where your master is greeted with applause, admiration, and bows. Every detail that makes him radiant, the spotless cloak, the polished boots, the perfectly trimmed beard, was your doing. And yet no one turns to you. No one says, "Well done." Instead, you stand in the corner, invisible as though the applause itself somehow proves that he dressed and prepared himself. You were the brush, the polish, the hidden hand, but never the artist. You were the echo in a chamber that belonged to someone else's voice. Even your time was not your own. The hours of your life melted into theirs, structured entirely around their schedule. If the noble hunted, you prepared his horse. If he feasted, you served his meal. If he quarreled, you absorbed his anger. If he celebrated, you tidied his aftermath. You lived as a shadow that never cast itself, but only followed. And the cruel truth was that, after years of this, you began to forget where he ended and you began. Did you wake at dawn because you wanted to, or because he did? Did you breathe deeply because the air was fresh, or because you needed strength to carry his armor? Your identity was not built, it was borrowed piece by piece until it felt natural to exist only as an extension of another person. There was also a subtle violence in how nobles absorbed their servants' stories. If you achieved something small, a clever solution, a saved object, a repaired garment, it was folded into their narrative. He was praised for being impeccably dressed, for his hall always gleaming, for his armor shining on the battlefield. You received nothing but the knowledge that your efforts had made him seem greater. The world saw him as flawless because you erased the flaws in silence. You became the unseen glue holding together the illusion of nobility. And illusions rarely give credit to the glue. This shadowed existence warped relationships as well. Servants were discouraged from building families of their own because loyalties had to remain singular. Marriage, children, friendships, all were distractions that might weaken your dedication. You belonged not to yourself or your kin, but to the noble household. There are accounts of servants punished for visiting sick relatives without permission, as if their personal lives were crimes. To love outside the shadow was seen as betrayal. And so your life narrowed, shrinking until all that remained was service. The psychological toll of this cannot be overstated. You stopped thinking in terms of I, and instead spoke in terms of he or she. Your worth was measured by their satisfaction, your moods dictated by theirs. If the noble was pleased, you felt safe. If he was angry, you lived in fear. Your emotions became a mirror, not a flame. And mirrors over time crack. Some servants developed nervous tics, stuttering, twitching, as though their bodies were rebelling against their silence. Others fell into despair, convinced that if they ceased to serve, they would cease to exist altogether. And yet, despite the suffocating shadow, there were flickers of rebellion, even if only in thought. Servants would sometimes mock nobles in private, mimicking their voices, imitating their pompous gestures. It was dangerous, but cathartic, a reminder that even shadows could laugh. One might say, "Our Lord rides like a hero, but only because I tightened his saddle." Another would add, if he had to lace his own boots, he'd still be barefoot. These jokes were whispered, never shouted, but they carried weight. They were proof that beneath the shadow, an ember of individuality still smoldered. The shadow extended into death as well. When a noble died, his servants often found themselves discarded, dismissed, or reassigned. Years of devotion vanished overnight, as if your life only had meaning as long as his did. There are recorded cases of nobles buried with tokens or objects prepared by their servants, yet the servants themselves went unmentioned, forgotten. It was as though your existence began and ended with his, a cruel punctuation mark on a lifetime of invisibility. But perhaps the deepest irony of living in someone else's shadow was this. You saw their weaknesses more clearly than anyone else. You knew the noble's secrets, the stains on his clothes, the cracks in his armor, the lies he told his peers. You knew that beneath the grandeur, he was fallible, fragile, human. And while the world bowed to his image, you bowed to the truth of his flaws. That knowledge was dangerous, but it was also a quiet form of power. In a way, the shadow gave you sight. Still, it was a life of contradictions. Power hidden within powerlessness, identity erased yet sharpened by absence, laughter drawn from misery. Living in the shadow of another's life taught you that survival sometimes meant disappearing, sometimes meant pretending you were nothing more than a reflection. And yet, reflections, however faint, prove that something stands before the light. That knowledge whispered to you in your loneliest moments. Even shadows belong to something real. Abuse in a noble household never arrived with a trumpet blast. It crept in quietly, disguised as routine, wrapped in the language of duty. At first, the signs were subtle, almost invisible to those on the outside. A sharp word delivered in front of guests that cut deeper than it seemed. A slap disguised as discipline, dismissed with a laugh. An unreasonable demand framed as a test of loyalty. For the servant, however, these were the early tremors of an earthquake that could shatter body and spirit. Abuse did not announce itself. It grew inch by inch until it surrounded you so completely that you no longer remembered where it began. One of the earliest red flags was the noble's delight in testing boundaries. A command would be given not because it was necessary, but because it was humiliating. Carry my boots in your mouth. Stand outside in the rain until I call you back. Repeat my words like an echo so I know you are listening. At first, you might tell yourself these were eccentricities, the quirks of a powerful man or woman. But soon you realized that the strangeness was not harmless. It was a game of domination, and the rules were written only for you to lose. There was also the constant shifting of expectations. A noble might praise you one moment for diligence, then strike you the next for the same act, now deemed intrusive. Why are you hovering like a shadow? They would sneer after demanding your constant presence. The confusion was intentional. When the ground kept moving beneath your feet, you stopped trusting your own instincts. You learned that survival required not only obedience, but anticipation, as if you had to read their moods like weather, always guessing, always bracing for storms. And storms, once they began, did not end gently. Physical abuse was often cloaked in tradition. A backhand across the face might be called discipline. A kick to the ribs might be excused as correcting laziness. Nobles had endless justifications ready, and society permitted them. After all, who would dare question the hand that owned the land, the house, the very bed on which you slept? The law bent toward the noble's comfort, not the servant's pain. And so bruises became secrets, hidden beneath layers of clothing, carried silently like private confessions. But perhaps the more insidious abuse was psychological. Nobles understood the power of words as well as whips. They knew how to chip away at self-worth until you began to believe the insults yourself. You are slow, they would say, until you moved with frantic haste. You are stupid, until you second-guessed every thought. You are nothing without me, until the mirror reflected only emptiness. Over time, these words sank deeper than any strike, because wounds heal but self-doubt festers. Servants often lived in a fog of confusion, unsure whether they were victims or simply failures. And that uncertainty was the abuser's greatest weapon. There were moments when the mask slipped, when nobles revealed the true cruelty beneath their commands. Some treated servants as living props in their games of power, forcing them to fight one another for amusement or to endure ridicule in front of guests. Others crossed into darker territories, using their servants' vulnerability to satisfy personal appetites. These violations, often whispered about but never spoken aloud, were the silent scars carried by countless men and women whose only crime was proximity to power. Abuse in the household was not an exception. It was a pattern, passed down like inheritance. The environment itself enabled the abuse. Castles and manors were built not only with stone walls, but with social walls. Who could you turn to for help? Other servants might sympathize, but they were trapped in the same cage. Outsiders admired the noble's grandeur and dismissed your complaints as exaggerations. Even family ties offered little refuge, since many servants lived far from their kin or were forbidden to visit them. Isolation became part of the abuse, tightening the grip around your life until you believed there was no escape. And yet, even in these dark corridors, servants developed a language of resistance. Quiet glances, whispered warnings, a hand placed gently on a shoulder after punishment. These were small gestures that said, "I see you. I know your pain." These silent solidarities were fragile but vital, tiny lanterns flickering in the suffocating dark. Sometimes servants told stories to each other, cloaked in humor about their master's ridiculous tempers. "Our lord shouts so loudly he scares the geese in the courtyard," one might joke. The laughter was bitter but necessary, proof that even in the face of cruelty, humanity endured. The tragedy of early abuse was not just the pain inflicted, but the way it reshaped reality. When humiliation, beatings, and insults became daily occurrences, they began to feel normal. You stopped asking, "Why is this happening?" and instead asked, "How can I avoid it today?" Abuse thrived in that silence and the slow acceptance of indignity as routine, and once normalized, it was nearly impossible to break free. After all, how do you rebel against what you no longer recognize as abuse, but as life itself? Yet the deeper truth was always there, buried beneath fear, that the noble's power was fragile, propped up by cruelty because it could not stand on respect alone. And every servant who endured the early signs of abuse carried within them a dangerous awareness. That power dependent on humiliation is power built on sand. When abuse moved past the whispers and small humiliations, it escalated into something far more terrifying, something that turned daily life inside a noble's household into a theater of horror. The cruelty that once hid beneath the veil of discipline or tradition revealed its true face, domination for its own sake. The servant's existence became a series of ordeals, each more degrading, more violent, more impossible to endure than the last. And the worst part was that this escalation did not feel sudden. It crept forward step by step, normalizing itself, until one day you realized you were no longer living. You were merely surviving in someone else's nightmare. Physical punishments became more brutal, more inventive. At first, a slap or a shove. Then, whippings for imagined mistakes. Later, tasks designed not for utility but for torment, holding a jug of water above your head for hours, kneeling on gravel until your knees bled, scrubbing floors with bare hands until skin peeled. Nobles used pain as both punishment and performance, ensuring others in the household witnessed it, so fear would ripple through every corridor. The lesson was simple and cruel. The master's will had no limits, and neither did your suffering. But violence was only one tool. Psychological warfare grew sharper as the years passed. Nobles delighted in turning servants against one another, inventing false accusations just to watch suspicion spread. One might whisper, "Your fellow servant spoke ill of you," and suddenly mistrust poisoned the small friendships that made survival possible. Another might force you to choose between betraying a peer or facing punishment yourself. This constant tension created a climate of dread where even kindness felt dangerous. You never knew who was truly beside you or who was secretly coerced into betraying you. In this way, the noble did not need chains. The household itself became a prison of suspicion. Sometimes the horror took grotesque forms that blurred the line between cruelty and entertainment. There are accounts of nobles who forced servants to eat scraps from the floor like animals, or to fight one another for the master's amusement. Others would drench their servants with cold water in winter, just to laugh at their shivering. The laughter was often the sharpest knife. It made clear that your pain was not just tolerated, but enjoyed. What kind of world is it where one person's suffering becomes another's leisure? And yet, in noble houses, this was not only tolerated, it was celebrated as a demonstration of power. The escalation also targeted the deepest vulnerabilities. For some servants, this meant being locked in cellars for days, fed only enough to keep alive. For others, it meant being paraded in front of guests and mocked publicly, reduced to a joke in front of strangers. And in the darkest corners, it meant being used in ways too violent and intimate to describe, without shame clinging to every word. Servants knew these risks well, and the fear of them hung heavy in every breath. Abuse was no longer an occasional threat. It was a constant shadow looming behind every order, every gesture, every silence. And yet, even in this darkness, the human spirit clung to tiny lifeline. Servants developed rituals to endure. Some counted steps during punishments, using rhythm to keep their minds intact. Others repeated prayers under their breath, not out of pure faith, but as a way to anchor themselves. Some found humor even in despair, whispering to each other afterward, "At least he didn't make me dance like a jester this time." The laughter was hollow, but it kept despair from swallowing everything. Survival demanded these fragments of resistance, however fragile. There was a cruel irony in how nobles treated their servants as less than human while depending on them for survival. The very hands they beat were the same hands that cooked their meals, dressed their bodies, guarded their secrets. Abuse escalated because the noble believed himself untouchable, but in truth, his power rested entirely on those he tormented. That paradox was visible to every servant, that the master's strength was a facade propped up by the very people he crushed. And while fear kept most silent, the knowledge of this imbalance simmered quietly beneath the surface, waiting for the day it might ignite. The horror reached beyond individuals. Children growing up in noble households often witnessed these acts and learned to replicate them. Sons of lords mocked servants as their fathers did. Daughters of ladies demanded obedience with the same cold cruelty. Abuse became an inheritance, passed down like a title. And so the cycle repeated. Generation after generation, each one more convinced that this was not cruelty, but order. What began as a slap became a legacy of violence carved into the walls of castles. The tragedy was not only in the suffering, but in the silence that surrounded it. Few dared to speak out, because who would listen? Villagers envied the servant's proximity to luxury and could not imagine the horrors inside. Officials bent to noble power, dismissing any complaint as lies. Even fellow servants sometimes chose survival over solidarity, keeping quiet to protect themselves. The silence became another form of abuse, pressing down on the spirit until you began to wonder if your pain was real or only imagined. And yet, within that silence, resistance flickered. Some servants began to secretly document their experiences, carving marks into wood or stone to count punishments. Others whispered stories that survived long after the noble's name was forgotten, stories of cruelty so vivid they clung to memory for centuries. These stories became warnings, echoes that said, what is endured in silence today will one day be spoken aloud. The horror might dominate in the moment, but memory has a way of clawing back justice, even if delayed. To live through the escalation of abuse was to live in constant contradiction. You were both essential and disposable, invisible yet scrutinized, powerless, yet holding the very keys to your master's survival. Every day was a gamble, every night a dread, every breath an act of endurance. And as the abuse worsened, a single thought began to press harder and harder on the servant's mind. If life in the shadow meant nothing but torment, then perhaps the only choice left was to find a way, any way, to step into the light. The breaking point rarely came in a grand gesture or a sudden burst of courage. It arrived quietly, like a crack forming in stone after years of pressure. Servants who had endured humiliation, sleepless nights, endless labor, and escalating cruelty often reached a moment when silence no longer protected them, but threatened to destroy them. That moment, however subtle, was the beginning of defiance. It was not always loud, not always visible, but it was the shift from enduring to resisting, from accepting to questioning. And once that shift began, there was no turning back. For some, the turning point was physical, a beating that went too far, leaving scars not only on the body, but on the soul. You could endure lashes on your back, perhaps even convince yourself they were survivable, until one day a blow landed in a way that nearly killed you. In that instant, the realization burned. If you remained silent, you would not survive. The abuse was not simply harsh discipline, it was a slow execution. And the desire to live became stronger than the fear of punishment. For others, the breaking point came from watching injustice inflicted on someone else. A fellow servant humiliated beyond reason, a child beaten for failing to carry water quickly enough, a young girl taken to serve in darker ways behind closed doors. These moments stripped away the illusion that silence preserved safety. They revealed that as long as abuse remained unchallenged, it would grow, and no one, not even the most obedient, was safe. The servant who once whispered prayers for his own endurance began to whisper something else. This must stop. Sometimes the turning point was even smaller, almost absurd. A noble demanding something so trivial, so ridiculous, that you could no longer ignore the absurdity. Being ordered to polish the same pair of boots 3 times in a single hour. Being forced to kneel to adjust a cloak already perfectly straight. And these absurdities, when piled atop years of suffering, could suddenly spark defiance. Not because the act itself was unbearable, but because it revealed the truth too clearly. You were not valued, not respected, not even seen as human. And once that truth crystallized, silence tasted bitter. Defiance, however, did not always mean open rebellion. Sometimes it was as small as letting your eyes linger a second too long, showing that you were no longer fully bowed. Sometimes it was whispering the truth to another servant, planting the first seeds of solidarity. Sometimes it was a stolen moment of rest when you were supposed to be working, a reminder that your body still belonged to you in some small way. Each act carried enormous risk, but it also carried relief, a glimpse of self returning from the shadow. The turning point also came with a dangerous clarity. The noble's power was not infinite. Servants began to notice the cracks. A master too drunk to stand without help. A lady whose jewels were pawned quietly to cover debts. A knight who could not strap his own armor without assistance. These vulnerabilities whispered a forbidden truth. Nobles needed their servants more than servants needed their nobles. And once that truth lodged itself in the heart, silence became harder to justify. But the greatest weapon against silence was memory. Servants carried the weight of what they had seen, and memory has a way of demanding expression. You could not witness cruelty forever without the urge to speak it aloud, even if only in secret corners. Stories began to circulate in hushed tones, tales of masters who beat their servants to death, of ladies who mocked hunger while feasting. These stories were warnings, but also sparks. If one servant dared to whisper, another dared to listen, and listening itself was an act of defiance. Because to listen was to admit the abuse was real, and to admit it was real was the first step toward confronting it. Of course, the fear never vanished. To speak openly could mean death, expulsion, or worse. Yet even fear began to shift. For years, silence had felt like a shield. But as abuse escalated, silence began to feel like a chain. The servant who once believed silence kept him safe began to see that silence kept the master safe instead. And once that realization bloomed, fear transformed. It was no longer fear of punishment alone, but fear of losing yourself entirely if you continued to endure. That fear pushed servants toward the dangerous edge of resistance. And resistance, once it began, spread like fire. One servant refusing to bow could inspire another to hesitate before obeying. One whispered story of defiance could ripple through an entire household. The smallest acts built momentum, and momentum threatened to topple the very illusion of power the noble relied on. The shadow began to tremble, as if reminding everyone that light could not be contained forever. The turning point was not a clean break, not a sudden revolution, but the birth of a dangerous awareness. It was the moment when the servant's silence shifted from being a habit to being a choice. And once it became a choice, it could be withdrawn. The noble might still bark commands, still deliver punishments, still drape himself in luxury. But something had changed. The servant now carried a secret thought, sharp and undeniable. One day this will end. And with that thought, the stage was set for something even more perilous, the possibility of liberation. Because once silence broke, even in whispers, the path forward no longer led only into darkness. It led, however dangerously, toward the faint glimmer of light. Liberation never looked the same for every servant. For some, it was loud, a dramatic rupture that shattered the silence of years. For others, it was quiet, a small step taken one night that slowly grew into freedom. But in all cases, the moment of breaking free was never simple. It was never just about escaping chains or leaving the castle walls. It was about reclaiming something that had been stolen long before. The right to exist as more than a shadow. And that reclamation always came at a cost. The moment itself often began with desperation rather than bravery. Imagine a servant beaten one time too many, the sting of a whip cutting deeper than skin, or a girl realizing she would not survive another night behind closed doors with her master, or a man watching his child, born into servitude, already repeating his gestures of obedience, already learning the art of silence. These were the moments when fear transformed into a weapon rather than a cage. The pain of staying became heavier than the danger of leaving, and so the servant's heart tilted toward liberation. But freedom was never simple. Running away could mean being hunted like an animal. Nobles did not view servants as people. They viewed them as property, and property stolen had to be recovered. Runaway servants risked brutal punishment if caught. Branding, mutilation, sometimes execution. Even those who managed to slip away lived in constant fear of recognition. Villages were small, gossip traveled fast, and every pair of eyes felt like a threat. Escaping was not the end of danger. It was the beginning of a different kind of survival. Some servants, however, found liberation not by running, but by defying within the household itself, refusing an order, speaking out publicly, or exposing secrets that nobles wanted hidden. These acts were more dangerous than flight because they struck at the very heart of noble power. A servant who spoke aloud about cruelty could turn admiration into suspicion, could crack the facade of grandeur. Yet such acts rarely ended with mercy. More often, the servant paid with blood or exile. And still, the defiance mattered because it planted doubt in others' minds. Once the illusion of noble infallibility was broken, it could never be fully restored. The cost of freedom was not only external, but internal. Servants carried scars into liberation. Scars of the body, yes, but also scars of the mind. Years of humiliation do not vanish in a single act of defiance. Many freed servants struggled with their own sense of worth, unable to believe they deserved life beyond servitude. Some lived in constant vigilance, waking at night expecting a call, flinching at sudden sounds. The chains of servitude did not disappear when you stepped outside the castle gates. They followed you into memory, whispering that perhaps you were nothing without the shadow you once served. And yet, liberation also brought moments of piercing clarity. The first time a servant slept through the night without fear of being summoned. The first time they ate a meal without waiting for someone else's leftovers. The first time they walked into sunlight and realized the warmth was theirs, not borrowed, not conditional. These moments were small but profound, reminders that life had meaning outside obedience, that dignity was not a gift from above, but something already within, waiting to be reclaimed. History tells us that some who broke free did more than survive. They became symbols. Stories spread of servants who fled and lived among rebels, or who returned in disguise to free others. Tales of defiance became folklore, whispered in kitchens and courtyards. The servant who poisoned his cruel master, the maid who fled in the night and became a storyteller, the boy who escaped the castle and grew into a leader of men. These stories, whether true or embellished, kept the hope of liberation alive for those still trapped. They were proof that shadows could step into light, even if it cost everything. But perhaps the greatest truth about liberation is that it rarely came without sacrifice. To break free was to risk death, to abandon family still trapped, to live without certainty of tomorrow. It demanded choices that tore the heart in two. Do you flee alone or take others with you? Do you seek revenge or disappear quietly? Do you fight openly or resist in silence? Liberation was not a clean victory. It was messy, painful, and often incomplete. Yet even in its imperfection, it mattered because it broke the cycle. One servant's defiance could inspire another, and another until the noble's grip no longer felt eternal. In the end, the story of liberation is not just about servants escaping masters. It is about the eternal human need for dignity, the refusal to accept that life should be lived only in shadows. Every act of defiance, every whispered truth, every stolen step toward freedom was part of a larger struggle, a struggle that stretched beyond castle walls, beyond centuries, beyond servitude itself. And the lesson is as sharp now as it was then. Power built on cruelty will always fear the moment when silence breaks, because once a servant tastes freedom, no chain can ever feel permanent again. Part 11 begins in the aftermath of liberation, when the body is free but the mind is still tangled in chains. Breaking away from a noble's control did not mean stepping immediately into peace. Instead, it was like emerging from a long tunnel into daylight, so bright it burned the eyes. Many servants, after daring to escape or defy, discovered that the hardest battles were not fought against the master's whip, but against the memories that clung to them. Liberation was a beginning, but beginnings are rarely clean. They are messy, uncertain, filled with questions no one prepares you to answer. The first challenge was survival in a world that had no place for you. Servants who fled often found themselves wandering roads with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Some tried to blend into villages, taking work as laborers or beggars, hiding their past like a dangerous secret. Others aimed for cities, believing anonymity would protect them. But freedom carried a paradox. The farther you went from the noble's shadow, the closer you felt to hunger. The castle had been cruel, but it had also been a cage that provided scraps. Outside, no one owed you even that. Every loaf of bread was earned or stolen. Every night's rest meant risking discovery in a barn, a stable, or beneath the stars. Then there were those who remained within the household, attempting to live in defiance while still under the noble's roof. These were the ones who carried the heaviest burdens because they breathed the same air as their oppressors while nurturing rebellion in silence. Imagine polishing the same armor that once struck you, serving food to the same man who humiliated you, all while hiding a burning seed of resistance in your chest. Each day was theater, each smile a mask. Survival demanded cunning, patience, and an unshakable memory of why you endured. Liberation also carried a cost in relationships. Some servants who fled were forced to leave behind family or friends still trapped inside the household. The guilt of freedom weighed as heavily as the joy. How could you rejoice in your escape when your brother still polished the noble's boots, when your sister still endured his scorn? Letters could not be sent, visits could not be made. The chain of servitude had been broken for one, but it still bound others, and that knowledge gnawed at the heart like a slow poison. Yet within this sorrow lay the seeds of solidarity. Escaped servants sometimes found each other, forming hidden communities on the edges of towns, bound together by shared scars. Around fires at night, they told stories of what they had endured, some bitter, some almost comical in their absurd cruelty. These gatherings were more than companionship. They were survival manuals. One servant might warn another, never trust a noble who smiles too sweetly. Another might share tricks for earning coin or disguising a branded mark. In these whispers, the broken began to stitch themselves back together, thread by fragile thread. The internal battle, however, was the most relentless. Years of humiliation did not dissolve with distance. Many freed servants struggled with what we would now call trauma. They flinched at raised voices, froze at sudden commands, panicked at the sound of boots on stone. Sleep, once fractured by midnight summons, remained elusive. Some confessed that even when no master called them, they awoke in the night, convinced they had missed an order. Freedom was not silence, it was haunted silence, echoing with ghosts of the past. And yet, out of this pain emerged strange forms of resilience. Some servants turned their scars into warnings for others, telling their stories so future generations would not forget. In taverns, travelers sometimes heard tales of cruel lords told not by wandering bards, but by those who had lived the cruelty firsthand. These stories spread like wildfire, reshaping the reputation of noble families, tarnishing the polished veneer of grandeur. Words, once silenced, became weapons, sharper than any blade. Others sought justice, though justice was elusive in a world where nobles controlled the courts. Still, records exist of servants daring to testify, daring to accuse. Even if the outcomes rarely favored them, the act itself shook the foundations of noble arrogance. A servant's voice, however dismissed, carried the potential to unravel illusions. And each accusation, each whisper, each public defiance carved another crack in the wall of unquestioned power. Perhaps the most powerful transformation came when liberated servants began to imagine lives beyond servitude. Some became craftsmen, building futures with their own hands. Others became rebels, joining uprisings that swept across kingdoms, fueled in part by the silent fury of those who had lived too long in shadows. A few even rose to prominence, their pasts hidden but their strength undeniable. The irony was thick. Those who were once treated as nothing became, in some cases, the very leaders who shaped history. But liberation always carried the lingering question, what now? Freedom was not a destination, but a passage, and the road beyond it was uncertain. To live outside the noble's shadow meant learning to cast your own, and that was terrifying because it required creating an identity where once there had been only obedience. Some stumbled, some failed, some returned to servitude out of desperation. Others pressed forward, carving out lives stitched together from scraps of dignity and stubborn hope. And this is where the story bends toward something larger than a single servant's fate. Because the moment of liberation, however fragile, was never just about one person. It rippled outward into households, villages, even nations. Every act of defiance whispered the same truth, that power built on cruelty is never permanent, that silence can always fracture, and that even the smallest shadow can one day step into light. When servants began to resist, even in the smallest ways, the ripples spread further than anyone could have predicted. A noble's authority might have seemed absolute within the walls of his estate, but power is like glass, strong until the first crack appears. One whisper, one refusal, one servant who dared to flee or speak out. It was enough to unsettle the illusion that domination was eternal. And those ripples, quiet at first, began to touch every corner of society. The first effect was within the household itself. Servants who witnessed defiance could no longer claim ignorance. They saw with their own eyes that silence was not the only option. Maybe one dared to hesitate before obeying. Maybe another dared to mutter a complaint in private. What once seemed impossible became imaginable, and imagination is the first step toward change. Nobles sensed this unease, too. They became more paranoid, more controlling, as if aware that their servants' obedience was no longer a certainty but a performance held together by fear. That paranoia sometimes made them harsher, but it also revealed their insecurity, and insecurity is poison to authority. Beyond the castle walls, the defiance of servants fed into a larger undercurrent of discontent among peasants and common folk. Villagers may have envied the servants' proximity to luxury, but they also saw the bruises, heard the whispers, noticed the quiet disappearances. Stories of cruelty circulated like wildfire, reshaping the image of nobility in the public imagination. A lord once revered as noble and just might be remembered instead as a tyrant who mistreated those closest to him. Reputation mattered deeply in those times, and a tarnished name could cost a family its alliances, its marriages, even its political power. There are historical accounts of servant testimonies sparking wider outrage. In some towns, servants who escaped carried tales of cruelty to church authorities, who could not always ignore the moral scandal. In others, their stories fed into peasant revolts, where anger at taxes and land disputes merged with fury at aristocratic arrogance. Servants were often among the first to set fire to a noble's banner during uprisings, because they knew the truth most intimately. They had lived inside the belly of the beast. Their defiance became fuel for rebellion, their knowledge of estates invaluable to insurgents. The French Jacquerie, the English peasants' revolt, countless smaller uprisings across Europe, they all carried the fingerprints of those who had once polished boots and whispered in the dark. But resistance also reshaped culture in subtler ways. Tales of cruel masters and suffering servants slipped into folklore, ballads, and plays. Stories once whispered in kitchens became public entertainment, dressed as allegory so they could spread without censorship. In these tales, the cruel lord was mocked, the clever servant triumphed, the abused finally found justice. Such stories did more than amuse. They planted seeds of doubt about the natural order. If even in a tale a servant could outwit a noble, why not in life? Fiction became rehearsal for reality, and reality began to imitate fiction. The ripple effect also altered the psychology of nobles themselves. Some grew harsher, desperate to reassert control, while others became cautious, aware that cruelty now carried risks. A master who feared his servant's silence might one day shatter began to tread more carefully. This shift did not create equality, but it introduced hesitation, and hesitation weakened the old certainties of dominance. Power thrives on unquestioned obedience. Once questions entered the air, power faltered. Religion, too, played a role in amplifying these ripples. Preachers began weaving sermons about humility and justice, sometimes inspired by confessions they heard from servants. Though the church was deeply entangled with noble power, it also carried a moral language that servants could wield. Phrases like, "the last shall be first," or "a master must treat his servant with kindness," gained sharper edges when spoken in communities where abuse was rampant. Servants clung to these words, and over time, they influenced how societies judged the behavior of their elites. The noble who treated his household cruelly was not only a tyrant, but a sinner, and that label carried consequences. Economically, the ripple effect was undeniable. As servants began to resist, nobles struggled to maintain the seamless performance of grandeur. An estate where fear had replaced loyalty became less efficient. Tasks were done poorly, secrets leaked, theft increased. Some nobles found themselves spending more time controlling their servants than ruling their lands. Others discovered that a household filled with resentment became a fragile foundation on which to build power. Even small acts of resistance, deliberate clumsiness, lost objects, whispered rumors, ate away at the machinery of dominance. What fascinates most is how these ripples often outlive the individuals who caused them. A single act of defiance could inspire generations of stories, retold long after the servant was gone. Sometimes the details blurred, names forgotten, but the essence remained. The reminder that power is never absolute, that silence can break, that shadows can move. In this way, even servants who never saw freedom themselves contributed to the slow erosion of feudal power. They were part of a long, invisible revolution that stretched across centuries. And this leads us to a deeper question, one that history forces us to confront. If the defiance of a single servant could ripple into revolts, reputations, and cultural change, what happens when defiance becomes collective? What happens when silence breaks not in whispers, but in shouts, not in single acts, but in movements? That question would haunt every noble household, lingering in every shadowed corridor, reminding masters that the power they clung to could one day collapse beneath the weight of those they had underestimated. When whispers turn into collective rebellion, the air itself changes. What was once a silent corridor of obedience becomes charged with tension, as if the walls are listening for the next spark. Servants who once endured alone begin to see their suffering mirrored in the eyes of others. And with recognition comes danger, because when pain ceases to be private, it becomes political. That is the precise moment when history starts to shift, not with armies on the march, but with hushed conversations in kitchens, stables, and fields. The earliest rebellions were rarely planned revolutions. They began with murmurs of refusal. One servant might mutter, "Enough!" while cleaning a noble's boots. Another might shake his head at the absurdity of being beaten for a spilled drop of wine. These comments, once shared, became seeds of solidarity. What was once endured in silence now became shared in whispers, and suddenly the unbearable felt less isolating. If one person could say it, another could agree, and if two could agree, then perhaps 10 could stand together. That progression was slow, cautious, fragile, but unstoppable. Collective rebellion often first revealed itself in the smallest acts of disruption. Meals delayed, chores done poorly on purpose, armor polished just enough to shine but not enough to gleam. At first, nobles dismissed these as incompetence, but when mistakes multiplied, they began to realize the truth. Obedience was no longer instinctive, it was deliberate. Servants were no longer shadows, but saboteurs, wielding incompetence as a weapon. This form of rebellion was almost comical in its subtlety, but its power lay in erosion. A castle cannot stand long when its very foundation, the labor of servants, is crumbling from within. But sometimes, whispers swelled into open defiance. When cruelty crossed certain lines, entire groups of servants rose together. There are records of kitchens where workers refused to cook, of stables where grooms let horses loose rather than saddle them, of halls where servants vanished just before a great banquet, leaving nobles to face humiliation in front of their guests. These collective acts struck at the heart of noble pride, not only disrupting daily life, but exposing the fragility of authority. A lord could not hold a feast without his cooks, a knight could not ride without his stable boys, a lady could not parade her wealth without her maids. Collective silence, collective absence. These were rebellions as sharp as swords. Sometimes these rebellions bled beyond the castle into the countryside. Servants fleeing abuse often carried their anger to villages, where peasants already groaned under taxes and levies. The merging of these resentments created uprisings that shook entire kingdoms. The English peasants' revolt of 1381, for example, did not emerge from nowhere. It was fueled by a long history of mistreatment, by whispers that had crossed boundaries of class and spread like wildfire. Servants, peasants, craftsmen, all found common cause in their shared oppression. And once common cause was found, the noble class trembled. Rebellion, however, was rarely without blood. Nobles responded with brutality, sending guards to crush dissent, punishing leaders with executions meant to frighten others back into silence. But punishment often had the opposite effect. Public hangings, meant as deterrents, turned into spectacles where crowds simmered with rage. Martyrs were born in these moments, their names whispered with reverence in kitchens and taverns. "He died for speaking what we all feel," they would say, and those words kept rebellion alive even in defeat. The fascinating detail is how rebellion reshaped even the psychology of obedience. Once servants tasted solidarity, obedience could never fully return. Even if beaten back into submission, they carried the memory of defiance like a hidden flame. You could silence a voice, but you could not erase the knowledge that voices could rise together. That awareness transformed households forever, for even the most terrified servant knew, deep down, that there was another path. Dangerous, yes, but possible. Folklore captured this shift. Stories of clever servants tricking their masters, of peasants outwitting lords, of commoners finding justice against cruelty grew more popular. These tales were not just entertainment. They were coded encouragements, reminders that the powerless could resist. Every joke at a noble's expense was more than laughter. It was rehearsal for rebellion. And the more these stories spread, the more difficult it became for nobles to command unquestioned obedience. And yet, collective rebellion also carried its paradoxes. While it promised liberation, it also unleashed chaos. Villages burned, fields lay fallow, and ordinary people suffered in the crossfire of uprisings. Some servants who joined rebellions found freedom, others found death. Some households collapsed entirely, while others tightened control, creating cycles of defiance and repression that echoed for generations. But even in the chaos, one truth remained. Once whispers became shouts, the world could never return to silence. Collective rebellion marked the moment when servitude ceased to be a private tragedy and became a public reckoning. It exposed the fragility of power, the unsustainability of cruelty, and the unstoppable force of human dignity once awakened. And from these rebellions grew the faint outlines of something larger, movements that questioned not just one household, but the entire structure of society. The question that lingered afterward was never whether rebellion would happen again, but when. Because once people learn to stand together, even if crushed, the memory lingers like embers beneath ash, waiting for the wind to stir them into flame once more. Rebellion sounds glorious when told in legends, but for those who lived it, the personal cost was staggering. To stand against a noble was not simply an act of bravery, it was a gamble with your life, your family, and everything you had ever known. Each servant who chose to defy had to weigh the unbearable weight of silence against the unimaginable risks of action. And while stories of rebellion sometimes end in triumph, the truth is that for many, the path was paved with sacrifice, betrayal, and tragedy. The first and most obvious cost was fear. Once a servant defied openly, whether by refusing an order, joining a collective protest, or fleeing to spread the truth, their life was permanently marked. Nobles did not forget disobedience, and they rarely forgave it. A defiant servant could expect harsh retaliation, beatings, imprisonment, mutilation, or worse. Some were made examples of, punished not only to satisfy a master's anger, but to terrify others into submission. One servant might be whipped in the courtyard while the entire household was forced to watch. The pain was not just physical, it was the humiliation of being destroyed in front of peers, of having your humanity stripped publicly to reinforce the illusion of noble dominance. But fear did not always come from above. Sometimes it came from those beside you. Other servants, terrified of sharing your fate, might betray you to protect themselves. A whispered plan overheard in the kitchen, a secret complaint passed to the master in exchange for leniency. Betrayal was a constant risk, and betrayal cut deeper than any whip, because it reminded you that even solidarity was fragile. The servant who laughed with you yesterday could be the one who doomed you tomorrow. In this way, rebellion always carried a sense of isolation, even when many stood together. The cost also extended to family. If a noble could not punish you directly, he might punish those you loved. Parents could be evicted from lands they worked, siblings denied food, children forced into harsher labor. The noble's cruelty reached like a shadow, ensuring that the price of defiance was never borne by the rebel alone. For many, this fear kept them in silence longer than their own suffering ever could. To endure humiliation yourself was one thing, but to see your child suffer for your choices, that was another kind of torture entirely. Even when rebellion succeeded in the moment, the aftermath was rarely easy. Servants who fled with uprisings often found themselves hunted. Bands of rebels became fugitives, wandering forests and backroads, pursued by armed men loyal to their lords. Hunger, exposure, and disease claimed as many lives as swords did, and those who survived the pursuit carried scars, both seen and unseen. Sleep became fragile, every sound a reminder of boots approaching. Many never shook the feeling of being watched even long after they escaped. Yet within these tragedies lay stories of breathtaking courage, servants who smuggled others to safety at the cost of their own freedom, men who endured torture without revealing the names of their comrades. Women who risked everything to pass secret messages between villages, carrying rebellion like a torch in the night. Their sacrifices often went unrecorded, lost in the dust of history, but they were the lifeblood of resistance. Without these quiet martyrs, collective defiance could not have endured. The irony was that even when rebels failed, their sacrifices left marks on the world. A noble might crush an uprising brutally, but he could never erase the memory of those who dared. Villages whispered their names, turning them into symbols of courage. Children grew up hearing stories of the servant who spoke truth, even if he died for it. These memories outlived the nobles themselves, whose power seemed eternal in the moment but crumbled in the telling of history. In this way, the cost of rebellion became a kind of investment, pain today for hope tomorrow. There were also more subtle costs, the ones rarely spoken aloud. Servants who survived rebellion often carried guilt, wondering if their actions had caused others to suffer. A man who watched his comrades executed might ask himself if speaking out had doomed them. A woman who escaped might never forgive herself for leaving loved ones behind. These inner wounds could linger for years, shaping lives long after the physical chains were broken. Liberation was always complex, always shadowed by ghosts of what was lost along the way. And yet, despite these costs, rebellion never ceased, because the price of silence was also unbearable. To live forever in submission, to watch cruelty repeated day after day, was its own form of slow death. Servants who chose rebellion often said the same thing in different words, that they preferred to risk dying once in defiance than to die every day in silence. This was the true heart of rebellion. Not glory, not revenge, but the desperate need for dignity, even if it came at the highest cost. So the story of rebellion is not one of easy victories, but of sacrifices etched deep into the lives of those who dared. For every tale of triumph, there were countless untold stories of suffering, betrayal, and loss. And yet, it is precisely because of these sacrifices that rebellion mattered. Without them, power would never have been questioned, cruelty never exposed, and hope never carried forward. The question that remains is what happens after the sacrifice. What grows in the soil watered by blood and grief? Does rebellion fade into silence, or does it plant seeds that sprout into something larger? That question draws us toward the next chapter in this story, the slow transformation of society itself, shaped by the lives given in defiance. The slow transformation of society after waves of rebellion was not a single event, but a tide that crept forward over generations. At first glance, it seemed as if nothing had changed. Nobles still sat in their halls, servants still bowed, fields were still worked under the weight of duty. But beneath the surface, something fundamental had shifted. Once the silence of the oppressed had been broken, it could never be perfectly restored. Every act of defiance, every servant who dared to resist, left behind a scar, and scars have a way of shaping the future. The first sign of transformation appeared in the relationships within noble households. Nobles who once relied on pure fear to command loyalty began to realize that cruelty had consequences. Whispers spread quickly. The household where servants vanished mysteriously, the manor where abuse led to revolt, the castle where mistreatment left the staff, sabotaging everything in subtle ways. Nobles, paranoid of rebellion, began to soften their grip. Some introduced small privileges, better rations, occasional coins, slightly more humane working conditions, not out of kindness, but out of self-preservation. Ironically, rebellion taught masters to act less like tyrants, proving that fear alone could no longer sustain obedience. At the same time, religion and morality began to echo the voices of the oppressed. Preachers drew from Scripture, reminding congregations that masters were also accountable to God. Phrases like, "the worker deserves his wages," or "the last shall be first," struck deeply in societies scarred by cruelty. Even if the church remained tied to noble power, these messages seeped into the cultural consciousness. A noble who treated his servants too harshly risked not just rebellion, but moral condemnation. Servitude itself began to be questioned, not only as a political arrangement, but as a spiritual failing. Economically, rebellions disrupted the illusion of noble invulnerability. After uprisings, nobles often found themselves struggling to rebuild households, rehire laborers, or restore trust in their estates. Fields lay abandoned, taxes went unpaid, and villages refused to submit as easily as before. Some nobles were forced to negotiate with their people, offering concessions just to keep their lands productive. This was a subtle but seismic shift. When negotiation replaced unquestioned command, the entire balance of society bent toward something new. The transformation was also fueled by the stories that spread in the aftermath. Rebellions might be crushed, but the memory of defiance lingered like a haunting melody. Tales of servants who spoke truth to power, peasants who rose against unfair taxes, or maids who defied cruel mistresses, became part of folklore. These stories were repeated in taverns, carried from village to village, passed down to children who grew up believing that resistance was not only possible, but righteous. In this way, rebellion became a form of education, teaching future generations that dignity was worth fighting for. Over centuries, these ripples accumulated into structural change. Serfdom, once seen as eternal, began to erode in many regions. As economic systems shifted, nobles discovered they could no longer rely solely on forced labor. Some areas introduced wages, however meager, to attract workers. Others allowed peasants and servants to buy or earn their freedom. This slow evolution was not born out of generosity, but necessity. Rebellion had revealed that forced servitude was unstable, a powder keg waiting for a spark. Gradually, societies learned that survival demanded compromise, and compromise weakened the rigid hierarchies that once seemed unbreakable. Yet, transformation was not only about economics or laws, it was also about perception. The image of the noble as untouchable began to fade. Servants had seen their masters stumble in moments of fear, bleed in moments of revolt, tremble when confronted by the very people they claimed to own. This knowledge spread, reshaping how society viewed power itself. Authority was no longer divine or eternal. It was conditional, dependent on the obedience of those below. And when obedience cracked, so too did the illusion of invincibility. The slow transformation also nurtured solidarity beyond the castle walls. Peasants, craftsmen, and servants began to recognize shared struggles. A peasant's grievance about taxes resonated with a servant's grievance about abuse. A craftsman cheated by a noble saw his reflection in a maid denied wages. These connections laid the groundwork for broader movements, where resistance was no longer fragmented, but collective. In time, these alliances fueled larger uprisings, revolutions that shook entire nations. The echoes of servant defiance reached far beyond kitchens and stables. They became part of the chorus demanding justice on a societal scale. And while many rebellions ended in tragedy, their legacy was undeniable. Every act of resistance, no matter how small, chipped away at the edifice of absolute power. The castle might still stand, but its foundations were cracked, its authority questioned, its dominance forever shadowed by the possibility of rebellion. Nobles learned to fear their servants' silence, not as loyalty, but as potential energy, waiting to explode. That fear alone was proof that society had changed. The greatest transformation, however, was internal. Servants who endured began to see themselves not merely as shadows, but as people with stories, identities, and rights. The act of remembering rebellion kept dignity alive. Even when chains remained, the mind was freer than before. And once the mind breaks free, the body follows eventually. The slow transformation was not a single event, but a gradual awakening, one that taught the oppressed a dangerous truth, that history could bend, that silence was not destiny, and that every shadow carried within it the possibility of light. The question that lingered, however, was whether this transformation would be enough. Could concessions and whispers truly break the cycle of cruelty, or would the wheel of power spin again, crushing the same people under new names? That uncertainty sets the stage for the next chapter, where the lessons of rebellion merge with the storms of revolution, and the world begins to ask not just for lighter chains, but for no chains at all. The storm of revolution did not erupt overnight. It was the product of centuries of whispers, scars, and quiet acts of defiance layered one atop another until they formed something unstoppable. Servants who had once endured humiliation silently had taught their children to question it. Those children, in turn, grew into peasants who whispered their anger in taverns, into artisans who mocked their rulers in songs, into common folk who no longer believed nobles were made of different flesh. By the time revolutions swept across Europe, the ground had already been trembling for generations. What had begun as isolated moments of resistance inside manor houses had grown into a fire capable of consuming entire kingdoms. The first fuel for this fire was memory. Every servant punished unjustly, every peasant overtaxed, every voice silenced. These injustices were not forgotten. They were carried forward, repeated in kitchens, woven into folklore, sung in ballads that seemed harmless but carried hidden venom. When the French Revolution erupted in 1789, it was not only because bread was scarce or taxes unfair. It was because the people had centuries of collective grievance stored like dry wood, waiting for a spark. Servants and peasants alike recognized themselves in one another's suffering, and together they formed a tide too large for castles to contain. The revolution itself exposed the raw fragility of noble power. In France, nobles who had once commanded absolute obedience found themselves dragged into the streets, their authority shattered in the very halls where they once humiliated others. The servants who had polished their boots and filled their goblets now watched them march to the guillotine. The irony was merciless. Those who had once seemed eternal were undone by the very people they considered disposable. And France was not alone. Across Europe, uprisings, rebellions, and revolutions echoed the same refrain: an end to the old order where the many suffered so the few could live in splendor. But revolutions were never tidy affairs. They were storms, unpredictable and violent, sweeping up both tyrants and innocents in their wake. Servants who had once longed for liberation sometimes found themselves caught in chaos, their dignity restored only at the cost of bloodshed all around them. In Paris, cooks and maids stormed kitchens not to serve meals but to claim food for themselves. In rural villages, manor houses were set aflame. Centuries of humiliation turned into smoke that darkened the skies. These acts were cathartic, yes, but they also revealed the deep well of fury that had been building for too long. Once unleashed, fury rarely stops neatly at the edges of justice. Still, the revolutions brought undeniable transformations. In France, the abolition of feudal privileges shattered centuries-old structures of servitude. Across Europe, similar ideas spread like wildfire: that all men were equal, that no one was born to command another by divine right, that dignity belonged not to the few, but to all. These were radical notions, unthinkable only a century before, and yet they emerged directly from the experiences of those who had lived in shadows and finally stepped into light. The voices of servants, though often unnamed in history, were part of this chorus of change. The storm also reshaped the psychology of the ruling class. Even where revolutions did not topple thrones outright, nobles lived in new fear. They could no longer assume obedience as natural. Every servant's silence might hide a dangerous thought. Every bowed head might conceal defiance. The very atmosphere of power shifted. Where once nobles had felt untouchable, now they felt watched, judged, and vulnerable. The guillotine in France became a symbol that haunted them all, a reminder of how quickly shadows could rise. What makes this transformation remarkable is how much of it grew from the smallest acts of resistance: a servant refusing humiliation, a peasant hiding grain, a maid mocking her mistress's vanity. These seemed trivial in the moment. Yet multiplied across decades and centuries, they became the foundation of revolutions. The storm was not just political, it was personal, built from the accumulated defiance of countless lives. And when it finally erupted, it carried not only the weight of hunger and taxes, but the memory of generations who had refused to be erased. Yet revolutions also carried contradictions. Many who fought for equality discovered that new systems could still create shadows of their own. Some former servants became laborers in factories, still exploited though by different masters. Freedom, once won, revealed new struggles. Because dignity cannot be fully secured by tearing down walls, it must be nurtured every day. The storm of revolution was therefore both an end and a beginning, the end of unquestioned nobility, the beginning of societies wrestling with what equality truly meant. Even today, the echoes of those storms remain. The idea that no human being is born to serve another blindly, that dignity belongs to everyone, traces its roots back to the centuries when servants endured, resisted, and finally rebelled. The guillotine may be gone, the castles now museums, but the memory of the storm lingers, and memory once awakened never fully sleeps again. What remains most haunting is this. Revolutions proved that power built on cruelty can be torn down, but they also revealed how costly that tearing down can be. Lives were lost, blood spilled, dreams crushed even as new ones were born. The storm of revolution was not the conclusion of the servant's story. It was the moment when the story broke free from households and manors and spilled into the streets, shaping nations. And so the question after the storm was this. Once the old order collapsed, what came next? Could societies truly build systems without shadows, or would new hierarchies rise to replace the old? That question leads us to the next part of the journey. The uncertain dawn that followed the storm, when the ashes of revolution still smoldered, and the world struggled to imagine what freedom really looked like. The uncertain dawn after revolution was perhaps more difficult than the storm itself. Toppling an old order, as violent and chaotic as it was, gave people the intoxicating rush of action, of release, of vengeance against centuries of oppression. But when the fires burned out, when the guillotines were stilled and the castles lay in ruins, the harder question emerged. How do you build something new from the ashes? The servant who once dreamed only of freedom now found himself in a world where freedom was declared, but its meaning remained foggy, inconsistent, fragile. The dawn was full of promise, but also haunted by uncertainty. One of the first challenges was survival. The destruction of noble households and the collapse of feudal privileges left entire economies in disarray. Servants who had lived under cruelty were now technically free, but freedom did not magically provide bread, shelter, or work. In France, after 1789, many former household servants found themselves competing for labor in cities already flooded with unemployed peasants. Some returned to villages, only to discover that freedom in principle did not erase hunger in practice. Others turned to crime, smuggling, or petty theft, driven by desperation. The bitter irony was that for many, freedom felt heavier than servitude, because now their survival rested on their own shoulders, with no scraps guaranteed. There was also the weight of expectation. Freedom was not only a personal reality, but a collective ideal that needed to be proven. Servants and peasants were told, now you are citizens, now you are equal, now you must act like it. But how does one who has spent a lifetime bowing learn to stand upright overnight? Generations of obedience do not vanish with a proclamation. Many struggled with internalized habits, waiting for permission to speak, flinching at sudden commands, doubting their own worth. Liberation was a doorway, but stepping through it required unlearning the reflexes of servitude, and that unlearning took longer than anyone anticipated. Politically, the dawn was chaotic. New systems rose quickly, promising equality, fraternity, liberty, yet often collapsing under their own contradictions. Former servants who dared to participate in politics discovered that new hierarchies emerged almost instantly. Leaders who spoke of freedom but acted with tyranny. Elites who replaced the nobility in everything but name. The French Revolution, for example, saw servants transformed into soldiers of the Republic, fighting under banners of equality while still facing poverty at home. The old masters were gone, but new masters seemed eager to step into their place. The uncertainty of the dawn lay in this cycle. Every new system promised light but carried the shadow of the past. And yet, despite the confusion, small victories bloomed. Laws were written that abolished hereditary privilege. Titles lost their sacredness. Courts, at least in principle, began to consider servants and nobles equal under the law. These were monumental shifts, unimaginable only decades before. Former servants might still struggle to eat, but they could no longer be beaten legally without recourse. The dignity of personhood, once denied entirely, was now written into constitutions. The words themselves carried power, even when reality lagged behind. For the first time in centuries, society began to imagine a world where birth did not determine destiny. Culturally, the uncertain dawn gave rise to voices long silenced. Writers, pamphleteers, and even former servants themselves began telling stories that questioned old structures. Memoirs appeared, some written anonymously, recounting years of abuse in noble households. These accounts shocked audiences who had once accepted servitude as natural. Plays and novels mocked aristocrats, celebrated the common man, and gave heroes the faces of those who had once been shadows. Literature became a battlefield where the memory of servitude was not erased but transformed into fuel for a new identity. Yet the dawn was haunted by contradictions. Many nobles adapted, reshaping themselves into bourgeois figures who maintained wealth and influence without their old titles. Some even rehired their former servants, now under the guise of employment rather than servitude. But the reality felt eerily similar. Wages replaced scraps, contracts replaced obligations, but the imbalance of power remained. The question lingered, had society truly changed, or had it only changed costumes? The uncertain dawn forced people to wrestle with the uncomfortable truth that revolution can destroy structures, but not habits, at least not quickly. Religion also played a complicated role. For centuries, the church had sanctified hierarchy, teaching servants that obedience was divine. After revolutions, new interpretations emerged. Sermons that emphasized justice, equality before God, the dignity of labor. These ideas encouraged former servants to see themselves not as shadows, but as children of the same Creator as their former masters. Still, resistance remained. Old traditions die hard, and many elites clung to the comforting narrative that some were born to command. The pulpit became a contested stage, echoing with both the voices of the past and the cries of a new future. The most profound transformation of the dawn was psychological. Servants, peasants, and commoners began to see themselves not merely as survivors, but as agents of history. This was radical. For centuries, history had belonged to kings and nobles. Now it belonged to everyone. The uncertainty of the dawn lay in not knowing what to do with this power. Some embraced it with fire, others with hesitation, others still with fear. But the very act of questioning, of believing one's voice mattered, was itself a revolution. And yet, even as the world tried to move forward, the specter of the past lingered. Old habits, old inequalities, old cruelties resurfaced again and again, reminding everyone that dawn is not full daylight. The horizon glowed with possibility, but behind it lay storms waiting to return. The uncertain dawn was both fragile and dangerous, a time of rebuilding when hope was high but the foundations of freedom were still soft. The question that haunted this dawn was simple but immense. Could freedom endure? Could societies truly unlearn centuries of domination? Or would new forms of servitude emerge under different names? This question sets the stage for the next chapter. The struggle not just to win freedom, but to preserve it, to transform it from a moment into a lasting reality. The struggle to preserve freedom after the fall of the old order was a battle every bit as exhausting as the revolutions themselves. Winning liberty was dramatic, full of noise and fire, but keeping liberty alive was slow, fragile, and endlessly threatened. Like a flame exposed to the wind, it flickered constantly, needing protection from both external enemies and the habits of the very people who had lit it. Servants and peasants who had once risen together found themselves in a world where freedom could be proclaimed one day and undermined the next. The hardest truth of this new era was that tyranny was never entirely defeated. It always lurked, waiting for an opportunity to return in disguise. The first threat was memory itself. For centuries, people had lived under servitude. Even when laws changed, the mind lagged behind. Many former servants carried habits of obedience into their new lives. They bowed when entering rooms, waited for permission before speaking, hesitated to challenge authority even when authority had no rightful claim. It was as though their bodies still remembered chains that had already been broken, and those who had once been nobles or masters seized upon these habits, manipulating them to rebuild power in subtler ways. They no longer called themselves lords, but they still demanded deference. They no longer wielded whips, but they still relied on fear. Old systems died slowly, one gesture at a time. Economics provided another threat. In theory, free men and women could choose their work, negotiate wages, and build independent lives. In practice, hunger still drove many back into relationships that resembled the servitude they thought they had escaped. Nobles turned employers hired their former servants as workers, paying them meager wages that barely sustained life. Contracts replaced chains, but dependency remained. The struggle to preserve freedom meant constantly questioning whether a different name for labor truly meant a different reality. Was freedom still freedom if you could not survive without selling yourself back into near slavery? Political instability also threatened liberty. Revolutions often replaced kings with assemblies, nobles with bureaucrats, but the temptations of power proved universal. Leaders who once shouted for equality soon discovered how convenient it was to be obeyed. Some even reinstated hierarchies under new titles, cloaking themselves in the language of the people, while acting with the arrogance of monarchs. The French Revolution, for instance, gave way to Napoleon, one master replaced by another, crowned not by blood, but by opportunity. This pattern repeated across history, reminding people that liberty was not a single victory, but a perpetual defense. Religion added its own complications. While some preachers embraced messages of equality, others urged obedience, insisting that social order, even if renamed, was sacred. Sermons told workers to accept their hardships with humility, warning that rebellion against new rulers was rebellion against God. These messages, comforting to those in power, chipped away at the fragile confidence of those who had just begun to see themselves as free. The church once again became a battlefield for the meaning of dignity, torn between voices of justice and voices of submission. And yet, people resisted the return of servitude with the same stubborn creativity that had fueled rebellion in the first place. They formed guilds and associations, small groups that gave workers collective bargaining power. They created underground presses, spreading pamphlets that mocked hypocrisy and exposed injustice. They carried forward the stories of rebellion, ensuring that each generation remembered the cost of silence. In villages, elders recounted tales of nobles brought low, reminding children that obedience should never again be blind. These efforts were uneven, fragile, sometimes crushed, but they kept liberty alive in spirit even when threatened in practice. There were victories too, though they often came slowly. Courts began to recognize the rights of workers, at least in some regions. Laws were passed limiting abuse, abolishing debts that once tied families to landowners, establishing minimum wages. These gains were imperfect, inconsistently applied, often ignored by the powerful, but they represented progress. They showed that liberty, once won, could sometimes be defended not just by revolt, but by institutions reshaped in its image. The lesson was clear. Rebellion might break chains, but vigilance had to maintain the break. What made the struggle especially difficult was how temptation worked on both sides. For those who once ruled, the temptation was to reclaim power. For those newly free, the temptation was to settle for survival rather than demand dignity. Hunger, exhaustion, fear, all made it easier to accept small chains if they meant safety. The true struggle for liberty was not only against external oppressors, but against the internal fatigue of a people worn down by centuries of submission. Freedom required constant energy, and energy was often in short supply. And yet, despite these challenges, the idea of liberty had rooted itself too deeply to be erased. Servants who once whispered in fear now whispered with defiance. Children grew up knowing that their parents had fought for dignity, and that knowledge alone changed how they looked at authority. Even when new rulers rose, even when old habits returned, the memory of rebellion stood like a shadow, reminding everyone that obedience was not destiny. The struggle to preserve freedom was exhausting, but it was also transformative, because it forced people to define what freedom truly meant, not just in law, but in daily life. The dawn of liberty had been uncertain. The struggle to preserve it was relentless. And yet, with every attempt to roll back progress, the people learned resilience. They learned that freedom was not a gift, not a moment, not a declaration, but a constant fight. The revolution had ended servitude in one form, but the war to prevent its return would last for generations. And so history leaned toward its next great question. Could liberty ever become permanent, woven so deeply into society that no master, no noble, no tyrant could strip it away again? That question leads us to the next chapter, the birth of modern movements for universal rights, where the lessons of servants and peasants were transformed into principles that still shape our world today. The birth of universal rights was not the neat proclamation of philosophers writing in ivory towers, nor the sudden generosity of rulers waking up one morning with a change of heart. It was the slow, grinding result of centuries of humiliation resisted, of rebellion endured, of scars carried silently until they found a voice. Servants, peasants, workers, those who had lived in shadows, were the true architects of what we now call dignity. Their struggles, once dismissed as insignificant, eventually coalesced into principles powerful enough to reshape nations. The idea that every human being had rights simply by existing was revolutionary precisely because it contradicted everything that the noble world had been built on. At first, these ideas appeared timidly, hidden in pamphlets and sermons. The notion that all men are created equal sounded beautiful, but in practice it was radical to the point of dangerous. Equality meant that no one was born with the right to command, that bloodlines did not determine worth, that birth in a palace and birth in a stable carried the same claim to dignity. To nobles, this was blasphemy against the natural order. To servants, it was oxygen after centuries of suffocation. The world hesitated at first, unsure whether to embrace or crush such ideas, but once spoken, they could not be unsaid. The Enlightenment gave these whispers intellectual form. Philosophers like Rousseau, Locke, and Montesquieu gave language to what servants had long felt in their bones, that power should rest on consent, that liberty was natural, that law should bind ruler and subject alike. Yet it would be a mistake to think these ideas floated down untouched from scholars. They were fed by the lived experiences of the oppressed. Rousseau wrote of chains because he saw them. Locke spoke of natural rights because laborers had already begun to demand recognition. Philosophy did not create resistance, it translated it. The American and French revolutions pushed these ideas into practice, however imperfectly. Declarations of independence and rights of man proclaimed equality as universal, though the reality often excluded women, the poor, and enslaved peoples. Still, the words mattered. Servants who once bowed could now point to documents that declared they were equal. These declarations were both promise and hypocrisy, because while they lit a path forward, they also revealed how far societies still were from honoring them. For every servant who dreamed of freedom, there was another forced into new forms of dependency. Yet the principle itself had taken root, and principles are harder to kill than people. The redefinition of dignity was not confined to politics. It began to seep into culture and daily life. Plays no longer mocked servants only as buffoons, but sometimes cast them as clever, sympathetic figures. Writers began to explore the lives of common people as worthy of attention. Songs and ballads spoke not just of kings and battles, but of workers and their toil. Even the language of law changed. Words like citizen replaced subject, signaling a profound shift in how individuals were understood. To be a citizen was to belong to a collective of equals, not to be property under a master. Of course, these changes were not smooth. Every step forward faced resistance from those who longed for the security of hierarchy. Former nobles argued that without natural superiors, society would descend into chaos. Employers feared that recognizing workers' rights would destroy industry. Even ordinary people, conditioned by centuries of obedience, sometimes resisted the burden of equality. Freedom can be frightening because it demands responsibility, and responsibility weighs heavily on those unused to carrying it. The birth of universal rights was therefore not a clean break, but a tug-of-war between old shadows and new light. Curiously, one of the most powerful engines for the spread of rights was storytelling itself. Testimonies of abuse, memoirs of servants, accounts of uprisings, these circulated more widely as printing became cheaper. People who had never set foot in a castle could now read of the cruelty that happened inside one. Sympathy crossed boundaries, uniting workers in cities with peasants in fields. The written word gave permanence to the struggles that had once vanished into silence, ensuring they could not be forgotten. In this sense, servants who could not write still shaped history through those who carried their stories forward. The industrial age accelerated this transformation. Factories replaced manors, but exploitation remained, now magnified by machines. Servants became workers, their chains replaced by contracts, their obedience measured by whistles and schedules instead of noble whims. Yet the memory of servitude prepared them to resist. Movements for labor rights, for shorter hours, for fair wages, drew directly on the traditions of defiance forged in noble households. When workers struck in the 19th century, they were echoing servants who had once refused to polish boots or cook feasts. The struggle evolved, but the heart remained the same, and so dignity began to expand, though always imperfectly. First, rights were demanded for men of property, then for all men, then for women, for enslaved peoples, for colonized nations. Each expansion was met with fierce resistance. Each required sacrifice. Each drew strength from the memory of those who had endured before. Universal rights were not born all at once. They were born in stages, painfully, like light creeping across a battlefield still littered with shadows. What makes this chapter of history remarkable is not just the victories achieved, but the shift in imagination. People began to ask not who has rights, but why not everyone? That question was revolutionary. It redefined dignity as something unearned, something inherent, something no master could grant or take away. Once that idea spread, no society could ever fully return to the silence of servitude. Chains might reappear, oppression might mutate, but the memory of rights haunted every tyrant, reminding them that power now had limits. Yet even as universal rights spread, a deeper question lingered. Could humanity truly live up to its own ideals? Could societies honor the dignity they proclaimed, or would hypocrisy forever shadow progress? This question leads us to the next part of the journey, the constant struggle between principle and practice, where the dream of universal rights collides with the stubborn realities of power. The clash between ideals and realities was inevitable. Once the language of universal rights entered the world, it created a mirror in which every society had to see its own reflection. The declarations were bold. All men are created equal. Liberty, fraternity, equality, unalienable rights of man. But the lived reality often contradicted those words so brutally that it exposed the fragility of ideals when confronted with power, greed, and fear. The promise of dignity for all became the standard against which injustice could now be measured, and what it revealed was uncomfortable. The first and most glaring contradiction was exclusion. Declarations of rights often applied only to men of property, leaving out women, the poor, enslaved peoples, and colonized nations. The American Revolution, for example, gave voice to equality while maintaining slavery for millions. France abolished noble privileges, yet silenced women who demanded political participation. The very societies that proclaimed the dawn of universal dignity built walls around who could enter the circle of humanity. The result was a bitter paradox. The louder the ideals rang, the sharper the contrast with reality became. People could now point to documents, speeches, and constitutions and say, "You promised us this," and that gap became the fuel for further struggle. Women, in particular, embodied this clash. Olympe de Gouges, during the French Revolution, wrote her Declaration of the Rights of Woman and of the Female Citizen, demanding that the ideals proclaimed for men extend to women. For her courage, She was executed. Her fate revealed the danger of holding society accountable to its own principles. Yet her words endured, whispered among women who refused to accept invisibility. Across the 19th century, suffrage movements in Europe and America grew from this contradiction. If rights were universal, why were women still denied them? The question could not be suppressed forever. The contradiction was even more violent in the realm of slavery and colonization. European empires that celebrated liberty at home enslaved millions abroad. Britain, which prided itself on parliamentary freedoms, built vast wealth on the backs of enslaved Africans shipped across the Atlantic. France, which proclaimed equality, crushed uprisings in its colonies with brutality. The United States, born of a revolution for freedom, expanded slavery deeper into its soil. Nowhere was the clash between ideals and reality more glaring than in the lives of those who labored under chains while their masters quoted the language of liberty. And yet, it was precisely in this contradiction that new revolutions were born. The Haitian Revolution being the most striking example, where enslaved men and women forced the world to recognize their rights, not with words, but with fire and blood. Workers, too, saw the hypocrisy. The Industrial Revolution promised progress, but delivered new forms of exploitation. Factories replaced manors, machines replaced fields, but the imbalance remained. The few grew rich, while the many worked themselves to death. Rights declared on paper did little for the child laborer coughing in coal dust or the seamstress stitching until her eyes failed. Out of this gap between ideal and reality came labor movements, strikes, and the demand for protections that moved dignity from parchment to the shop floor. Once again, the oppressed took the lofty ideals of philosophers and forced society to honor them in practice. The clash also revealed itself in law. Courts wrote constitutions that proclaimed equality, but enforcement was uneven, riddled with loopholes. Powerful men found ways to twist principles to their advantage. Equality became conditional, liberty negotiable, rights suspended in times of emergency. Every government claimed to defend dignity while carving exceptions that excluded those most in need of protection. The result was cynicism on one side and relentless agitation on the other. Each failure to live up to ideals only deepened the determination of movements that refused to forget the promises made. What is fascinating is how this clash produced creativity. Artists, writers, and thinkers exposed hypocrisy with piercing insight. Satirists mocked rulers who preached liberty while hoarding wealth. Novelists told the stories of workers and servants, giving humanity to those ignored. Painters captured the contrast between gilded halls and starving streets. The arts became a mirror sharper than any legal text, making the contradictions impossible to ignore. Victor Hugo, Charles Dickens, and countless others turned hypocrisy into fuel for empathy, forcing audiences to confront the gap between lofty words and daily suffering. Religion, too, split under the weight of contradiction. Some clergy defended the status quo, twisting scripture to justify inequality. Others embraced the language of justice, insisting that universal dignity was not only political, but divine. Liberation theologies emerged, declaring that God stood with the oppressed, not the oppressors. This theological clash echoed the political one, showing that even sacred traditions could not escape the pressure of ideals colliding with realities. The most enduring effect of this clash was the creation of cycles of progress. Ideals once spoken could never be fully forgotten. Every betrayal of them became the seed of a new movement. Women denied rights gave rise to suffragettes. Enslaved peoples inspired abolitionists. Workers exploited by factories birthed unions. Colonized nations nurtured independence struggles. The gap between promise and practice became a battlefield, but also a source of relentless momentum. In this way, hypocrisy became paradoxically productive. It exposed injustices too glaring to ignore, forcing societies to confront them again and again. And yet, the question always remained, could ideals ever fully match reality? Could humanity build systems where equality was not just proclaimed but lived? Or was the clash eternal, destined to repeat as power and greed warped every principle? The history of the 19th and 20th centuries suggests both hope and despair. Rights expanded, freedoms were won, yet new forms of servitude always emerged. The servant in the manor became the worker in the factory, the colonized subject, the exploited migrant. Shadows changed shape, but shadows remained. The clash between ideals and realities was not a failure of ideals. It was proof of their power. They set a standard that tyrants could not erase, a light that revealed every injustice more clearly. But the clash also revealed the fragility of progress, the constant need for vigilance. Every gain could be undone, every right stripped away, unless defended by those willing to remember the cost of silence. And so, history moves forward, pulled by the tension between what is promised and what is lived. The story of universal dignity is not a straight path, but a long, winding struggle, where every step forward carries the risk of being dragged back. Which leads us to the next chapter. The 20th century, when the clash reached its most violent extremes, and the very idea of rights was tested by wars, dictatorships, and unimaginable atrocities, the 20th century was the crucible in which the ideals of universal dignity were tested as never before. If the 18th and 19th centuries had birthed the language of rights, the 20th forced humanity to confront whether those rights could withstand the full weight of war, tyranny, and technological brutality. The promises of equality and liberty faced their harshest trials, not in philosophical debates, but in trenches filled with mud, in concentration camps built with chilling efficiency, and in cities reduced to rubble by bombs that turned night into fire. This was the age when human dignity was both proclaimed with new urgency and trampled with unprecedented violence. World War I shattered illusions of progress. Europe, proud of its Enlightenment ideals and industrial advancements, plunged into a slaughterhouse where millions of common men were sacrificed for the pride of empire. Soldiers in muddy trenches, many of them peasants or workers only recently promised equality, found themselves treated as expendable cogs. Letters from the front reveal not only despair but bitter irony. Men who had been told they were citizens now realized they were still servants, only now to generals and governments instead of nobles. The war was supposed to be fought for freedom and justice, but in the mud of Verdun and the Somme, it became clear that the gap between ideals and reality had widened into a chasm. The interwar years did not heal the wound. Instead, they exposed how fragile freedom remained when economic despair and political chaos struck. Totalitarian regimes rose from the ashes, fueled by promises to restore order and dignity to humiliated nations. Fascism in Italy, Nazism in Germany, Stalinism in the Soviet Union, all exploited the yearning for stability while crushing individual liberty. Propaganda cloaked cruelty in noble language. Citizens were told they were part of a grand destiny, even as their rights were stripped away. In these systems, the old noble arrogance reappeared in modern clothing. Leaders demanding absolute obedience, populations reduced once again to shadows. The Holocaust stands as the most chilling test of human dignity in history. 6 million Jews, along with Roma, disabled people, political dissidents, and countless others were systematically dehumanized and exterminated. The Nazi regime turned cruelty into bureaucracy, genocide into industrial procedure. The very concept of universal rights was mocked by the efficiency with which entire populations were denied the right to exist. Survivors' testimonies reveal the horror of being reduced to a number tattooed on the arm, of watching neighbors vanish into smoke, of clinging to scraps of humanity in a world designed to erase it. And yet, even in that darkness, acts of resistance, smuggling food, preserving culture, whispering prayers, proved that dignity could flicker even where it was most despised. World War II, with its global scale, magnified the contradiction between ideals and realities. The Allied powers spoke of fighting for freedom, yet many of them maintained colonies where millions lived without rights. Soldiers from Africa, India, and Asia fought and died for empires that denied them citizenship. For these men, the war was a bitter education. They shed blood under flags that did not recognize their dignity, and when the war ended, they returned home determined to demand the freedom they had been promised. In this sense, the very hypocrisy of the war fueled the great wave of decolonization that reshaped the second half of the century. From the ashes of such horror emerged the most ambitious attempt yet to codify universal dignity, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. Drafted in the aftermath of the Holocaust and global war, it proclaimed that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. For the first time, the language of dignity was enshrined not just in national constitutions, but in an international vision. Eleanor Roosevelt called it a Magna Carta for all mankind. Yet even this milestone revealed the clash between ideals and realities. Many signatory nations continued practices of discrimination, colonialism, and repression. The Declaration was inspiring, but it was also aspirational. Its true power lay not in immediate enforcement, but in the standard it set, the mirror it held up to nations that failed to live by it. The Cold War era deepened the paradox. Both the United States and the Soviet Union claimed to be champions of human dignity, yet both betrayed it repeatedly. The U.S. proclaimed liberty while enforcing segregation at home and supporting dictators abroad. The Soviet Union proclaimed equality while silencing dissenters in gulags. Each side pointed to the other's failures, and in doing so, inadvertently proved the universality of the struggle. No ideology was immune to the temptation to sacrifice dignity for power. And yet, within this tension, movements for civil rights, workers' rights, and independence gained momentum, fueled by the very contradictions of the superpowers. The 20th century also saw ordinary people become extraordinary defenders of dignity. Martin Luther King Jr. in the United States, Nelson Mandela in South Africa, Mahatma Gandhi in India. These figures embodied the persistence of the ideal, even in the face of brutal realities. Their movements revealed a new truth, that the oppressed could wield ideals as weapons more powerful than armies. By demanding that societies live up to their own proclamations, they exposed hypocrisy and forced change. Their struggles were not isolated. They were continuations of the long servant story, the centuries-old battle to step out of shadows into light. Technology added another dimension to the struggle. The same century that built gas chambers also broadcasted images of civil rights marches and decolonization struggles to global audiences. Atrocities could no longer be hidden so easily. Dignity could now be defended not just by those who suffered, but by those who watched. The birth of a global consciousness was one of the century's unexpected gifts. A servant's cry in one corner of the world could echo across continents, mobilizing solidarity. By the end of the 20th century, the ideals of universal dignity had been both affirmed and betrayed on a scale never before seen. Nations signed treaties, courts prosecuted war crimes, movements achieved independence and rights. Yet genocides still occurred in Rwanda, in Bosnia, in Cambodia. Inequalities persisted. The clash between ideals and realities had not ended, it had intensified. But what was different now was that no atrocity could happen without someone, somewhere, pointing to the ideals and declaring, "This is a violation." The language of rights, born from the shadows of servitude, had become humanity's most powerful tool for self-critique. And so the 20th century left us with a paradox. It was the darkest era for human dignity, but also the one in which dignity was most fiercely defended and defined. The extremes of cruelty and courage sat side by side, each shaping the other. Humanity had walked through fire and come out scarred, but still carrying the fragile flame of its ideals. The question that carried into the 21st century was urgent. After witnessing the best and worst of ourselves, would we finally learn to close the gap between ideals and reality? Or would new forms of servitude and cruelty rise again, wearing different masks, but casting the same shadows? That question opens the door to the next chapter, the ongoing struggles of our own time, where the servant's story is far from finished, and the defense of dignity remains as vital as ever. The 21st century began with the weight of memory and the burden of promise. Humanity had declared again and again that dignity belonged to all, yet the scars of the 20th century were still fresh. The new millennium carried with it a strange duality. On one side, the most advanced expressions of rights and freedoms in history, and on the other, new forms of servitude and oppression, born not from castles and whips, but from corporations, algorithms, borders, and surveillance. The old shadows never disappeared. They simply changed shape, reminding us that the battle for dignity is never finished. One of the first great shocks came with the attacks of September 11th, 2001, which reshaped global politics overnight. In the name of security, governments expanded surveillance, restricted freedoms, and justified wars. Citizens accepted intrusions they once would have resisted, trading liberty for the illusion of safety. Servants of the past once lived under the constant watch of their masters. Now, modern citizens lived under the gaze of cameras, databases, and tracking systems. The language had changed, but the experience of being monitored, controlled, and stripped of privacy felt hauntingly familiar. And just as nobles once claimed authority for order, so too did modern leaders justify intrusions for protection. Meanwhile, globalization promised to shrink distances, but revealed deep inequalities. Millions of workers in developing nations found themselves in conditions eerily similar to the servitude of centuries past. Garment factories in Bangladesh, electronics plants in China, mining camps in Africa, all became the modern kitchens and stables of the global elite. Workers earned pennies while producing goods that sold for fortunes abroad. Fires in sweatshops, collapsed factories, and poisoned rivers told the same old story in new costumes. The many laboring, suffering, even dying so the few might live in comfort. The language of free markets echoed the old language of duty, a polite mask for exploitation. Migration became another frontier of dignity. Millions fled wars, poverty, and climate disasters, only to find themselves treated as unwanted shadows at the borders of wealthier nations. Camps of refugees and migrants grew into sprawling cities of the excluded, where human beings were reduced to statistics, paperwork, or political bargaining chips. The servant who once slept at the foot of a noble's bed now slept in a tent outside the gates of Europe or North America, waiting for a scrap of recognition. Stories from these camps revealed both despair and resilience. Children drawing pictures of lost homes, mothers teaching lessons under tarps, fathers risking oceans in fragile boats. These stories forced the world to confront whether its proclamations of universal dignity were genuine or selective. Technology, while promising liberation, also deepened the struggle. The internet gave voice to the voiceless, allowing marginalized groups to organize, protest, and tell their stories. Hashtags became weapons, digital servants became whistleblowers, and viral images exposed cruelty in real time. Yet the same tools enabled manipulation, disinformation, and new forms of servitude. Social media platforms extracted value from users' every action, turning human attention into the most profitable commodity of the age. It was a subtler form of exploitation, one where people were not whipped into obedience but enticed into endless scrolling, their labor hidden in the data harvested from their lives. In this digital world, The noble no longer sat in a castle, but behind a glowing screen, invisible yet powerful. Climate change added another dimension to the battle for dignity. The poorest communities, often in former colonies, bore the heaviest costs of a crisis they did not create. Rising seas swallowed villages, droughts killed crops, storms destroyed homes. Once again, the many paid the price for the luxuries of the few. Indigenous groups who had long been dismissed or silenced rose to defend the land, their voices demanding recognition not just of rights, but of responsibilities. The struggle for dignity expanded beyond human relationships to include the dignity of the earth itself, a radical reimagining that connected survival with justice. And yet, amid these shadows, sparks of resistance illuminated the century. The Arab Spring showed how quickly people could rise when dignity was denied, even if the outcomes were messy and fragile. The Black Lives Matter movement forced the world to confront systemic racism rooted in centuries of servitude and slavery. The Power Me Too movement gave voice to women silenced by abuse, echoing Olympe de Gouges centuries later. These movements revealed that the story of the servant, the silenced, the humiliated, the exploited, was not locked in the past. It was alive, retold in new forms, proving that the demand for dignity is as timeless as the abuse that tries to suppress it. The 21st century also carried a profound irony. The very institutions created to defend rights were often caught failing them. The United Nations, courts, and governments proclaimed dignity while standing helpless in the face of genocides in Darfur, Syria, or Myanmar. The gap between ideals and realities widened once again, yet with every failure, the world became more aware, more unwilling to ignore the contradictions. This awareness, though painful, was itself a form of progress. Silence no longer came so easily. What is striking about this century is how interconnected struggles have become. A factory collapse in Dhaka sparks outrage in Europe. A protest in Ferguson inspires chants in Hong Kong. A wildfire in the Amazon ignites debates about justice in Africa. The servant's story has become global. The shadows are everywhere, but so is the light. Dignity is no longer a local demand. It is planetary, woven into the survival of humanity itself. And yet, the question persists. Will the 21st century finally close the gap between the ideals humanity proclaims and the realities it endures? Or will we look back on this era as yet another chapter of unkept promises, where freedom was proclaimed loudly but lived unevenly? The battle remains unfinished because dignity is not a static achievement but a constant fight, renewed by each generation. That fight now moves us toward the next part of the journey, the future. If the servant's story has taught us anything, it is that no shadow is permanent, no chain eternal. The question that lingers is whether we, armed with the lessons of history, will finally learn to protect dignity, not just in moments of crisis, but as the daily foundation of human life. Imagining the future of dignity requires us to look both backward and forward at the same time. Backward, because the scars of history still shape the present. Forward, because the choices we make today will decide whether those scars fade or deepen. The story of the servant, which began in the shadows of noble households, has grown into a global narrative about rights, freedom, and survival. But the future is not guaranteed. Dignity, as history has shown again and again, is fragile. It can be proclaimed in words and erased in actions. To imagine its future is to wrestle with both possibility and peril. One of the most pressing frontiers is technology. Artificial intelligence, automation, and digital surveillance are reshaping the relationship between power and labor. Machines can now perform tasks that once belonged to workers, raising questions about what place human beings will have in future economies. Will technology liberate us from drudgery, giving us time to cultivate creativity and community? Or will it create new forms of servitude, where people are valued only as data points, monitored and manipulated by algorithms? Already, workers in warehouses wear trackers that measure every step, every pause, every breath, a digital echo of the old noble's gaze over his servant. The future of dignity may depend on whether technology is harnessed for empowerment or for control. Climate change adds another dimension to this struggle. The survival of entire communities is now tied to forces far beyond their control. Rising seas threaten to erase islands, droughts displace farmers, and wildfires consume villages. Dignity in the future will not be measured only by human relationships, but by our relationship to the earth. Will wealthy nations continue to burn resources while poorer ones drown and starve? Or will humanity finally recognize that justice includes the environment itself? Indigenous groups, long dismissed by industrial societies, may hold the key to this future. Their traditions of stewardship and balance could redefine dignity as something shared between people and planet. The question is whether the world will listen before it is too late. Global inequality is another challenge. The wealth gap between the richest and the poorest continues to widen, creating conditions where millions still live in forms of servitude, even if not under that name. Migrant workers in the Gulf build skyscrapers while living in cramped camps. Farmers in Africa and Asia grow crops for global markets while struggling to feed their families. Gig workers in wealthy nations chase temporary jobs without stability or protection. The servant's story has not ended. It has been outsourced, renamed, hidden in supply chains and digital contracts. The future of dignity will hinge on whether societies are willing to confront this hypocrisy or continue pretending that exploitation is progress. At the same time, there are glimmers of hope. New movements are rising, fueled by young people who refuse to accept the compromises of the past. Climate strikes, demands for racial justice, campaigns for gender equality, protests against surveillance, all show that the battle for dignity is alive and urgent. Unlike past generations, these movements are global from the start, connected by digital networks that allow voices from one corner of the world to echo in another. A protest in Lagos can inspire chants in New York. A fire in the Amazon can spark debates in Berlin. This interconnectedness means that dignity is no longer a local demand but a shared horizon. The challenge will be transforming global outrage into global action. The future of dignity also demands rethinking work itself. For centuries, dignity was tied to labor. Servants earned scraps, workers earned wages, citizens earned rights through productivity. But what happens in a world where machines can perform most labor more efficiently than humans? Will dignity still be tied to productivity, or will societies learn to value existence itself? Ideas like universal basic income, once dismissed as utopian, are now part of serious debates. They raise profound questions. Can a person's worth be recognized simply for being, rather than for producing? If so, humanity may finally sever the link between servitude and survival. But if not, we risk creating a future where millions are discarded as useless, shadows once again. Culture will also play a decisive role. The stories we tell about ourselves shape the futures we build. If films, books, and digital media continue to glorify wealth, power, and domination, then the old hierarchies will persist in new forms. But if we tell stories that center dignity, empathy, and shared survival, then imagination itself becomes a tool of liberation. Already, literature and art are exploring futures where equality is real, where technology serves humanity, where communities thrive without exploitation. These visions are fragile, but they matter, because every revolution in history began first as a story whispered in the dark. Perhaps the greatest challenge is human nature itself. History shows us that greed, fear, and the hunger for control never disappear. They adapt. Every system that promised dignity, republics, revolutions, declarations, has been twisted by those who sought power for themselves. The future will be no different. The question is whether we can build institutions, cultures, and habits strong enough to resist these tendencies. Dignity will never be permanent. It will always require vigilance. The price of freedom, as the saying goes, is eternal watchfulness. And that watchfulness must come not only from laws and courts, but from ordinary people, refusing to forget the lessons of history. The servant's story, then, is not a relic of the past, but a warning for the future. It reminds us that exploitation thrives when silence is accepted, that dignity collapses when people believe shadows are permanent. But it also reminds us of resilience, that even in the darkest times, whispers of defiance can grow into movements, and movements can reshape the world. The future of dignity will depend on whether we carry this memory forward, whether we see ourselves not as isolated individuals, but as heirs to a long struggle that began centuries ago at the foot of a noble's bed. And so, the great unanswered question remains, will the 21st century finally be the moment when humanity closes the gap between ideals and realities? Or will we simply reinvent servitude under new names and new technologies? The answer is not yet written. It will be decided by the choices of this generation, by the courage of those willing to defend dignity, not just for themselves, but for all. The eternal vigilance of dignity is perhaps the hardest lesson history has ever tried to teach. It whispers to us in the ruins of castles, in the ashes of revolutions, in the charred remains of camps and factories, and even in the silent glow of our digital screens. Dignity is not a monument carved once and left to stand for eternity. It is a fragile flame, flickering in the wind of human ambition, greed, and fear. To keep it alive demands attention, sacrifice, and the willingness to see through illusions that promise safety while eroding freedom. If the past 23 parts of this journey have taught us anything, it is that every generation faces the same choice: to protect dignity fiercely or to let it be stolen quietly. The idea that vigilance is eternal might sound exhausting, and in truth, it is. Servants of the past learned this bitterly. Even in moments of freedom, they discovered how quickly power tried to reassert itself. Nobles renamed themselves employers. Chains turned into contracts. Castles became boardrooms. The lesson was clear. Oppression rarely dies, it only mutates. This means that dignity cannot be defended once and for all. It must be guarded in every new disguise it wears. When we forget this, history has a way of reminding us brutally. One of the clearest examples comes from the 20th century itself. After the carnage of World War I, people swore such a tragedy could never happen again. They built treaties, alliances, and declarations. Yet within 2 decades, the world was plunged into even greater horror. The vigilance of one generation was not enough for the next. Promises written on paper proved meaningless when confronted with dictators who understood how quickly fear can silence ideals. The Holocaust and the gulags remain monuments not only to cruelty, but to the danger of believing that dignity, once won, cannot be lost again. In the 21st century, the need for vigilance is no less urgent, though the threats wear subtler clothing. Digital surveillance does not scream like a whip, but it records, profiles, and predicts our every move. Economic exploitation does not lock workers in castles, but traps them in endless cycles of debt, instability, and dependence. Even freedom of speech, once thought secure, is challenged daily by censorship in some nations and by the overwhelming noise of disinformation in others. The risk is not only losing rights through force, but losing them by surrender, one small compromise at a time, until the flame grows dim without anyone noticing. Vigilance also means resisting the comfort of indifference. It is easy to believe that violations happening far away do not concern us. A factory fire in Bangladesh, a migrant camp in Libya, a protest crushed in Myanmar, these can feel distant, irrelevant to our own lives. But history shows that indignity tolerated anywhere becomes a threat everywhere. Servants once endured in silence behind castle walls while villages looked away, thinking it did not concern them. But when rebellion came, it swept through entire regions, proving that silence is never neutral. It is always complicity. To guard dignity eternally means to care, even when it is inconvenient, to see beyond the walls that power tries to build. The arts and memory play a crucial role in this vigilance. Stories of the oppressed, whether whispered in kitchens or broadcast in films, keep dignity alive in imagination. When we read a survivor's testimony, when we see a painting of laborers bent under weight, when we hear a song born from resistance, we are reminded of what is at stake. Memory is not just about honoring the dead, it is about arming the living. This is why tyrants always try to erase history, because forgetting is the enemy of vigilance. If we forget the scars of servitude, we will walk back into its shadows willingly, mistaking them for comfort. Yet vigilance is not only defensive, it is also creative. To defend dignity eternally is to constantly ask new questions. What does freedom mean in a digital age? How do we ensure equality in a world facing climate collapse? How do we prevent exploitation hidden deep within global supply chains? These are not questions our ancestors could answer, but they are questions we must. Eternal vigilance is not about repeating old struggles endlessly. It is about adapting the flame to new winds, ensuring it never goes out no matter how the storm changes. Perhaps the most sobering truth is that vigilance cannot be outsourced. We cannot assume governments, courts, or institutions will protect dignity for us. They are tools, yes, but history shows they are easily corrupted, bent to serve the powerful. Eternal vigilance belongs to ordinary people, in daily choices and collective voices. It is the servant who refuses humiliation, the worker who joins a union, the citizen who questions authority, the neighbor who defends the stranger. These small acts, multiplied across millions, form the invisible shield that keeps dignity alive. Without them, no declaration, no law, no institution can stand. And so we circle back to where this long story began, with shadows and light. The servant at the foot of the noble's bed could not have imagined declarations of rights, revolutions, or global movements, yet their whispers of defiance were the first sparks of the flame we now carry. The question is whether we will protect it with the vigilance they lacked the power to maintain. Eternal vigilance means never assuming the struggle is finished, never assuming chains cannot return, never assuming shadows cannot lengthen again. The story of dignity, then, is both endless and urgent. Each generation inherits the flame, fragile and flickering, and must decide whether to guard it or let it die. History has shown what happens when we fail. Castles filled with suffering, fields soaked with blood, camps built to erase humanity. It has also shown what happens when we succeed. Revolutions, rights, movements, and the slow expansion of equality. Eternal vigilance is the bridge between these outcomes, the only guarantee that tomorrow's story will not repeat yesterday's shadows. And so the narrative leaves us with the sharpest of questions. Will we learn from the past and guard the flame of dignity as though our lives depend on it because they do? Or will we, lulled by comfort and distraction, allow it to gutter out once more? The answer lies not in history books, but in the choices made now and in the vigilance we pass on to those who come next. The servant's story is not just the tale of one class, one period, or one set of struggles. It is, in many ways, the story of humanity itself. Across continents and centuries, in castles and factories, on plantations and in office towers, the same dynamic has repeated. Some hold power, others serve, and the boundary between dignity and degradation is constantly contested. To see the servant's story as humanity's story is to recognize that the fight for respect, recognition, and freedom is not an isolated chapter of the past, but the very thread that stitches history together. At its core, the servant's story reveals the fragility of human worth when measured against systems of hierarchy. In medieval Europe, a servant slept at the foot of a noble's bed. In imperial China, eunuchs navigated the dangerous politics of the palace. In ancient Rome, slaves were paraded in triumphs as symbols of conquest. In modern cities, workers punch time clocks that track every second of their labor. The settings differ, but the essence is the same. Individuals reduced to functions, their humanity overshadowed by their utility. This is why the metaphor of servitude resonates so deeply. It transcends culture and era, reminding us that the struggle against dehumanization is universal. Curiously, the servant's story is also the story of innovation and resilience. Many of the world's greatest cultural achievements were born from those in the shadows. Songs sung by enslaved peoples carried hidden messages of resistance and gave rise to entire musical traditions like blues and gospel. Folktales created by peasants mocked the arrogance of the powerful, passing wisdom disguised as humor. Even culinary traditions often grew from scraps. The servant who had only bones and leftovers found ways to create nourishing meals that became staples of national cuisines. Dignity expressed itself not only in open rebellion, but in the quiet insistence that life could be meaningful even under oppression. The universality of the servant's story lies also in its moral lessons. Power, unchecked, has always sought to silence, exploit, and control. But every time, resistance has emerged. A medieval peasant revolt in England may seem worlds apart from a modern labor strike in Bangladesh, yet the impulse is the same, to demand recognition as human, not just as tool. The story teaches that dignity is never given freely. It is always claimed, often at great cost. And it teaches that every victory, no matter how small, carries forward into the larger arc of human progress. The metaphor becomes even clearer when we consider how societies remember themselves. History books often focus on rulers, generals, and conquerors. Yet what endures in human memory are the stories of ordinary people who refused silence, the narratives of Anne Frank in hiding, of Harriet Tubman guiding enslaved people to freedom, of Gandhi leading salt marches. All are extensions of the servant's story. They remind us that history is not only written in palaces and parliaments, but also in kitchens, fields, and back alleys. Humanity's true story is told not by those who commanded, but by those who endured and resisted. The servant's story also acts as a mirror for our present. When we see migrant workers building glittering skyscrapers they will never live in, or gig workers racing through cities to deliver meals they cannot afford, we are reminded that servitude is not gone. It has only changed costumes. When we see refugees confined to camps or digital laborers monitored by algorithms, we hear echoes of the servant called at midnight to polish boots or carry water. To frame humanity's struggles through the servant's lens is to strip away illusions of progress and recognize the persistence of inequality in its many disguises. Yet the servant's story is not only one of suffering, it is also one of transformation. Every major expansion of rights in history, the abolition of slavery, the recognition of workers' protections, the movements for women's suffrage, civil rights, and decolonization, grew out of the servant's insistence on being seen. These transformations remind us that the arc of history, however jagged, bends toward dignity only because the oppressed bend it themselves. Humanity advances not when the powerful decide to grant favors, but when the powerless refuse to remain invisible. There's also a profound psychological dimension to this story. Servitude teaches fear, but it also teaches awareness. Those who live in shadows often see truths hidden from those in the light. A servant knows the master's weaknesses, a worker understands the machine's flaws, an oppressed people see the cracks in a system that claims perfection. This awareness becomes the seed of resistance. The very condition of being forced into silence cultivates an acute sensitivity to injustice, which in turn fuels the imagination of freedom. In this sense, the servant's perspective is not just historical, it is prophetic, constantly revealing where societies must change. What is perhaps most compelling about viewing humanity through the servant's story is the universality of its hope. Across all ages, the servant has dreamed of dignity, and those dreams have reshaped the world. From whispered prayers in medieval kitchens to chants in modern streets, from hidden songs in cotton fields to digital protests on social media, the longing has remained constant. Dignity is humanity's shared inheritance, and the servant's story is the reminder that it has always been contested but never extinguished. And so we are left with a question as vast as history itself. If the servant's story is humanity's story, what role will each of us play in its next chapter? Will we accept the comforts of silence, allowing shadows to grow once more? Or will we carry forward the flame lit by countless generations who refuse to remain at the foot of the bed? The answer is not written. It is lived daily in choices both small and monumental. Dignity as the foundation of a new human order is not a dream reserved for philosophers or visionaries. It is the logical conclusion of everything humanity has endured. After centuries of servitude, humiliation, rebellion, and reform, we now stand at a point in history where dignity is no longer just a moral aspiration, but a practical necessity. The servant's story has taught us that societies built on domination are fragile, unstable, and destined for collapse. What survives, what truly endures, are the principles that honor the worth of every individual. To imagine a new human order anchored in dignity is to ask, what would the world look like if the lessons of history were finally taken seriously? The first lesson is that dignity must be embedded, not granted. In the past, rulers and governments often bestowed rights as if they were gifts, revocable at any moment. But true dignity cannot depend on the whims of power. It must be recognized as inherent. This means building systems where dignity is not conditional on wealth, citizenship, gender, or status. Imagine a society where healthcare is not a privilege but an acknowledgement of worth, where education is not a favor but a recognition of potential, where work is not exploitation but partnership. These are not utopian dreams. They are the natural application of dignity as a foundation rather than an ornament. Economics is perhaps the most urgent battlefield for this transformation. The old model, inherited from centuries of servitude, treats labor as expendable, a cost to be minimized rather than a life to be honored. But what if economies were designed around dignity? Fair wages, safe working conditions, and meaningful participation would not be optional reforms. They would be the baseline. Cooperatives, where workers share ownership and decision-making, offer a glimpse of this future. So do experiments with universal basic income, which decouple survival from subservience. The question is whether societies will have the courage to prioritize human worth over profit, or whether they will continue to repeat the old cycle of exploitation disguised as progress. Technology, too, must be reimagined through the lens of dignity. At present, it often deepens inequality, reducing people to data points and consumers. But technology also holds the potential to liberate, automating drudgery, connecting voices across continents, expanding access to knowledge. The choice is not whether technology will shape the future, but how. A dignity-based order would ensure that innovation serves humanity, not the other way around. For example, artificial intelligence could be used to lighten workloads rather than replace livelihoods, to expand education rather than manipulate behavior. Surveillance could shift from monitoring individuals to safeguarding environments. The tools are already in our hands. The challenge is aligning them with dignity rather than control. Global governance provides another critical test. The world today is too interconnected for dignity to remain a national project. A collapse in one region ripples across continents. A violation of rights in one country echoes worldwide. A new human order requires institutions that are not only global in scope, but grounded in universal respect. The United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights was a step in this direction, but enforcement remains inconsistent. Imagine a world where violations of dignity, whether forced labor in a factory, suppression of free speech, or ecological destruction, triggered collective accountability, not silence. It would demand courage, yes, but it would also prevent the cycles of atrocity that history has shown us time and again. Culture, too, would need to be reshaped. For centuries, stories celebrated conquest, hierarchy, and wealth. A dignity-based order would elevate different heroes: the servant who resisted, the community that shared, the leader who listened. Education would not only transmit facts, but cultivate empathy, teaching children to see themselves in the lives of others. Art would not merely entertain, but remind, serving as a constant mirror of both humanity's failures and its potential. Memory would no longer be buried, but preserved, because remembering in dignity is the surest way to prevent its return. Perhaps the deepest challenge, however, is psychological. Dignity as a foundation requires unlearning habits of superiority. It demands that those with privilege recognize their worth is not greater, only different. It requires moving beyond competition as the ultimate measure of value, replacing it with collaboration. This is difficult because it touches the oldest instincts: fear, greed, the desire to dominate. And yet, history shows us that domination always collapses under its own weight, while dignity, when honored, creates resilience. A society built on dignity would not be weaker. It would be stronger, because its foundation would not rest on fear but on shared worth. Curiously, we already see glimpses of this new order emerging in unexpected places. In South Africa, the philosophy of Ubuntu, I am because we are, offers a model of dignity rooted in interdependence. In New Zealand, legal recognition of rivers as entities with rights reflects a radical respect for both nature and community. In Scandinavian countries, policies that prioritize well-being over raw profit hint at what economies built on dignity might look like. None of these examples are perfect, but they prove that the idea is not only possible, but already alive in the world. And yet, the dangers remain. Every advance in dignity is met with attempts to roll it back. Authoritarian leaders exploit fear to demand obedience. Corporations lobby to erode protections in the name of profit. Citizens grow weary, tempted by apathy, forgetting how easily shadows return. The servant's story warns us that progress is never permanent. It is always conditional on vigilance. The flame must be carried forward consciously, or it will flicker out. The vision of a new human order built on dignity is not naive. It is necessary. The alternative is to continue repeating the cycle of servitude and rebellion, exploitation and resistance, collapse and rebuilding. We stand at a moment in history where the tools, knowledge, and memory exist to break that cycle. The question is whether humanity will seize the opportunity or squander it. And so the servant's story continues, not as a relic of the past, but as a guide to the future. Its lessons are written not only in books, but in scars, in songs, in whispered defiance. If dignity becomes the foundation of the new order, then perhaps future generations will no longer inherit shadows, but only light. But if not, then the old patterns will return, reminding us once more that dignity neglected is dignity lost. The dangers of forgetting are as old as history itself. Every time a society convinces itself that the lessons of the past no longer matter, it begins laying the groundwork to repeat them. Forgetting does not arrive all at once. It creeps in quietly, like ivy covering the cracks of an old wall, making the structure appear solid even as it weakens underneath. At first, forgetting feels comforting. Who would not want to move past scars, to believe the horrors of servitude, exploitation, or atrocity belong to another era? But comfort breeds complacency, and complacency invites repetition. The greatest danger of forgetting is not simply the loss of memory, but the return of shadows disguised as something new. Consider how quickly generations shift their understanding of suffering. A grandparent who lived through hunger or war may recount stories that chill the bones. But when those stories are no longer told, when textbooks reduce them to a paragraph, the urgency fades. Soon the horrors become abstract, and abstract pain rarely deters real action. After the First World War, Europe swore such destruction could never happen again. Yet within 2 decades, forgetting paved the way for even greater catastrophe. It wasn't that the trenches of Verdun had vanished from memory, but that the full weight of their meaning had dulled. Complacency whispered, "This time will be different." And so the same mistakes returned in deadlier form. Forgetting also operates through deliberate manipulation. Those in power often have incentives to erase, distort, or rewrite the past. Nobles once destroyed records of uprisings to preserve their reputation. Colonial empires suppressed stories of resistance to portray domination as benevolent. Even in the 20th century, regimes built entire propaganda machines to convince populations that atrocities never happened. The Soviet Union erased purged leaders from photographs, while Holocaust deniers even today try to wash away the smoke that still lingers over Europe. To forget, in this sense, is not only a failure of memory, but an act of violence against truth itself. But forgetting is not always forced from above. It also comes from below, born of the human desire to escape pain. Survivors often fall silent, unwilling to relive their trauma. Communities avoid discussing shameful histories to protect their pride. Nations downplay injustices to preserve unity. While these silences are understandable, they create fertile soil for repetition. If no one speaks of the servant's humiliation, of the worker's exploitation, of the prisoner's suffering, then the next generation grows up unaware that dignity can collapse at all. And when they encounter injustice themselves, they may not recognize its familiar shape until it is too late. The power of memory is visible in places where societies have refused to forget. In Germany, memorials stand in city squares, reminders of the Holocaust carved into daily life. In South Africa, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission forced the nation to confront the brutality of apartheid publicly. In Rwanda, annual commemorations of the genocide keep the memory raw, preventing the world from looking away. These acts of remembrance are not about dwelling in pain. They are about protecting dignity by ensuring the cost of losing it is never hidden. Where memory is honored, vigilance grows. Where memory fades, complacency spreads. There's also a more subtle danger in forgetting, the romanticization of oppression. History often gets polished until it gleams falsely. Castles are presented as tourist attractions, without mention of the servants who lived in misery inside them. Colonial mansions are praised for their architecture while ignoring the enslaved hands that built them. Even films and novels sometimes glamorize eras of inequality, filling screens with ballrooms and jewels while erasing the shadows at the edges of the frame. This selective forgetting seduces us into nostalgia for systems that were, in truth, brutal. And nostalgia is a dangerous seed, one that can grow into movements seeking to revive the very hierarchies people once bled to escape. Education becomes the front line in this battle. What children learn, or do not learn, decides whether memory survives. If textbooks gloss over slavery, if schools skip lessons on genocide, if teachers avoid uncomfortable truths, then forgetting is institutionalized. A generation raised without memory is a generation vulnerable to repetition. Yet when young people are taught the full weight of history, including its cruelties and contradictions, they inherit tools of resistance. They learn to recognize the early signs of indignity, to see shadows forming before they become walls. This is why authoritarian regimes so often target education first. Control the story, and you control the future. Forgetting also has a psychological dimension. On a personal level, memory demands responsibility. To remember injustice is to feel its weight and to ask, what am I doing to prevent this from happening again? Forgetting frees us from that burden. It allows us to enjoy comfort without guilt, to consume goods without questioning their origins, to live in peace without acknowledging whose suffering sustains it. But this relief is temporary, because the costs of forgetting eventually resurface, often in the suffering of others first, and then in our own. Perhaps the most chilling danger of forgetting is how ordinary it feels. Atrocities rarely return with fanfare. They creep back step by step. A law that restricts speech here, a workplace that normalizes exploitation there, a border that closes silently against the vulnerable. Each step seems tolerable until the pattern is clear, and by then, memory is too faint to rally resistance. The servant's story warns us that indignity does not return in grand gestures, but in small compromises, and those compromises thrive in the absence of memory. And so the task becomes clear. Memory itself must be defended as fiercely as rights and freedoms. Memorials, testimonies, art, and education are not luxuries, they are shields. They remind us that dignity is fragile, that oppression is cunning, and that vigilance is impossible without remembering what happens when vigilance fails. Forgetting is not neutral, it is permission granted to cruelty. The power of storytelling in protecting dignity is one of humanity's most extraordinary gifts. Long before there were constitutions or declarations of rights, there were stories, whispered in kitchens, sung in fields, carved into wood, painted on walls. These stories carried memory when memory itself was threatened, preserved truths that rulers tried to erase, and gave voice to those who were ordered to remain silent. If forgetting is the greatest danger to dignity, then storytelling is its strongest defense. And not just any storytelling, but storytelling that insists on revealing what power would rather hide. Think of the servant who dared not confront the noble directly, but could tell a tale to other servants, mocking the arrogance of the master through a fable about a greedy wolf or a foolish lion. On the surface, it was entertainment. Underneath, it was resistance. In many cultures, folktales became secret codes of survival. African slaves in the Americas told stories of Brer Rabbit or Anansi the Spider, trickster figures who outwitted stronger enemies. These were not just bedtime tales. They were lessons in resilience, reminding listeners that cleverness and patience could overcome even brutal strength. Storytelling turned oppression into wisdom and wisdom into survival. What makes storytelling powerful is that it bypasses defenses. Laws can be ignored, statistics can be buried, but a story lingers in the mind. When a survivor describes what it feels like to be reduced to a number, or a child sketches their destroyed village, that narrative does not fade easily. This is why dictators fear stories. The Nazi regime burned books, Stalin censored writers, slaveholders forbade literacy. They understood that controlling narratives meant controlling memory, and controlling memory meant controlling the future. Yet, despite these efforts, stories slipped through cracks, hidden in diaries, carried in songs, passed secretly between generations. Even in silence, storytelling found a way to live. In the 20th century, testimonies became an explicit weapon against forgetting. The Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel once said, "To forget would be not only dangerous but offensive. To forget the dead would be akin to killing them a second time." His memoir Night ensured that the world could never fully turn away from the smoke rising from Auschwitz. In South Africa, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission allowed victims of apartheid to tell their stories publicly, transforming personal pain into collective reckoning. In the United States, narratives from formerly enslaved people recorded during the 1930s Works Progress Administration preserved voices that slavery had tried to silence. In every case, storytelling became a shield, protecting dignity by making suffering visible, undeniable, unforgettable. But storytelling is not only about tragedy, it also celebrates resilience. Stories of triumph remind us that dignity is not merely the absence of humiliation, but the presence of humanity. Consider how songs of resistance fueled the civil rights movement in America. We Shall Overcome was not simply music. It was a narrative woven into melody, a declaration of worth sung in the face of tear gas and police dogs. Or think of Nelson Mandela telling his story of 27 years in prison, transforming his suffering into a parable of endurance and reconciliation. These narratives did not only record injustice, they inspired action, proving that storytelling does not merely preserve the past, it shapes the future. In today's world, storytelling has taken on new forms, but retains the same power. Social media platforms allow stories to spread across the globe in seconds. A single video of police brutality, a photograph of a refugee child washed ashore, a thread written by a worker describing exploitation, these narratives ignite movements. Me Too began with stories whispered in private, later shouted online, breaking the silence around abuse. Black Lives Matter rose from personal testimonies that became global demands. In each case, storytelling transformed isolated experiences into collective truths, creating solidarity where silence once prevailed. Curiously, even fiction carries immense power in protecting dignity. Novels like George Orwell's 1984 or Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale are not literal testimonies, yet they reveal truths about power, control, and the erosion of dignity. By imagining extreme worlds, they make us recognize warning signs in our own. Storytelling in this sense is not only about remembering what has happened, but anticipating what might, offering us a mirror of possible futures. When we see ourselves in those mirrors, we are reminded of the urgency of vigilance. Yet storytelling also carries risk. Narratives can protect dignity, but they can also be twisted to undermine it. Propaganda is storytelling used as a weapon of domination rather than liberation. Myths of superiority have fueled racism, nationalism, and exploitation for centuries. When stories glorify the master and erase the servant, they become accomplices to oppression. This is why discerning which stories we tell and how we tell them matters. Protecting dignity requires not only remembering, but resisting false narratives designed to justify cruelty. Still, the resilience of authentic storytelling is extraordinary. Even when buried, it resurfaces. Even when distorted, truth eventually seeps through. Survivors of slavery, genocide, or dictatorship often describe storytelling as a duty, a responsibility to those who did not survive. This duty ensures that indignity is not the final word, that even in the darkest shadows, voices will rise to declare, we were here, we mattered, and our story continues. And so the power of storytelling lies in its ability to transform isolation into connection. A servant's humiliation in the Middle Ages may feel distant, but when we hear it described in detail, it echoes in the struggles of a garment worker today. A refugee's plea may seem foreign until their words reveal fears and hopes identical to our own. Stories shrink distances across time and space, making dignity not an abstract principle but a shared reality. And so, storytelling becomes the bridge between memory and action. It reminds us of where we have been, reveals where we are, and warns us of where we might go. Without stories, dignity fades into abstraction. With them, it becomes tangible, urgent, alive. The voice of the voiceless has always been history's most disruptive sound. For centuries, entire groups of people were treated as if their words did not matter. Servants in the halls of nobles, enslaved people in the fields, factory workers drowned in the noise of machines, women silenced by law or custom, minorities erased from the record. Silence was not natural, it was enforced. Power depends on silence because silence hides injustice. Yet, time and again, those deemed voiceless found ways to speak, and when they did, the world shifted. The story of humanity is not just about kings and conquerors, it is about the moments when the unheard finally made themselves heard. In the earliest days, the voiceless spoke through whispers and coded forms of expression. Servants told jokes at the expense of their masters, disguised as harmless humor. Enslaved Africans in the Americas used spirituals to communicate escape routes, their songs carrying double meanings, praise on the surface, rebellion beneath. Women excluded from formal politics wrote diaries and letters that later revealed the emotional and intellectual landscapes hidden beneath a facade of silence. These voices were not absent. They were muted, disguised, forced underground. The miracle is that they survived at all, passed hand to hand, generation to generation, waiting for a time when the world would finally listen. The 19th and 20th centuries marked an explosion of these voices breaking into the open. Formerly enslaved men and women published memoirs that exposed the cruelty of slavery in unflinching detail. Frederick Douglass's autobiography, for instance, revealed the brutality of servitude, while also demonstrating the intellectual brilliance that slavery tried to deny. In Europe, workers organized and published manifestos, demanding recognition not only as laborers, but as human beings with thoughts, rights, and aspirations. In colonized nations, poets and activists wrote in both native and imperial languages, transforming the tools of oppression into weapons of liberation. Their words traveled farther than their bodies ever could, seeding revolutions with ink and paper. The 20th century amplified these voices with technology. The radio carried songs of resistance into homes. Film projected images of struggle onto global screens. Television broadcast civil rights marches to living rooms across the world. Suddenly, the voiceless could no longer be confined to the margins. When Martin Luther King Jr. declared, "I have a dream," his voice reached millions, not because he stood in a pulpit, but because microphones and cameras carried his words beyond physical boundaries. Likewise, when Nelson Mandela spoke after decades in prison, his voice represented not only his own struggle, but that of an entire people long silenced under apartheid. Technology transformed whispers into thunder, forcing even the powerful to listen. In the 21st century, the internet has become the loudspeaker of the voiceless. Social media allows individuals, even in the most repressive environments, to share their stories with the world. A single video recorded on a phone can expose injustice, spark outrage, and ignite global movements. The Arab Spring began not with armies, but with ordinary people sharing their grievances online. Anchor Me Too started as individual testimonies of abuse, but grew into a global chorus demanding accountability. Black Lives Matter was fueled by the voices of victims and families, amplified through hashtags until they became undeniable. These movements reveal that the so-called voiceless are never truly without voice. They're only waiting for a channel that can carry their words beyond the barriers imposed on them. But the rise of new platforms brings its own challenges. The same tools that amplify the voiceless can also drown them in noise, distortion, or manipulation. Disinformation spreads alongside truth, Trolls and automated bots attempt to silence or discredit those who speak out. This mirrors the old struggle. Once, nobles punished servants for speaking. Now, digital mobs or authoritarian regimes attempt to overwhelm or erase dissent. The voiceless are still vulnerable, their newfound channels precarious. Yet even in this chaos, authentic voices cut through. A mother's testimony about losing her child to war, a worker describing exploitation in a factory, a refugee recounting the peril of crossing an ocean. These stories pierce through noise because they carry the weight of undeniable humanity. What makes the voice of the voiceless so transformative is its ability to reframe reality. When only the powerful speak, the world seems orderly, justified, inevitable. But when the voiceless interrupt, they reveal cracks in the facade. Suddenly, the master's generosity looks like theft, the employer's opportunity looks like exploitation, the empire's civilization looks like conquest. These revelations destabilize power because they shift perception. And once perception shifts, action follows. Laws are questioned, movements rise, revolutions ignite. The arts have always been allies in this process. Literature, film, and music often serve as platforms for the silenced. Toni Morrison wrote novels that gave voice to the legacy of slavery in America, refusing to let it be forgotten. The Chilean singer Victor Jara used his music to denounce dictatorship, paying with his life, but leaving behind songs that still echo. Indigenous filmmakers now tell stories once erased by colonial narratives, reclaiming history from silence. These creative voices are not mere entertainment. They are acts of survival and defiance, ensuring that those who once had no stage now have the world as their audience. Yet, the most profound aspect of the voiceless finding their voice is not simply that they speak. It is that we are forced to confront whether we will listen. History is filled with moments when voices rose but were ignored until it was too late. Warnings of genocide unheeded, cries of workers dismissed until revolutions exploded, testimonies of abuse silenced until movements erupted. The measure of a society's dignity lies not only in who is allowed to speak, but in whether their voices are truly heard. And so, the servant's story, carried across centuries, reaches this pivotal point. The voiceless have always found ways to speak, but the challenge has always been the same. Will the world allow their words to reshape it, or will it push them back into silence? The answer decides whether dignity expands or contracts, whether freedom deepens or fades. When silence becomes impossible, history itself begins to shift. For centuries, power has depended on silence, on servants who bowed without protest, on workers who endured without complaint, on citizens who swallowed injustice because they believed no one would listen. Silence has been the invisible thread, stitching together hierarchies, preserving illusions of order. But silence is never permanent. It builds pressure like steam in a closed vessel, and when it finally bursts, the release is not gentle. It is explosive. The collapse of silence is often the most dangerous and the most transformative moment in any society. The pattern is remarkably consistent across time. At first, silence seems total. Nobles, rulers, or employers appear unassailable, their commands unquestioned. Beneath this facade, however, resentment accumulates. Every humiliation, every lash of the whip, every stolen wage adds weight to the silence. People whisper in kitchens, mutter in workshops, trade glances that say more than words. Slowly, these hidden murmurs form networks. By the time silence finally breaks, it is rarely the first word spoken. It is the thousandth, built on years of swallowed truth that could no longer be contained. Consider the French Revolution. For decades, peasants and servants endured starvation while nobles danced in Versailles. Bread was scarce, taxes relentless, and justice obvious. Yet for years, silence held. When it finally collapsed in 1789, it was sudden and unstoppable. The storming of the Bastille was not the beginning of discontent, but the moment when discontent became impossible to silence. Silence had hidden hunger. Now the roar of the crowd revealed it. The same pattern appears again in 1917 Russia, when years of inequality and failed wars erupted into revolution. Silence cracked in factories and barracks, and once it broke, the empire itself unraveled. The same phenomenon occurs outside the realm of politics. In the American Civil Rights Movement, silence around segregation had lasted generations. Black communities endured humiliation under Jim Crow laws. Their voices often ignored or violently suppressed. But silence collapsed in the 1950s and 60s, not just through speeches of leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., but through the collective refusal of millions to remain quiet. Rosa Parks' act of defiance was powerful precisely because it represented thousands of unspoken protests suddenly made visible. Once silence broke, the system could not return to its old stability. Every march, every sit-in, every song in the streets made silence more impossible than the day before. The collapse of silence is not always dramatic. Sometimes it begins with the smallest cracks. A factory worker writes a pamphlet. A journalist publishes an expose. A servant whispers to a neighbor who whispers to another. These moments seem minor at first, but they weaken the illusion that silence is universal. And once one person speaks, others find the courage to follow. This is why regimes and employers alike fear the first voice more than the thousandth. It proves silence can be broken, and once that truth is revealed, it can never be hidden again. In the 21st century, silence collapses faster than ever before. Digital networks amplify voices that once would have been smothered. A single video of injustice can go viral, sparking outrage across the world in hours. The Me Too movement was built on countless silences finally collapsing together. Stories whispered for decades that suddenly poured into the open. Black Lives Matter, too, was ignited by silence shattered. Testimonies, images, and videos that made denial impossible. These collapses remind us that silence is powerful, but fragile. It can hold for centuries, then crumble in a single day. Yet the collapse of silence is never without danger. When words flood out after being suppressed for too long, they carry not only truth, but fury. Revolutions that begin with dignity can slide into violence. Movements that demand justice can be met with brutal crackdown. The storming of silence unleashes energy that cannot be easily controlled, and history shows that it often devours both oppressors and the oppressed. This is why the collapse of silence is both necessary and perilous. It opens the door to freedom, but also to chaos. Curiously, even those who benefit from silence often sense when it is nearing its end. Nobles in France before the Revolution attempted reforms, sensing unrest. Employers in industrial cities tried to raise wages slightly to quiet discontent. Dictators today flood media with propaganda, desperate to preserve silence by drowning out other voices. These efforts sometimes delay the collapse, but rarely prevent it. Once silence has cracked, no amount of patching can fully restore it. At best, it is postponed. At worst, the repression deepens the eventual eruption. What makes the collapse of silence so profound is that it redefines identity. People who once saw themselves only as shadows suddenly see themselves as voices. Servants become citizens. Workers become movements. The oppressed become authors of history rather than footnotes. This transformation is not just political. It is psychological, even spiritual. It is the moment when people discover that silence was never destiny, only circumstance. That realization cannot be undone, even if the struggle continues. The lesson of history is clear. Silence always collapses. It may last for years or centuries, but eventually the weight becomes unbearable. The question is not whether silence will end, but how. Will it collapse violently in revolutions that tear societies apart, or constructively, in movements that channel voices into lasting change? That choice is made not at the moment of collapse, but long before, in how societies respond to the first cracks. The cycle of silence and speech is one of the most recurring rhythms in human history. It is as if societies breathe in silence, holding it painfully until the pressure is too much, and then exhale in bursts of speech that shake the world. This cycle reveals both the resilience of human dignity and the fragility of human institutions. Time after time, those in power impose silence, believing it will last forever. Time after time, the silenced find their voices, sometimes in whispers, sometimes in roars. And yet, even after breakthroughs, silence often creeps back, trying to reclaim what speech had won. Understanding this cycle is essential if we ever hope to break free from its grip. The pattern often begins with domination. Those who rule create structures designed to silence dissent. In feudal Europe, servants who spoke against their masters risked brutal punishment. In colonial empires, entire populations were denied education so they could not articulate their suffering. In modern dictatorships, censorship and surveillance suffocate speech before it can grow into resistance. The cycle begins with enforced silence, which may appear stable, but in reality, it is always brittle. Beneath the calm surface, resentment simmers. History shows us that silence is never as solid as it appears. It is a dam holding back a flood. The breaking point comes when silence can no longer contain truth. This may start with a single act of speech, a servant's defiance, a pamphlet distributed secretly, a protest chant shouted into the night. Once the dam cracks, others join in, finding courage in the example. Suddenly, voices spread faster than power can suppress them. The Arab Spring began this way. One man's desperate act of protest in Tunisia ignited an entire region, shattering silences that had lasted decades. Similarly, the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 was preceded by years of whispers that finally became marches too large to silence. The exhale of speech arrives like a storm, unpredictable, uncontrollable, transformative. Yet after the flood, silence often returns in new forms. Revolutions topple rulers, but the new leaders sometimes fear speech as much as the old ones did. The Soviet Union rose from the voices of workers demanding dignity, yet quickly instituted its own machinery of silence, crushing dissent in gulags. Post-colonial nations, once liberated from empires, sometimes silenced opposition in the name of unity or security. Even democracies, founded on free expression, have drifted into periods where speech was curtailed by fear. Consider the McCarthy era in the United States, when suspicion of communism led to blacklists and censorship. The cycle continues because power, once obtained, is always tempted to silence critique. This oscillation is not only political, but cultural. Generations often move between openness and silence. Parents who lived through oppression may encourage their children to remain quiet, to avoid danger. The next generation, restless under this inherited silence, pushes back, finding its voice through protests, art, and new forms of communication. Then, when they succeed, their children may take speech for granted, until complacency allows silence to creep back. The cycle is not just systemic, it is generational, woven into the fabric of how memory is transmitted. Technology has accelerated this cycle. In the past, silences could last centuries because speech traveled slowly. Today, silence can collapse overnight with the spread of a single video or post. But the reverse is also true. Speech can be buried quickly under floods of disinformation, manipulation, or distraction. The digital world makes expression easier but also more fragile. We now live in an age where silence is no longer the absence of words, but the drowning of truth in an ocean of noise. This new form of silence is harder to recognize, which makes it all the more dangerous. Despite this, the cycle is not entirely hopeless. Each time speech returns, it leaves behind traces that cannot be erased. Even when silence reasserts itself, it never does so on the same terms. The memory of voices lingers, like echoes in a cavern, reminding future generations that silence can be broken. The French Revolution may have ended an empire, but it left behind the idea of equality. The civil rights movement faced setbacks, but it carved into history the truth that segregation could not endure forever. Each cycle adds layers of resilience, making it harder for silence to fully dominate again. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of this cycle is the role of stories in sustaining speech across silences. When direct expression is impossible, stories carry memory through the quiet. Folk tales, songs, coded language, all preserve the possibility of speech until the moment comes to speak openly again. In this way, even silence is not absolute. It is a pause, a concealment, a waiting room for voices that will eventually return. The cycle persists, but so does the persistence of dignity. The challenge for humanity is whether we can finally escape the loop. Can we build societies where speech is not a fleeting eruption but a constant presence? Can we create systems strong enough to resist the temptation of silencing dissent, yet flexible enough to manage the chaos that open voices bring? Breaking the cycle would mean transforming speech from an act of rebellion into an ordinary part of daily life, protected not just by law but by culture, memory, and vigilance. And so, the servant story leads us once again to the same unresolved tension. Silence and speech are forever wrestling, each gaining ground, each refusing to disappear. The question that remains is whether humanity will learn to balance them, or whether we are doomed to repeat the endless oscillation. Beyond the cycle, can dignity become permanent? This is perhaps the most radical question humanity can ask itself, because it requires imagining a world that has never existed. For all of recorded history, dignity has been fragile, dependent on the rise and fall of rulers, the generosity of masters, or the success of revolutions. It has been gained with effort and lost with shocking speed, restored briefly, and then undermined again. To ask whether dignity can become permanent is to wonder whether we can finally break free from the loop of silence and speech, oppression and rebellion, progress and regression. It is to ask whether dignity can stop being the exception and finally become the rule. The first challenge lies in redefining what permanence even means. Dignity is not like a monument carved from stone. It cannot simply be built once and left to stand for eternity. It is closer to a flame that must be protected, nourished, and shielded from winds. But permanence does not necessarily mean invulnerability. It could mean creating conditions where dignity is so deeply embedded in culture, institutions, and everyday life that no single tyrant, no temporary crisis, could fully extinguish it. In other words, permanence may not mean perfection. It may mean resilience. Resilience, however, requires design. Societies that have tried to anchor dignity permanently often failed because they built structures without tending to culture. The Weimar Republic in Germany, for example, had a constitution filled with rights and freedoms. Yet, when economic collapse and political extremism struck, those guarantees proved fragile, swept away by the rise of Nazism. The lesson is stark. Dignity cannot survive if it exists only on paper. It must live in habits, education, and the daily assumptions of ordinary people. Permanent dignity would require a culture where violating another person's worth is as unthinkable as drinking poison, something that offends instinct, not just law. Economics is another cornerstone. Throughout history, dignity has been undermined most consistently by survival needs. A servant obeyed because their family needed bread. A worker endured exploitation because the alternative was hunger. If dignity is to become permanent, survival must never be at odds with worth. Imagine a system where no one fears starvation, homelessness, or abandonment, where basic needs, food, shelter, healthcare, education, are guaranteed, not as charity, but as recognition of inherent value. Some nations have moved toward this with social safety nets and welfare programs, but even these often waver under political pressures. Permanent dignity would demand economies built not on scarcity and competition, but on equity and inclusion. Technology, paradoxically, could be both the greatest threat and the greatest ally in this quest. On one hand, surveillance systems, algorithmic control, and automation risk reducing humans to data, stripping away individuality and freedom. On the other hand, technology also offers tools for transparency, connection, and empowerment. Blockchain systems could make exploitation harder to hide in supply chains. Artificial intelligence could free humans from repetitive labor, giving time for creativity and care. Digital platforms could amplify marginalized voices beyond the reach of censorship. The permanence of dignity may depend on whether technology becomes a tool of control or a platform of liberation. Education, too, must be reimagined. In most societies, education is focused on productivity, training workers, preparing citizens to obey laws, producing useful individuals. But education rooted in dignity would focus first on empathy, memory, and responsibility. It would teach not only how to calculate and produce, but how to care, to question, to recognize injustice when it appears. If each generation is taught to see dignity as non-negotiable, the cycle of silence and speech might finally be interrupted. The stories of servants, workers, enslaved peoples, and rebels would not be optional lessons, but core truths, woven into the foundation of identity. But even with these changes, one obstacle remains: human nature. Greed, fear, and the desire to dominate are as old as humanity itself. Can dignity ever be truly permanent in a species so prone to exploitation? The answer may lie not in erasing these instincts, but in containing them. Just as laws restrain violence and taboos restrain chaos, societies can create norms that make exploitation less rewarding and cooperation more beneficial. Permanent dignity would mean building systems where selfishness cannot easily undermine collective worth, where institutions and communities are strong enough to resist even the worst impulses of individuals. We already see glimpses of what this might look like. The abolition of slavery, once thought impossible, is now considered permanent in most of the world, despite its persistence in hidden forms. The recognition of women's political rights, though incomplete, has reached a level where reversal seems unimaginable in many countries. These examples show that dignity can, at least in some areas, move from fragile experiment to durable foundation. They remind us that permanence is not absolute, but progress can accumulate until backsliding becomes nearly impossible. Still, permanence requires more than defense. It requires imagination. We must constantly ask, what new forms of servitude are emerging? Gig economies that strip workers of security, digital platforms that exploit attention, climate policies that sacrifice the poor for the comfort of the wealthy. All these are modern tests of dignity. To achieve permanence, societies must anticipate indignities before they calcify, addressing them while they are still cracks rather than waiting until they are canyons. Vigilance, therefore, is not separate from permanence. It is its essence. Perhaps the ultimate measure of permanent dignity would be whether it extends beyond humanity itself. Indigenous philosophies and modern ecological movements both suggest that dignity must also include the natural world. If forests, rivers, and animals are treated only as resources, then humans will inevitably exploit one another in the same way. A new human order rooted in dignity might one day recognize the rights of the earth itself. This would be the most radical step, but also the most necessary, because the survival of dignity is inseparable from the survival of life itself. And so, we return to the servant's story, reframed as humanity's story. Can dignity become permanent? History says no, not yet, but history also shows progress once thought impossible. The future will depend on whether we are willing to learn from the cycles of silence and speech, not simply enduring them, but breaking them. Permanence will not arrive as a gift. It must be built, lived, defended, and constantly renewed. The responsibility of memory and imagination is perhaps the heaviest and most transformative burden humanity carries. Memory alone prevents us from repeating the same mistakes, while imagination allows us to shape futures that break free from old cycles of silence and servitude. Without memory, progress collapses into repetition. Without imagination, progress becomes a museum piece, preserved but never expanded. Together, they act as the twin guardians of dignity, one looking back to preserve the truth, the other looking forward to build what has never yet existed. Memory begins with honesty. Too often, societies attempt to sanitize the past, to polish it into something more comfortable. Castles are celebrated as architectural marvels, while the misery of the servants who kept them running is quietly ignored. Nations glorify the victories of their empires, but rarely confront the chains that bound millions of colonized people. This selective memory is dangerous because it feeds nostalgia. Nostalgia for simpler times often masks brutality, allowing shadows to creep back disguised as golden light. The responsibility of memory is to resist this temptation, to preserve not only the triumphs, but also the traumas. A true memory does not flatter, it warns. The power of such warning is evident in societies that chose to remember openly. Germany, after the Holocaust, built monuments not to its triumphs, but to its victims. The Stolperstein, small brass plaques placed outside homes of deported Jews, turn city streets into memorials. Every passerby is forced to confront memory, not just in museums, but in daily life. South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission worked not by erasing the violence of apartheid, but by recording it through testimony, making memory a living part of national healing. These acts of remembrance do not erase scars, but they transform them into reminders of dignity's fragility. They teach that forgetting is never neutral. It is an invitation for cruelty to return. Yet memory without imagination can become a trap. If we only look backward, we risk being defined solely by our wounds. Survivors of servitude or oppression often feel the tension between honoring the past and being imprisoned by it. Communities scarred by war sometimes find themselves reliving trauma in endless cycles of revenge. For dignity to flourish, memory must be paired with imagination, the capacity to see beyond pain into possibility. Imagination allows us to ask, if indignity was once normalized but is now unthinkable, what injustices today might one day seem equally absurd? Take, for example, the abolition of slavery. For centuries, it was considered a permanent feature of human society. Philosophers, economists, and rulers all declared it inevitable, yet abolitionists imagined otherwise. They pictured a world where human beings could not be owned, and they spoke that vision aloud until it reshaped reality. Today, most of the world sees slavery as a horror of the past, proving that imagination can redefine what is possible. The responsibility of imagination now demands we ask the same about other indignities: poverty, refugee camps, sweatshops, environmental destruction. What if these too are not inevitable, but simply waiting for imagination to transform them? Storytelling becomes the bridge between memory and imagination. It keeps the past alive while opening doors to futures we cannot yet see. A diary from a Holocaust survivor preserves memory. A dystopian novel imagines what might happen if vigilance fails again. Folk songs of enslaved people remind us of cruelty endured. Protest music imagines freedom not yet realized. In each case, stories do double duty. They anchor us in truth while pulling us toward possibility. This is why authoritarian regimes fear both history and art. One exposes their lies, the other threatens their permanence. Education is where the responsibility of memory and imagination most clearly intersects. A classroom that teaches only dates and victories betrays memory. One that refuses to inspire imagination betrays the future. The most powerful education teaches young people not just what happened, but why it matters and how it might be different next time. For instance, teaching about the Industrial Revolution should not stop at steam engines and factories. It should include the workers who died in unsafe mills and then challenge students to imagine economies where such sacrifices are no longer required. Memory provides the truth. Imagination supplies the blueprint. On a personal level, this responsibility weighs heavily too. Each of us carries memories of indignities, whether suffered personally or inherited through family and culture. The choice is whether to silence them, letting them fade, or to transform them into lessons for ourselves and others. At the same time, each of us carries imagination, the ability to picture our own lives differently, to refuse roles assigned by systems that diminish us. When an individual combines memory and imagination, they embody dignity in its most powerful form, aware of where they have come from, but not confined by it. Curiously, even communities that seem powerless often exercise this responsibility best. Refugee camps, for example, are filled with trauma, but also with schools built from tarps, with plays and songs that preserve culture, with children who imagine futures beyond fences. In these spaces, memory and imagination intertwine daily, remembering homes lost, imagining homes to come. The dignity of these acts is profound because it asserts humanity even when systems deny it. The danger, of course, is neglect. If societies fail to remember, indignities return. If they fail to imagine, injustices harden into permanence. The responsibility is therefore constant, not occasional. Memory must be maintained through testimony, ritual, and education. Imagination must be cultivated through art, dialogue, and innovation. Together, they ensure that dignity is not just defended, but expanded. Building institutions of dignity is one of the most difficult tasks humanity has ever faced, because it requires more than lofty declarations or passing reforms. It demands structures strong enough to protect the vulnerable, flexible enough to adapt to change, and transparent enough to resist corruption. Throughout history, the absence of such institutions has allowed shadows to grow, letting cruelty thrive behind the walls of castles, factories, or offices. The challenge is not only to imagine dignity, but to embed it into the machinery of daily life, so that no ruler, employer, or system can easily strip it away. Laws are the first layer of this construction. Written codes can declare the rights of individuals, define protections, and set limits on power. The Magna Carta in 1215, though flawed and limited, marked one of the first attempts to formalize dignity against the arbitrary will of kings. Centuries later, constitutions and bills of rights carried this idea further, giving ordinary citizens language to hold rulers accountable. Yet laws alone are fragile. They can be twisted by clever arguments, ignored by corrupt officials, or suspended in moments of fear. The Weimar Constitution promised freedoms, but without robust institutions to enforce them, it crumbled before the rise of totalitarianism. Dignity cannot rest on words alone. It requires living guardians. Courts and legal systems attempt to serve as those guardians. Independent judiciaries, when functioning well, can check abuses of power, ensuring even the mighty must answer to the same rules as the weak. The Nuremberg trials, after World War II, demonstrated this principle on a global scale. Leaders who committed atrocities were not shielded by rank, but courts too can falter. In authoritarian regimes, judges often become extensions of rulers rather than protectors of the people. Even in democracies, access to justice is often determined by wealth, leaving the poor effectively silenced. To build institutions of dignity, courts must be more than formal. They must be accessible, fair, and resistant to capture by elites. Education is another institution with enormous potential to safeguard dignity. Schools do more than transfer knowledge. They shape citizens' sense of worth and possibility. A curriculum that erases slavery or colonialism teaches silence. One that confronts these histories honestly prepares generations to resist their return. Finland's educational system, with its emphasis on equality and critical thinking, shows how institutions can nurture dignity by refusing to reduce students to test scores or economic tools. But education can also betray dignity when it is used to indoctrinate or exclude. Segregated schools in the United States once reinforced inequality rather than dismantling it. The institution itself is neutral. Its impact depends on whether it is built around control or liberation. Economic systems also function as institutions of dignity or indignity. Consider the difference between sweatshops that treat workers as disposable and cooperatives, where workers share ownership and decision-making. In one, survival depends on silence. In the other, dignity is woven into the fabric of labor. The New Deal in the United States during the Great Depression, which introduced protections like Social Security and labor rights, demonstrates how institutional change can transform daily life. Suddenly, millions of people were shielded from the worst abuses of economic collapse. Yet, even these reforms were imperfect, excluding many women and minorities. The lesson is clear. Unless institutions are explicitly designed to include everyone, they risk repeating old patterns of exclusion under new names. Global institutions present both promise and frustration. After the devastation of the 20th century, the United Nations was created with the vision of protecting peace and dignity on a worldwide scale. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 was a landmark moment, declaring that dignity belonged to all humanity. And yet, enforcement remains uneven. The same nations that signed the Declaration often ignored it when inconvenient, supporting dictatorships or waging wars that betrayed the very principles they had pledged. Still, the existence of such institutions matters, because they provide a framework against which hypocrisy can be judged. Even when violated, their ideals remain weapons in the hands of activists and citizens who demand accountability. One often overlooked institution of dignity is the press. Journalism, when free and responsible, exposes hidden abuses and amplifies silenced voices. The Pentagon Papers revealed truths about the Vietnam War that governments tried to bury. Investigative reporters have uncovered everything from corporate exploitation to political corruption. Yet the press can also be manipulated, becoming a mouthpiece for the powerful instead of a watchdog. In an era of disinformation, the role of media as an institution of dignity is both more vital and more vulnerable than ever. A society that loses its independent press quickly finds itself slipping into shadows. Religious and cultural institutions, too, play dual roles. At their best, they uplift dignity by teaching compassion, community, and justice. Liberation theology in Latin America, for instance, empowered the poor to resist oppression, framing dignity as divine. At their worst, these same institutions justify inequality, demanding obedience in the name of tradition or faith. The challenge lies not in whether such institutions exist, but in whether they align themselves with the protection of human worth rather than the preservation of power. Building institutions of dignity also requires accountability. Transparency is not glamorous, but it is crucial. A government that cannot be questioned, a company that hides its practices, or a school that refuses scrutiny will inevitably drift toward exploitation. Institutions last only if they are constantly tested by those they serve. This is why democracy, flawed as it is, remains one of humanity's greatest inventions. Not because it guarantees dignity, but because it provides a mechanism for challenging those who betray it. The paradox of institutions is that they are both necessary and insufficient. They give structure to ideals, but they can also calcify into tools of oppression if left unexamined. True permanence requires not only building them, but continuously reshaping them. The servant's story teaches us that even the strongest walls crumble if the people inside stop believing in the dignity they were meant to protect. Which leaves us with a deeper question. If institutions are only as strong as the people who sustain them, then how do individuals and communities cultivate the courage to hold them accountable, especially when doing so carries great risk? The courage to hold institutions accountable has always been the invisible thread pulling societies forward. Institutions may be built to protect dignity, but they are not immune to decay, corruption, or capture by those who value power over justice. Without individuals and communities brave enough to confront them, even the most noble institutions turn hollow. The question, then, is not only how we design systems, but how we cultivate people willing to stand against them when they betray their purpose. Courage, in this sense, is not a rare spark. It is the lifeblood of dignity. History is full of examples where institutions seemed untouchable until ordinary people challenged them. In the United States, during the Civil Rights Movement, courts and legislatures had long upheld segregation. It took the courage of individuals like Rosa Parks refusing to give up her seat, or students enduring beatings at lunch counters, to expose the hypocrisy of those systems. These acts were small in scale but enormous in consequence. They revealed that courage is often most powerful when it defies silence in the simplest, most visible ways. A refusal, a march, a song, these can unravel an institution's pretense of legitimacy. Courage is rarely comfortable. It demands sacrifice, sometimes of safety, sometimes of livelihood, sometimes of life itself. The Polish workers at the Gdansk shipyard in 1980, who formed the Solidarity movement, risked imprisonment and death, yet their defiance eventually toppled communist control in Eastern Europe. Their courage was not loud at first. It was born in whispers, clandestine meetings, and the quiet passing of leaflets. Only later did it grow into rallies and strikes. This pattern is common. Courage begins invisibly, nurtured by fear, but refusing to yield to it, until the moment arrives when silence is more unbearable than risk. Communities play a vital role in sustaining that courage. An individual voice can be silenced. A chorus is harder to mute. When mothers in Argentina gathered in Buenos Aires during the dictatorship to demand answers for their disappeared children, their simple act of walking in circles with photographs became an unstoppable form of accountability. Known as the Mothers of the Plaza de Mayo, they showed that courage can also be maternal, grieving, relentless. They had no weapons, no institutions backing them, only the truth and their willingness to repeat it until the world was forced to listen. Their persistence cracked open the lies of a brutal regime. The psychology of courage reveals why it is so rare and so necessary. Fear is instinctive, built into us to ensure survival. To act against it requires something beyond instinct, conviction. This conviction often comes from memory, from the knowledge that others suffered in silence before. Survivors of injustice often say they acted not only for themselves, but for those who could not. Courage, then, is not simply resistance to fear, but loyalty to dignity, a refusal to betray the memory of the silenced. It is the bridge between what has been endured and what must never be endured again. Curiously, courage is contagious. One person's act of defiance can inspire thousands. When Mohamed Bouazizi, a street vendor in Tunisia, set himself on fire in 2010 after years of humiliation, his act ignited protests that toppled dictatorships across the Arab world. His courage was not calculated. It was born of despair. Yet the sight of his defiance broke something in millions who had endured similar indignities. They saw themselves in his story, and suddenly, silence was no longer possible. Institutions that seemed immovable crumbled under the weight of collective courage. Art has always been a secret ally of courage. Songs, poems, plays, and novels give people the strength to imagine resistance before they attempt it. Under apartheid, South African musicians smuggled protest into rhythm, giving communities a soundtrack for defiance. In Eastern Europe, samizdat literature, books copied by hand and passed secretly, kept the fire of resistance alive when official culture tried to extinguish it. These creative acts did more than preserve truth. They gave people the courage to confront institutions that claimed absolute control. Courage does not always march. Sometimes it sings, sometimes it whispers, sometimes it paints. Yet courage is not only about confronting governments or empires, it is also about holding smaller institutions accountable. Schools that discriminate, hospitals that neglect, workplaces that exploit. A nurse who exposes corruption in a hospital, a teacher who refuses to hide uncomfortable history, a worker who organizes colleagues against unfair treatment. These are acts of courage as vital as any revolution. They remind us that dignity is not preserved in grand moments alone, but in the daily defense of truth against silence. The risk, of course, is fatigue. Courage demands energy, and institutions often rely on wearing down resistance. They bet that people will tire, that movements will fracture, that fear will eventually win. This is why courage must be collective, renewed across generations. The abolitionists of the 19th century did not see the full fruits of their struggle. Neither did the suffragettes, nor many of the early labor activists. Yet their courage fed into currents that later generations carried forward. Courage is rarely rewarded in the moment. It is an investment in futures that may not yet exist. The deeper truth is that courage transforms not only institutions, but the people who practice it. A servant who dares to speak becomes more than a servant. They become a citizen, a participant in history. A community that dares to march becomes more than a collection of individuals. It becomes a movement. Courage reshapes identity, proving that institutions, no matter how imposing, are ultimately dependent on those they seek to control. When people withhold their silence, when they demand accountability, the illusion of power shatters. The story of dignity, then, cannot be told without the story of courage. Institutions are only as strong as the people who defend them, and when they betray their purpose, they are only as fragile as the people willing to confront them. The servant's story teaches us that courage is never optional. It is the only path from shadow to light. And yet, courage raises another question that lingers in the silence after every act of defiance. Once voices rise and institutions are challenged, how do we ensure that accountability does not dissolve into vengeance, that the pursuit of justice does not repeat the very indignities it sought to erase? Justice after silence is perhaps the most delicate and dangerous stage of any struggle for dignity. When institutions have been challenged and the silenced have found their voices, there remains the burning question, what comes next? The temptation is often to repay humiliation with humiliation, violence with violence, silence with silencing. Yet, if accountability collapses into vengeance, the cycle continues unchanged. True justice requires balance, a way of addressing past wrongs without planting the seeds of future ones. This is where the human desire for retribution collides with the human need for reconciliation. History is full of examples of this collision. After the French Revolution, the overthrow of the monarchy was followed by the guillotine, where thousands were executed in the name of justice. The oppressed became oppressors in their turn, convinced that bloodshed was the only way to balance centuries of suffering. For a moment, vengeance felt like liberation. But it also paved the way for Napoleon's rise and the return of authoritarian rule. The lesson is sobering. Rage may be justified, but if it is not channeled wisely, it can devour the very freedom it sought to protect. Contrast this with South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission in the 1990s. After decades of apartheid, the thirst for vengeance was immense. Yet instead of mass executions or purges, the nation chose a different path, truth. Perpetrators of violence were invited to confess their crimes publicly in exchange for amnesty, and victims were given the space to tell their stories. This process was imperfect, painful, and controversial, but it allowed the country to move forward without collapsing into civil war. Justice was sought not in revenge, but in exposure, in the recognition that memory itself can be a form of accountability. It showed that dignity can be restored through acknowledgement, even when punishment is incomplete. The challenge lies in how societies define justice. Is it punishment for the guilty, or restoration for the wounded? Is it retribution, or transformation? When Germany confronted the legacy of the Holocaust, it pursued both: trials for perpetrators, reparations for survivors, and an unrelenting commitment to education so that memory would prevent repetition. This layered approach illustrates that justice is not a single act, but a system of responses, legal, cultural, and moral, that together attempt to rebuild what was broken. The task is immense because no amount of punishment can resurrect the dead, and no reparations can erase trauma. Justice can never be complete, only sufficient to prevent shadows from returning. Communities often struggle with this insufficiency. Survivors of violence and oppression frequently describe the disappointment of justice processes that feel too small for the weight of their suffering. A courtroom sentence may punish an individual, but leave the system that enabled them untouched. Reparations may provide financial aid, but cannot mend generational scars. Here lies the paradox. Justice must be pursued, yet it will always fall short. The danger is that this gap becomes fertile ground for resentment, which, if left unaddressed, threatens to reignite the very cycles justice was meant to end. There are, however, moments when justice transcends its limitations. In Rwanda, after the 1994 genocide, the country faced the impossible task of dealing with hundreds of thousands of perpetrators. The conventional court system was overwhelmed. Instead, Rwanda turned to gacaca, traditional community courts where neighbors judged neighbors, where confessions and forgiveness were pursued in public gatherings. This was not perfect. Many crimes went unpunished and some wounds reopened. But it also allowed communities to reclaim agency, to transform justice from an elite institution into a communal act. Dignity was defended not just through punishment, but through participation. The arts again play a surprising role here. Plays, novels, films, and songs often achieve what courts cannot. They give shape to grief, meaning to suffering, and visibility to the silenced. Think of the plays of Athol Fugard under apartheid, or the testimonies of Holocaust survivors turned into memoirs and documentaries. These cultural acts are not replacements for justice, but extensions of it. They remind us that justice is not only about systems and punishments, it is also about recognition. When a story is told and believed, when a community acknowledges pain openly, dignity is affirmed in ways no legal ruling can match. But there is always the lurking temptation to confuse justice with domination. Victors often rewrite history to paint themselves as flawless liberators, silencing any critique of their own actions. This is visible in revolutions, where one form of tyranny replaces another under the banner of justice. The Bolsheviks promised liberation but quickly built gulags. Anti-colonial leaders sometimes suppressed dissent in the name of unity. When justice becomes justification for new silences, dignity suffers once again. The real test of justice is whether it protects even the voices of those we dislike, ensuring that accountability does not become another mask for oppression. Justice after silence also demands patience. Societies often want quick closure, to move past discomfort and declare wounds healed. But dignity does not operate on schedules. Victims may need decades to tell their stories, and institutions may need generations to rebuild trust. The rush to declare justice complete can itself become a betrayal, forcing survivors to silence their pain once again. Patience is costly, but without it, the roots of indignity remain alive beneath the surface, ready to grow again. Perhaps the hardest truth is that justice cannot erase what was done. It can only shape what comes after. The dead cannot be resurrected, but their memory can be honored. Scars cannot be removed, but they can become warnings. Families cannot be restored, but future families can be protected. Justice is therefore not the end of a story, but the rewriting of its continuation. It takes what was broken and insists that, while it cannot be undone, it will not be repeated. That insistence is fragile, yet it is the closest we come to permanence. What remains, then, is the question of how justice can be safeguarded from erosion once it has been achieved. If memory fades, if institutions weaken, if imagination stalls, then justice risks collapsing back into silence. Accountability achieved once must be defended always. The servant's story shows us that dignity is never safe without constant vigilance, and justice is no exception. And, as we consider the fragility of these gains, we begin to see that the greatest danger is not the open cruelty of oppression, but the quiet return of indifference disguised as normal life. Indifference is one of the most dangerous forces in human history, precisely because it rarely announces itself as cruelty. It does not carry the obvious brutality of chains or the loud violence of war. Instead, it whispers, shrugs, and looks away. Indifference tells us that injustice is someone else's problem, that suffering is inevitable, that the weight of change is too heavy to lift. It does not destroy dignity in one swift blow. It erodes it grain by grain until whole systems of humiliation and silence become invisible, tolerated, even normalized. If open tyranny thrives on fear, indifference thrives on apathy, and both are equally lethal. The Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel once said, "The opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference." His insight was born from witnessing how entire societies could turn their heads while atrocities unfolded in plain sight. Trains carried millions to camps, and many ordinary people claimed they did not know or did not care enough to ask. Businesses thrived, neighbors stayed silent, churches prayed but looked away. Hatred may have fueled the architects of the Holocaust, but indifference allowed it to function. This is not unique to one time or place. It is a recurring truth across centuries. Indifference appears deceptively small. A servant beaten in a noble's household is ignored by the village. A worker collapses in a factory and colleagues continue their tasks, afraid or unwilling to intervene. A refugee drowns at sea and the news reports it as statistics, not as a human life lost. Each act of indifference seems insignificant, but collectively, they build an atmosphere where indignity flourishes unchecked. Systems of oppression rarely need everyone to be cruel. They need only enough people to stay silent, enough neighbors to keep their doors shut, enough communities to choose comfort over confrontation. What makes indifference so insidious is its ability to disguise itself as neutrality. People tell themselves they are staying out of politics, or just trying to survive, or not taking sides. But history shows that neutrality in the face of injustice is never neutral. It always favors the oppressor. When citizens of the United States claimed segregation was just the way things are, their indifference upheld laws that humiliated millions. When colonized nations begged for recognition, the indifference of empires prolonged their subjugation. Neutrality often appears safe, but it is a quiet weapon that reinforces silence. The psychology of indifference is complex. People convince themselves that they are powerless, that their voice would not matter, that resistance is futile. Yet many times, these are illusions crafted by those in power to keep populations passive. In Nazi Germany, propaganda did not only dehumanize Jews and minorities, it also convinced the broader population that they were helpless to change anything, that their only role was to obey. The same strategy has been used by dictators across the world. If you can make people believe their small actions do not count, they will retreat into indifference. What they do not realize is that silence itself is an action, one that strengthens injustice. Curiously, indifference often thrives in comfort. Societies where daily life appears stable and prosperous are particularly vulnerable, because suffering is easier to ignore when it is far away. In modern times, many consumers enjoy cheap products without questioning the sweatshops that produce them. The distance between buyer and worker makes exploitation invisible. The smartphone in one's hand may carry the cost of child labor in a mine across the world, yet indifference makes this connection vanish. This quiet acceptance is not born from hatred, but from convenience, and convenience, unchecked, becomes complicity. There are, however, moments when indifference cracks. Photographs, testimonies, or events can pierce the shield of apathy and force people to confront what they have ignored. The image of a young Vietnamese girl burned by napalm running down a road during the Vietnam War shocked the world and turned indifference into outrage. The picture of Alan Kurdi, a Syrian child washed up on a Turkish beach, brought sudden global attention to the refugee crisis. Such moments reveal that indifference is fragile. It relies on ignorance or distance, and when those barriers are shattered, empathy floods in. The challenge is ensuring that this empathy does not fade once the headlines move on. Communities that resist indifference often do so by cultivating solidarity. When workers form unions, when neighborhoods defend minorities, when citizens march for the rights of strangers, they create cultures where apathy is less possible. Solidarity disrupts indifference by reminding people that their fates are interconnected. An injury to one is an injury to all is not just a slogan, it is the antidote to the poison of indifference. Without this recognition, societies slip into isolation where each person cares only for themselves until silence swallows everyone. Art again becomes vital in breaking indifference. Novels, films, songs, and plays force audiences to feel what statistics cannot. Harriet Beecher. Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin stirred abolitionist sentiment by making slavery emotionally visible to readers. Pablo Picasso's painting Guernica captured the horror of war in a way no news report could. Even today, documentaries and viral videos break through indifference by putting faces and voices to suffering that otherwise hides behind numbers. Art pierces the shield of distance, demanding not only awareness, but responsibility. The gravest danger of indifference is that it prepares the ground for cruelty to return. When people no longer care enough to resist small injustices, larger ones follow. Segregation begins with ignored insults, dictatorship with ignored lies, genocide with ignored discrimination. Indifference is the silence that allows seeds of indignity to grow into forests of oppression. By the time the trees are tall, it is often too late to cut them down. This is why vigilance against indifference must be constant, uncomfortable, and relentless. And so the servant's story reveals one of its harshest truths. It is not always the whip that breaks dignity, but the shrug, the turned head, the quiet choice to do nothing. To confront indifference is to confront ourselves, to ask whether our daily choices defend dignity or betray it. The answer to that question shapes not only institutions and movements, but the very possibility of a world where silence no longer rules. Resistance to indifference is never automatic. It requires deliberate effort, a conscious refusal to look away when silence feels easier. History shows that dignity survives, not because cruelty disappears, but because some people, often very few at first, decide that apathy is intolerable. These individuals and communities ignite sparks that expose injustice and force others to confront it. Resistance is not always dramatic. It often begins quietly, in kitchens and classrooms, in the smallest acts of disobedience. Yet from these beginnings, movements grow that can transform entire societies. Take, for example, the story of the White Rose movement in Nazi Germany. A handful of students, led by Hans and Sophie Scholl, risked their lives to distribute leaflets denouncing the regime's crimes. They knew they could not topple Hitler with pamphlets, but they also knew that silence meant complicity. Their courage did not save them from execution, yet their refusal to be indifferent became a beacon that outlived the regime itself. Resistance, even when crushed, plants seeds of memory that bloom later, proving that action is never wasted. In the American South, long before civil rights marches filled the streets, resistance to indifference appeared in smaller ways. Black teachers insisted on educating children in underfunded schools, often with little more than chalk and determination. Families passed down stories of dignity at the dinner table, preserving pride against systems that tried to erase it. Churches became gathering places where voices could rise freely, if only for an hour on Sundays. These acts were not always recognized as political, but they nurtured the soil from which larger resistance movements grew. They remind us that the fight against indifference is cumulative, built from countless unseen gestures of defiance. One of the paradoxes of resistance is that it often depends on imagination as much as anger. Anger may drive people into the streets, but imagination keeps them there. To resist indifference, one must believe that change is possible, even when everything suggests otherwise. During India's struggle for independence, Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolent resistance rested on this principle. Marching to the sea to make salt was not just a protest, it was an act of imaginative defiance, showing ordinary people that they could create power from powerlessness. Resistance to indifference, therefore, is not only about refusing silence, but about envisioning alternatives that inspire others to act. Art again emerges as a crucial weapon in this struggle. In Latin America, during the dictatorships of the 1970s, musicians like Mercedes Sosa and Victor Jara turned songs into cries of resistance. Their music carried messages across borders, reaching listeners who might otherwise have remained indifferent. In Eastern Europe, underground theater productions ridiculed communist regimes, making audiences laugh at what they were supposed to fear. These cultural forms of resistance broke the spell of indifference by showing that, even in the darkest times, creativity could pierce through control. A melody, a play, or a poem can sometimes carry more power than a weapon because it speaks directly to the human spirit. The danger, however, is that resistance often provokes backlash. Those who break silence are punished harshly, precisely because their defiance threatens to awaken others. Whistleblowers who expose corporate corruption are fired, blacklisted, or worse. Journalists who uncover state crimes are jailed or assassinated. Communities that rise against oppression often face brutal crackdowns. This reality explains why indifference is tempting. It feels safer. But every act of repression against resistors also reveals the desperation of those in power, who fear that once indifference cracks, their authority will collapse with it. Curiously, resistance does not always take the form of confrontation. Sometimes it is about preservation. During the Armenian genocide, families buried cultural artifacts, manuscripts, and even musical instruments to protect them from destruction, ensuring that their identity would survive. Indigenous groups around the world resist indifference by keeping languages alive, even when governments discourage their use. These quiet forms of resistance matter because they prevent dignity from being erased entirely. They ensure that when silence ends, voices return not as whispers of loss, but as affirmations of survival. Technology has transformed resistance to indifference in ways unimaginable to past generations. Social media campaigns can bring global attention to a single injustice in hours, forcing governments and corporations to respond. Movements like Art Fridays for Future, led by young people demanding climate action, demonstrate how digital platforms amplify voices that might otherwise be ignored. Yet the same tools can overwhelm, creating fatigue or burying truth under waves of disinformation. Resistance today requires not only speaking but navigating a landscape where attention itself is a contested resource. In this environment, creativity and persistence become as important as courage. Ultimately, the heart of resistance to indifference lies in empathy. To resist is to care so deeply about another's suffering that doing nothing feels impossible. Empathy fuels the teacher who stays late to mentor marginalized students, the doctor who treats patients regardless of their ability to pay, the neighbor who hides refugees despite the risk. These are not headline-grabbing acts, but they chip away at indifference in ways that accumulate into cultural change. Empathy is resistance at its most human, the quiet refusal to let another's pain remain unseen. The servant's story, stretching across centuries, shows that dignity survives because some always refuse indifference. They may not always win immediately, they may not always live to see the fruits of their defiance, but each act of resistance, no matter how small, breaks a piece off the structure of silence. And with enough cracks, even the strongest walls eventually fall. What remains is the haunting realization that indifference is never defeated once and for all. It must be resisted again and again, in every generation, in every corner of the world. The cost of resistance is always higher than it appears at first glance. It is easy, in hindsight, to admire the courage of those who stood against silence. But in the moment, their choices often seemed reckless, dangerous, even hopeless. The servant who whispered about injustice risked lashes or worse. The worker who organized a strike faced starvation if dismissed. The journalist who exposed corruption placed not only their career, but often their life in jeopardy. Resistance demands a price, and history shows that the bill is almost always paid in suffering before it is paid in freedom. One of the clearest examples of this cost is seen in the fate of whistleblowers. They act on conscience, believing the truth must be told, but rarely does the truth reward them immediately. In modern times, many who reveal state secrets or corporate crimes find themselves prosecuted, hunted, or exiled. Their families endure stigma, their reputations collapse, their finances vanish. They are not celebrated as heroes until much later, if at all. Yet without their sacrifice, entire societies would remain blind to abuses. The cost of resistance is borne by the few so that the many can one day benefit, though often the many forget the price that was paid. Revolutions, too, reveal this paradox. The storming of the Bastille is remembered with pride, but few remember the famine, the chaos, and the thousands executed in the reign of terror that followed. The American struggle for independence produced lofty ideals of liberty, but it also left widows, orphans, and ruined towns in its wake. Even victories come with scars. Resistance does not emerge from empty air. It consumes lives, resources, and hope, often leaving a trail of pain that future generations must process. Every triumph carries with it the quiet mourning of those who did not live to see it. The cost is not always measured in death or prison. Sometimes it is measured in isolation. Dissidents often find themselves shunned by their own communities, labeled as troublemakers, radicals, or traitors. Families fracture when one member speaks, while others remain silent. Neighbors look away, not wanting to be associated with the danger of defiance. Sophie Scholl of the White Rose was not only executed by the Nazi regime, but also denounced by many contemporaries who saw her resistance as foolish. Only after her death did her name become a symbol of courage. This social cost, being cast out while still alive, is often as devastating as any physical punishment. There's also the cost of uncertainty. Those who resist rarely know whether their actions will succeed. A strike may collapse before it achieves its goal. A protest may be crushed before it sparks change. An uprising may be forgotten in history's footnotes. To resist is to gamble with one's life and legacy, knowing that failure is not only possible but likely. And yet, despite this uncertainty, people resist. This reveals a profound truth. Resistance is not always about victory. It is about refusing to accept indignity, even when the outcome is unclear. The cost of action, though high, is weighed against the unbearable price of silence. Curiously, even when resistance succeeds, the costs linger. Soldiers returning from wars of liberation often find themselves neglected by the very nations they helped free. Activists who spent their youth in prison sometimes live their later years in obscurity, forgotten once their struggle no longer captures headlines. Communities that overthrow oppressive regimes must then endure years of rebuilding, often scarred by trauma and mistrust. The price of resistance does not vanish when victory is declared. It continues in the lives of those who must carry its weight long after others move on. Yet the cost, heavy as it is, carries a hidden value. It binds communities together in ways that comfort never could. Shared sacrifice becomes the foundation of identity. The Polish Solidarity movement, though crushed at first, created bonds of trust and defiance that later toppled communism. The sacrifices of the American Civil Rights Movement gave birth not only to legal victories, but also to a cultural legacy that continues to inspire struggles worldwide. The cost of resistance is therefore not merely loss, it is investment, though one paid with suffering rather than coins. Art and literature again become essential in preserving these sacrifices. Without stories, the costs would vanish, remembered only as statistics. Memoirs, songs, and monuments transform sacrifice into legacy, ensuring that the dead are not forgotten and that future generations understand the price of their freedoms. Think of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, with its endless list of names carved into stone. Each name is a cost, each letter a reminder that freedom is never cheap. In this way, memory itself becomes a form of repayment, even if imperfect. What makes the cost of resistance so haunting is its universality. Every society, every generation, has faced it in some form. The peasants who rose against lords, the enslaved who fled into forests, the women who demanded the right to vote, all paid dearly for their defiance. Some won, some lost, but all bore the same burden, the knowledge that dignity has a price and someone must be willing to pay it. The question is always who, and whether enough are willing to accept the sacrifice before shadows grow too deep. And so the servant's story turns once more toward the hardest truth of all, that dignity may survive only because some are willing to lose everything for it. Their courage illuminates the path, but their suffering forces us to ask whether we, too, would carry such a cost if called upon. It is in that uneasy reflection that the story gains its sharpest edge, because it reminds us that resistance is never free, and the bill of dignity is always waiting to be paid. The aftermath of resistance is always a paradox. When silence has been broken, when courage has confronted oppression, and when institutions have been forced to bend or collapse, what follows is rarely a simple victory march. Instead, there's a strange mixture of relief and disorientation, triumph and exhaustion. Societies emerging from resistance often discover that the hardest battles are not the ones fought against the oppressor, but the ones fought within themselves. How to rebuild trust, how to heal wounds, how to turn rebellion into something sustainable. The aftermath is a fragile space where dignity can either take root or be lost once again. One of the clearest examples of this paradox is found in revolutions. When the French monarchy fell in 1789, the promise of liberty seemed unstoppable. Yet within a few years, the streets of Paris were filled not with celebrations, but with executions. The guillotine became the symbol not of freedom, but of vengeance, and the very ideals of equality were drowned in blood. The aftermath of resistance, left untended, devoured itself. By contrast, the American Revolution, though violent and flawed, managed to transition into a framework of governance, one that at least attempted to balance freedom with stability, even as it left deep contradictions like slavery unresolved. The difference shows that resistance alone does not guarantee dignity. It must be followed by deliberate construction. Communities face the same challenge on smaller scales. When apartheid collapsed in South Africa, the air was thick with possibility, but also with fear of revenge. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission sought to channel that moment into dialogue rather than destruction. It did not erase pain, but it gave survivors the power to speak and perpetrators the obligation to confront their crimes. The aftermath was messy, imperfect, and incomplete, but it created a path forward that avoided civil war. It demonstrated that the aftermath of resistance is not about perfection, it is about preventing collapse into cycles of rage. The personal dimension of this aftermath is just as complex. Activists who spend years resisting often find themselves adrift once the struggle shifts. A freedom fighter who dedicated their life to overthrowing a regime may suddenly have no clear role when the regime falls. Some adapt, becoming leaders or builders of new institutions. Others fade into obscurity, their sacrifices forgotten once headlines move on. The loneliness of victory can be as crushing as the danger of defiance. Nelson Mandela became a global icon because he managed to transition from prisoner to president, but many of his comrades in the anti-apartheid movement lived in poverty or silence after the struggle. Resistance does not guarantee recognition. It often leaves its participants discarded in peace. The cultural aftermath is equally striking. Art that once served as protest must transform into art of memory and reconstruction. Songs of defiance risk losing their meaning if they are not reinterpreted for new generations. Literature that recorded atrocities must now be used to educate, not just to mourn. Picasso's Guernica, painted in outrage during the Spanish Civil War, still speaks today not because bombs continue to fall on that town, but because its imagery transcends time, reminding viewers that resistance without remembrance is incomplete. The aftermath demands that culture carry the weight of both grief and hope. The psychological scars of resistance cannot be ignored either. Survivors of oppression often struggle with trauma long after the oppressors are gone. Soldiers return from revolutions with memories they cannot escape. Families torn apart during struggles find that liberation does not stitch them back together. The aftermath reveals that victory is never clean. It is layered with invisible costs that linger in minds and hearts. This is why post-conflict societies often require truth commissions, memorials, and rituals to process pain before it calcifies into bitterness. Without such care, the aftermath risks becoming fertile soil for new cycles of silence and indignity. Economically, the aftermath can also determine whether dignity takes root. Many revolutions falter because material conditions do not improve quickly enough for the people who suffered most. After colonialism ended in much of Africa, new nations inherited broken economies, and citizens who had dreamed of liberation found themselves facing poverty, corruption, and disappointment. The result was disillusionment and, in many cases, new dictatorships. The lesson is harsh but clear. Dignity cannot survive on symbolism alone. It must also feed, clothe, and shelter people. Otherwise, resistance becomes a hollow victory, remembered with more regret than pride. Curiously, the aftermath often redefines memory itself. Once an oppressor is gone, societies must decide how to tell the story of what happened. Monuments are built, textbooks are rewritten, anniversaries are commemorated. But memory is not neutral. It can be shaped to serve new agendas. A revolution may be remembered as heroic or chaotic, depending on who writes the history. Leaders may be elevated as saints, while inconvenient truths are buried. The aftermath, then, is also a battle for narrative. Whose version of resistance becomes official? Whose sacrifices are honored and whose are forgotten? The hardest truth is that the aftermath is never final. Even after institutions are rebuilt, even after wounds begin to heal, the threat of backsliding remains. The promises of resistance can erode slowly under corruption, complacency, or new forms of inequality. This is why movements that fought so hard often insist on vigilance long after victory is declared. The American abolition of slavery, for instance, did not end the struggle for dignity. It merely transformed it into new battles against segregation, discrimination, and systemic racism. The aftermath is not a conclusion. It is a transition, fragile and unfinished. What emerges from all of this is a sobering reminder. Resistance is dramatic, but aftermath is decisive. A society may rise gloriously against injustice, but what it builds in the quiet after the storm determines whether dignity flourishes or withers. The servant's story, seen through this lens, is not just about breaking chains, but about learning how to live without them, about transforming the habits of obedience into habits of freedom. And in that fragile space of aftermath, the weight of responsibility shifts from the courage of a few to the vigilance of all. Rebuilding trust after resistance is one of the most fragile and overlooked challenges societies face. When silence collapses, when institutions are confronted, and when the oppressed finally force recognition, what remains is often not unity but suspicion. Neighbors who once avoided speaking now eye each other with unease. Families divided by politics or fear struggle to reconcile. Governments that claim to represent freedom must convince citizens they will not betray them again. Trust, once broken, does not return with a declaration of victory. It must be rebuilt brick by brick, often more slowly than the struggle itself. This fragility is clear in nations emerging from dictatorship. In Chile, after Pinochet's regime ended, many citizens found themselves living next to people who had been informants or collaborators. The prisons emptied, but the memories of betrayal did not. A mother whose child disappeared could not simply trust that her neighbor, who once looked away, would now stand with her. The state promised democracy, but the wounds of surveillance and secrecy made every word suspect. Trust could not be legislated. It had to be earned through time, transparency, and acknowledgement of the harm done. The same tension plays out after revolutions. In Eastern Europe, after the fall of communism, archives revealed lists of those who had cooperated with secret police. Suddenly, teachers, priests, and even close friends were exposed as informants. Communities fractured under the weight of these revelations. The institutions of the new governments may have promised openness, but how could people trust when betrayal had been woven into the fabric of daily life? These stories remind us that resistance may topple a system, but rebuilding trust demands confronting the hidden scars it leaves behind. Trust is not only a matter of politics, it is deeply personal. Survivors of oppression often find it difficult to trust even those closest to them. A former prisoner may struggle to believe promises, even from allies, because they have lived too long in a world where words meant nothing and promises were weapons. Families fractured by fear may find themselves silent at dinner tables for decades. A child raised under a dictatorship may inherit suspicion as naturally as language. Rebuilding trust requires more than laws. It requires a reweaving of relationships that were shredded by fear. One of the most effective tools in this process has been truth-telling. The South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission showed that trust cannot grow on silence. By allowing both victims and perpetrators to speak publicly, the nation created space where lies lost their grip. Confession did not erase crimes, but it acknowledged them. And acknowledgement is the first step toward trust. Similar commissions in countries like Argentina and Sierra Leone have shown that even imperfect truth-telling allows communities to begin again. Trust grows not from forgetting, but from facing memory directly. Art and storytelling also play crucial roles in this reconstruction. Plays, films, and novels provide shared narratives that help societies process betrayal and imagine reconciliation. In Rwanda, after the genocide, community theater was used to stage stories of loss and forgiveness, creating spaces where survivors and perpetrators could confront one another through symbolic acts before attempting real dialogue. These performances may seem small compared to political reforms, but they help rebuild the emotional fabric that laws alone cannot repair. Trust, after all, is not just about contracts. It is about feelings. Yet rebuilding trust often clashes with the need for justice. Victims may feel that forgiving too quickly betrays the memory of those lost. Perpetrators may claim that punishment prevents reconciliation. Governments may prioritize stability over accountability, creating new resentments. The balance is precarious. Too much focus on punishment risks deepening divides. Too much focus on forgiveness risks erasing responsibility. True trust emerges when both justice and mercy coexist, when communities see that dignity is defended not through vengeance, but through accountability paired with humanity. Curiously, even small rituals of daily life can help restore trust. Sharing meals, reopening marketplaces, rebuilding schools, these ordinary acts carry extraordinary weight in societies scarred by betrayal. They create moments where people begin to rely on each other again, where suspicion gives way to cooperation. In post-war Bosnia, for instance, multi-ethnic soccer leagues were created as spaces where young people could play together despite the divisions of their parents. These seemingly trivial acts mattered because they created trust in practice, not in theory. The difficulty lies in patience. Trust cannot be rebuilt overnight, and attempts to rush it often backfire. Governments eager to prove progress may declare reconciliation complete before wounds have healed, leaving survivors feeling silenced once more. Communities must move at their own pace, acknowledging pain while slowly creating opportunities for new bonds. The process is slow, uneven, and often painful, but it is also the only path forward. Without trust, freedom collapses into suspicion, and suspicion paves the way for silence to return. The servant's story teaches that dignity is not only about resisting humiliation, but about learning to live after it. To rebuild trust is to stitch together the fabric of humanity once torn apart by fear, betrayal, and silence. It requires memory without bitterness, justice without vengeance, and imagination without denial. And in this fragile act of reconstruction lies the most difficult question of all. Once trust has been restored, how do societies ensure that it does not fracture again when tested by the next wave of fear or crisis? The fragility of restored trust is one of the hardest truths societies must confront after resistance. Winning back freedom or dignity is already difficult, but keeping it alive once it has been regained is even harder. Trust, like glass, once shattered, can be pieced back together, yet the cracks remain visible, always threatening to split open again under pressure. The aftermath of oppression is never a clean slate. It is a landscape full of hidden fractures, where even the smallest tremor can bring everything crashing down. Consider the fragile democracies that emerged in Eastern Europe after the fall of communism. At first there was celebration. Walls fell, new parties formed, voices long silenced spoke freely. But within years, corruption scandals, economic hardships, and new authoritarian tendencies began to appear. Citizens who had once filled the streets with chants of freedom now watched with suspicion. As familiar patterns returned under new names, trust that had barely begun to grow fractured again, leaving people wondering if the struggle had been in vain. The fragility of restored trust reveals itself when disappointment replaces hope, and cynicism seeps back into daily life. On a more intimate scale, the same pattern unfolds in communities recovering from betrayal. A neighbor who once informed on others during a dictatorship may now smile in the marketplace, pretending the past has vanished. Victims may try to forgive, but forgiveness without accountability often curdles into quiet resentment. A society may rebuild its institutions, but if survivors feel unheard or perpetrators remain unpunished, trust is only cosmetic. It is like painting over a cracked wall. On the surface, it looks whole, but one touch can reveal the weakness beneath. One of the greatest threats to restored trust is fear. Fear lingers long after the source of oppression is gone. A child raised in a household where secrets meant survival may still whisper decades later, even when there is no danger. A worker who was once punished for speaking out may hesitate to demand fair treatment, even in a freer system. This inherited caution is not irrational. It is memory encoded in behavior, but it corrodes trust. Because if people cannot fully believe in their safety, then they cannot fully trust the institutions or communities around them. The economic dimension deepens this fragility. If liberation brings political freedom but not material security, trust quickly erodes. Citizens expect that the sacrifices of resistance will lead to tangible improvements. Better wages, stable homes, access to education and healthcare. When these expectations are unmet, hope turns to bitterness. After the Arab Spring, for instance, many countries saw initial bursts of optimism fade into economic despair, fueling the rise of new authoritarian leaders. Restored trust proved too fragile to survive disappointment, showing that dignity requires bread as much as ballots. Cultural memory can also undermine fragile trust. Societies that fail to integrate painful histories into their identity often leave wounds festering beneath the surface. Japan, for example, rebuilt rapidly after World War II, but unresolved debates about war crimes and historical memory have kept tensions alive both within and outside the country. Germany, by contrast, faced its past directly, embedding Holocaust remembrance into its national consciousness. This difference reveals how memory management can either protect or endanger restored trust. When history is denied or minimized, the cracks in trust widen, because survivors know the silence is a lie. Technology has added new complications to this fragility. In an era of instant communication, misinformation can spread faster than truth, exploiting old fractures. A rumor shared online can undo years of careful reconciliation. Communities once divided by war or dictatorship can find themselves torn apart again by conspiracy theories or propaganda disguised as fact. The fragility of trust becomes even more precarious when truth itself is unstable, when people cannot even agree on the same reality. In this environment, the smallest spark of suspicion can grow into a wildfire of division. There is also the question of generational inheritance. Children who grow up in societies where trust has been restored often inherit both the benefits and the doubts of their parents. They may enjoy freedoms unknown to their elders, but they also inherit stories of betrayal and fear. The fragility of restored trust means that one generation's trauma can quietly shape the worldview of the next. In places like Northern Ireland, peace agreements brought an end to open conflict, yet mistrust between communities still lingers decades later, passed down through schools, neighborhoods, and family narratives. Despite these dangers, fragile trust can be strengthened. Transparency is one of the most powerful tools for doing so. When governments, institutions, and communities operate openly, sharing information, admitting mistakes, inviting scrutiny, trust gains resilience. In contrast, secrecy, even if well-intentioned, feeds suspicion. People who have lived under oppression often assume that hidden information is dangerous information. Trust survives not because institutions are flawless, but because they are honest about their flaws. The servant's story illustrates this fragility perfectly. Imagine a servant who has finally been freed from the household where they endured years of humiliation. They step into the world of freedom with trembling hands, unsure whether the next command will come, unsure whether they can speak without consequence. Even if no whip is raised, the memory of its crack lingers. Their trust in freedom is fragile, conditional, easily shaken. Only over time, with proof that silence will not return, does that trust begin to solidify. And if proof never comes, fragility hardens into cynicism, leaving the door open for oppression to creep back under a different name. What becomes clear is that the aftermath of resistance is not simply about building institutions or declaring victory. It is about nurturing trust in ways that are deliberate, patient, and transparent. Without this, the victories of yesterday dissolve into the disappointments of tomorrow. And the most haunting question is whether humanity has learned enough from its past to recognize just how fragile restored trust truly is, or whether it will once again confuse surface calm with true stability. The erosion of dignity rarely happens in a sudden collapse. It seeps in slowly, disguised as small compromises, tolerated habits, and overlooked injustices. What begins as a single overlooked insult becomes a pattern of humiliation. What starts as a temporary restriction on rights becomes a permanent limitation. By the time people realize what has been lost, much of their dignity has already been eroded, worn away like stone under the constant drip of water. This slow erosion is one of the most dangerous forces in human history, precisely because it is subtle, almost invisible until it is too late. Consider the servant in a noble household. On the first day, the command to kneel may feel shocking. By the 100th day, it has become routine, no longer resisted even in thought. This is how erosion works. It normalizes the abnormal, transforming indignity into daily life. The same pattern is found in modern workplaces, where exploitation creeps in quietly. Overtime becomes expected. Safety shortcuts become tolerated. Disrespect from supervisors becomes standard. None of these moments alone feels catastrophic, but together they carve deep cracks in a person's sense of worth. Societies, too, are vulnerable to this erosion. Freedoms are rarely taken all at once. They are chipped away gradually. A small law limiting speech here, a security measure reducing privacy there, a propaganda campaign reshaping truth. Each step seems manageable, even reasonable, until one day people look around and realize they are living in silence once again. In Nazi Germany, many citizens did not notice, or chose not to notice, the incremental erosion of rights until the machinery of oppression was already in full motion. By then, reversing the process was nearly impossible. The danger is that erosion thrives in the language of necessity. Leaders justify indignities by claiming they are temporary, pragmatic, or for the greater good. Citizens accept humiliation if told it will protect them from greater harm. Workers endure mistreatment if promised future rewards. Servants accept abuse if told it is the price of loyalty. The slow erosion of dignity is almost always accompanied by persuasion, by narratives that make injustice seem rational. This is why it is so difficult to resist, because indignity is rarely presented as what it truly is. One of the most haunting aspects of erosion is how it shapes memory. When indignities persist for long enough, people forget that life was ever different. Generations born into servitude may not even recognize their condition as abnormal. A child who grows up under censorship may never realize what free expression feels like. This erosion of memory compounds the erosion of dignity, creating a cycle where silence is not only imposed, but inherited. To break it requires not only resistance, but remembrance, a conscious effort to recall what dignity once meant. Curiously, small acts can slow or reverse erosion. A single refusal to obey a humiliating order, a single demand for fair treatment, a single story told publicly, can remind others that indignity is not natural. These sparks are often dismissed as trivial, yet they matter because erosion thrives on invisibility. The moment someone names indignity aloud, it loses part of its power. It becomes visible, and visibility is the first step toward change. History is full of moments where one person's insistence disrupted the slow creep of silence, forcing society to see what it had been ignoring. But the reverse is also true. Silence accelerates erosion. When people witness indignity and say nothing, they smooth the path for further humiliation. The servant who stays quiet when another is beaten, the citizen who ignores the arrest of a neighbor, the worker who watches a colleague harassed without protest, all contribute, even passively, to the erosion of dignity. Indignity does not survive without collaborators, and often those collaborators are not cruel tyrants, but ordinary people choosing comfort over confrontation. The economic dimension of erosion is especially dangerous. Poverty itself erodes dignity slowly but relentlessly. The constant humiliation of being unable to provide for one's family, of being treated as less valuable because of income, chips away at self-worth. Societies that tolerate vast inequality normalize this erosion, teaching entire classes of people that their suffering is inevitable. Over time, the poor internalize this message, believing they deserve less, that dignity is reserved for others. This is perhaps the most insidious form of erosion, when indignity no longer even needs to be enforced from outside, because it has been internalized. Technology adds a modern layer to this process. In the digital age, dignity is eroded not just by governments or employers, but by systems that treat people as data points rather than human beings. Surveillance, targeted manipulation, and algorithmic bias all strip away autonomy quietly, one click at a time. People become accustomed to being watched, their choices nudged, their freedoms curtailed in ways they hardly notice. The erosion of dignity in this context is invisible precisely because it feels convenient. When the loss of autonomy arrives packaged as efficiency, it rarely feels like loss at all. The servant's story, then, is not just about dramatic acts of oppression, but about the slow daily grind of erosion. The moments when commands become habits, when silence becomes normal, when indignity becomes invisible. The true danger is not always the lash of the whip, but the shrug of acceptance. And once this erosion has settled deep into the foundation of society, reversing it becomes an even greater struggle than resisting open oppression. It forces us to ask whether we are vigilant enough to notice indignity as it begins, or whether we will only awaken when too much has already been lost. Losing one's identity in the service of others is a wound deeper than chains or lashes. A body can endure labor, hunger, or punishment, but when a person begins to forget who they are, when their life becomes only an echo of another's desires, dignity withers from within. For centuries, servants, slaves, and the powerless have been forced into roles so consuming that their own selves seem to disappear. They were taught that their worth existed only in relation to their master, their employer, or their ruler. Slowly, their names, their dreams, their voices faded into the background until they no longer belonged to themselves. Think of the servant who spends every waking moment attending to a noble's whims. From dawn until midnight, they dress their master, polish their boots, arrange their meals, wait at their bedside. Their own hunger, exhaustion, or longing must be hidden because the role requires them to erase personal needs. Over years, this erasure becomes identity. They are no longer Thomas or Anne, they are simply the servant. Their individuality dissolves into function. To lose identity this way is to become invisible even to oneself, as if one's life is only a shadow cast by someone else's flame. The same loss has appeared in modern forms. Factory workers in the 19th century were often reduced to numbers in ledgers, valued only for the output of machines they tended. Migrant workers today frequently find themselves invisible in cities that depend on their labor, but refuse to see their humanity. Their names are mispronounced, their cultures ignored, their presence acknowledged only when tasks are incomplete. This is not mere inconvenience. It is an erosion of identity, a stripping away of recognition that transforms human beings into replaceable parts of a larger machine. One of the most chilling aspects of losing identity is how it reshapes memory. Over time, people begin to internalize the idea that their own desires or stories do not matter. Enslaved people in the Americas, denied literacy, were often cut off from ancestral languages and histories. Generations grew up knowing little of their heritage because every element of their culture was suppressed to make them easier to control. To survive, they adopted fragments of new identities forced upon them, while the old ones slipped into silence. The pain of such loss is not just personal but generational, a fracture passed from parent to child, a silence inherited like a scar. Religious and political systems have also exploited this loss of identity. In colonial times, entire populations were baptized, renamed, and told to abandon their traditions in favor of imposed beliefs. The goal was not only conquest of land, but conquest of the self. A person who no longer remembers their songs, their gods, or their stories becomes easier to govern, easier to silence. Identity, in this sense, was treated as dangerous because it carried the seeds of resistance. Stripping it away was as deliberate as shackles or prisons. Yet what makes this form of indignity so haunting is that it often hides behind loyalty. Servants praised for their devotion, workers rewarded for their team spirit, citizens honored for obedience. All are celebrated not for who they are, but for how well they conform to roles that erase them. They are told they are valued, but only insofar as they suppress individuality. This false praise is seductive because it offers belonging while demanding disappearance. Many accept it without realizing the trade they have made, safety and recognition purchased at the price of selfhood. But even in the depths of this loss, resistance flickers. Slaves sang spirituals that preserved fragments of their history. Servants whispered jokes, mocking their masters, reclaiming a sliver of their humanity. Workers wrote letters or kept diaries, insisting that their voices would survive even if their identities were dismissed. These small acts remind us that identity, though vulnerable, is never fully destroyed. It hides, waits, resists in secret until space opens again to breathe. Psychologists today recognize how devastating identity loss can be. Survivors of cults, abusive relationships, or authoritarian systems often describe feeling like strangers to themselves. They must relearn who they are, reconstructing identities that were hollowed out by years of control. This healing is slow and painful because identity is not something easily rebuilt. It is not a mask one can simply put on. It is a foundation that must be rediscovered piece by piece, through memory, through choice, through acts of defiance, both large and small. The servant's story resonates here because it forces us to see the human cost of invisibility. To live entirely in the shadow of another is to lose more than freedom. It is to lose the self that makes freedom meaningful. Liberation, then, is not only about removing chains or dismantling oppressive systems. It is about restoring identity, about teaching people to see themselves not as shadows, but as voices, not as tools, but as lives full of worth. And without that restoration, even a free society risks filling its spaces with ghosts who no longer know their own names. The greatest danger is that societies often mistake survival for identity. They assume that people who endure humiliation retain their full selves intact, when in truth, endurance can mean shrinking into silence just to stay alive. Survival without recognition can leave individuals walking, speaking, working, yet hollow inside. And when too many live this way, entire cultures risk becoming hollow, functioning but soulless, alive but without memory. This is why reclaiming identity is as essential as resisting oppression itself, because without identity, dignity remains an empty shell. Scars, both visible and hidden, are the silent witnesses of indignity. They mark the body, the mind, and the soul long after the lash has stopped, the command has faded, or the prison door has opened. Unlike wounds, which may heal and vanish, scars remain carved into flesh or memory, constant reminders of what was endured. They carry a double burden, proof of survival, but also evidence of violation. Every scar is a story, whether told or suppressed, and together they form the unspoken archive of human suffering. Physical scars often draw the most attention. The servant beaten for failing to bow low enough, the worker injured by unsafe machines, the prisoner tortured for refusing to confess, each bears marks that can be seen by others. But the cruel irony is that these visible scars can bring both recognition and stigma. Some look upon them with sympathy, while others see only weakness or shame. Soldiers returning from wars of liberation often found themselves celebrated in parades, but in private, their injuries made them unemployable, unwanted. A scar on the body is a truth that cannot be erased, yet it is also a truth society often prefers not to see. The deeper scars, however, are the ones that cannot be seen. Psychological trauma lingers long after bruises fade. Survivors of slavery, oppression, or systemic humiliation often describe living in two worlds: the present, where they appear functional, and the past, where memories of violence replay without mercy. The crack of a whip echoes in their minds decades after it struck. A slammed door may send them spiraling into panic because it recalls the moment soldiers burst in at night. These scars of the mind are less visible, but often more devastating because they shape behavior, erode trust, and silence voices long after the oppressor has gone. Generational scars may be the most haunting of all. Children inherit the silence of their parents, the caution of their grandparents, the fears of ancestors they never met. A family that lived under dictatorship may pass down habits of whispering, of avoiding questions, of mistrusting outsiders. A community that endured genocide may raise children with stories of loss so heavy that they shape identity itself. The scars of one generation thus become the foundation of another, binding the future to the past in chains invisible but strong. This inheritance ensures that indignity outlives those who suffered it directly, echoing across decades and centuries. Yet scars are not only burdens, they are also forms of resistance. To carry a scar is to carry evidence that oppression failed to erase the victim entirely. The body may be marked, but it still lives. The mind may tremble, but it still remembers. In some cultures, scars have even been reclaimed as symbols of pride. Former slaves in the United States displayed the whip marks on their backs to abolitionist audiences, using their bodies as testimony against the system that had tried to silence them. Survivors of apartheid wrote memoirs that transformed trauma into history, ensuring their scars became warnings for future generations rather than secrets buried in shame. Art has often served as the medium through which scars are voiced. Literature, painting, and music allow survivors to express what words alone cannot capture. Frida Kahlo painted her own body broken and scarred, turning personal pain into universal imagery. Holocaust survivors like Primo Levi wrote with brutal clarity about the psychic scars of concentration camps, ensuring that the world could not turn away. In these cases, scars became not only personal memories but cultural monuments demanding recognition. They remind us that pain, when voiced, can shift from private burden to collective responsibility, but scars can also be exploited. Oppressors sometimes use them as propaganda, parading the wounded as warnings or trophies. Survivors themselves may be pressured into displaying their pain for political causes they do not fully support. The line between honoring scars and exploiting them is thin, and societies must tread carefully. When pain becomes spectacle, dignity risks being violated once again. True recognition of scars requires listening, not merely looking, understanding the depth of suffering without reducing it to symbols. The persistence of scars raises a difficult question. Can they ever truly heal? Some psychologists argue that scars are not healed wounds but transformed ones, evidence of resilience as much as of injury. A person may never forget humiliation or violence, but they may reshape its meaning, turning it into fuel for advocacy, creativity, or solidarity. Others carry scars as open wounds, unable to find peace, trapped in cycles of reliving pain. This divergence reminds us that scars are not uniform. Each one is a map of survival drawn on a unique body, a unique mind, a unique soul. Injustice leaves marks not just on individuals, but on entire nations. Borders carved by colonialism, ghettos shaped by segregation, cities scarred by bombings, all carry visible reminders of indignity. Berlin's scar was the wall, cutting a city in two. Hiroshima's scar is the shadow burned onto a wall by a human body, obliterated in an instant. These physical scars on landscapes carry memory in stone and ash, ensuring that even when people try to forget, the earth itself remembers. Such scars remind us that indignity is not only personal, it is architectural, geographic, global. The servant's story, when viewed through the lens of scars, becomes a testament to both suffering and endurance. Every lash endured, every humiliation survived, every silence carried leaves a mark. Some fade into invisibility, others harden into reminders. Together, they form a body of evidence that indignity can wound but not annihilate. The haunting truth, however, is that scars also serve as warnings. If ignored, they fester, repeating their pain in future generations. To see scars clearly is to confront both the cost of survival and the responsibility of remembrance. And in this confrontation lies the uncomfortable realization that societies, like individuals, often prefer to hide their scars rather than learn from them. Endurance under abuse is one of the most paradoxical expressions of human dignity. It reveals both the terrifying capacity of systems to crush a person and the equally astonishing capacity of that person to survive. To endure is not the same as to accept. It is often an act of quiet defiance, even when it looks like submission from the outside. A bowed head may conceal a raging spirit. A silent servant may be silently measuring every humiliation, storing memory like ammunition for a day that may never come. Endurance is not passivity. It is survival under impossible weight. For centuries, oppressed people have developed strategies to endure abuse while protecting a fragment of themselves. Enslaved Africans in the Americas survived through coded songs and spirituals that masked secret messages of escape. Prisoners in gulags invented games, recited poetry, or carved marks on walls to measure the passage of time, refusing to let their minds dissolve into silence. Even in households where servants were treated as invisible tools, endurance often took the form of humor, whispered stories, or tiny acts of disobedience that reminded them they were still human. To endure was to say, "You can own my body, but you cannot extinguish my selfhood entirely." The psychology of endurance is complex. On one hand, it can feel like betrayal. Why didn't they fight back? Why didn't they resist more openly? But endurance under abuse must be understood within the brutal calculations of survival. The servant who obeys today may live to resist tomorrow. The prisoner who endures torture in silence may protect the names of others. Endurance is often resistance in disguise, a refusal to break even when the cost of open defiance would be death. To survive is itself a victory because survival ensures memory, and memory ensures that indignity is eventually named. Yet endurance leaves marks. Living under constant humiliation requires suppressing anger, grief, and desire, sometimes for years. This suppression protects life in the moment but can corrode it in the long term. Survivors often describe the exhaustion of endurance, the way it reshaped their personalities, made them cautious, distrustful, or numb. A woman who endured decades of domestic abuse may leave the relationship but carry habits of silence into every future interaction. A child who endured humiliation in school may grow into an adult who doubts their own worth. Endurance ensures survival, but survival does not always guarantee wholeness. Cultural traditions have long recognized endurance as both burden and strength. In many indigenous communities, oral histories preserve stories of ancestors who endured forced relocations, massacres, or slavery. These stories are not told only to remember suffering, they are told to honor survival. The very fact that descendants exist is proof that endurance succeeded, that the attempt to erase them failed. In this sense, endurance becomes a form of legacy, passed from one generation to another as both a memory of pain and a model of persistence. The scars of endurance thus transform into weapons against forgetting. Literature and art capture this duality vividly. Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor, wrote in Man's Search for Meaning that even in the most dehumanizing conditions of the camps, endurance was possible by clinging to purpose, however small. He insisted that survival depended not only on food or luck, but on the ability to locate meaning even in suffering. His insight reveals the hidden power of endurance. It is not only about tolerating abuse, but about transforming it into a narrative that affirms life. Similarly, Toni Morrison's novels give voice to the ways African Americans endured the legacies of slavery, showing that survival was itself a form of testimony that the system of abuse could not fully erase them. But endurance is not always noble. There are moments when it bends toward resignation, when people come to believe that indignity is permanent. This is the danger of prolonged abuse, that it not only scars but reshapes identity itself. Servants who endure too long may come to see themselves as nothing more than servants. Citizens who live for decades under dictatorship may internalize obedience so deeply that even after liberation, they hesitate to speak. Endurance, in this form, can mutate into silence, and silence feeds the cycle of indignity once more. Curiously, endurance also exposes the fragility of the oppressor. Systems of domination often depend on the endurance of the oppressed. A servant who continues to obey, a worker who continues to produce, a citizen who continues to comply, these forms of endurance keep the machinery of power running. When endurance finally cracks, when people refuse to continue bearing the weight, entire structures collapse. This is why small acts of non-endurance, strikes, refusals, protests, so often bring regimes to their knees. Endurance is both the fuel of oppression and the hidden reservoir of its undoing. The paradox becomes clear. Endurance under abuse is both necessity and danger, both weapon and wound. It allows people to survive indignity, but it risks normalizing that indignity if not eventually transformed into action or testimony. To endure is to outlast the oppressor, but it is also to risk carrying the oppressor's shadow within oneself. The servant's story, when told through this lens, is a reminder that survival is not the end of suffering, but the beginning of the harder work. How to heal, how to resist anew, how to ensure that endurance is remembered not as passive submission, but as the seed of defiance waiting for the right season to rise. Conspiracies thrive in silence, and nowhere is this clearer than in societies where dignity has been stripped away. When voices are stifled and questions forbidden, secrets multiply in the shadows. Oppressors rely on this climate of fear not only to control, but also to manipulate, weaving webs of half-truths and outright lies that entangle both victims and bystanders. Conspiracies are not simply the domain of hidden meetings or whispered plots. They become the very architecture of power, a system where deception is the norm and trust is impossible. Consider how authoritarian regimes maintain their grip. A dictator may rule not only through visible force, but through invisible suspicion. Neighbors are encouraged to spy on neighbors, children to report on parents, colleagues to denounce one another. No one knows who can be trusted, and so everyone is suspect. This uncertainty itself is the conspiracy, a web of paranoia that keeps people silent because speaking could expose them to betrayal. In East Germany, the Stasi built one of the most elaborate surveillance systems in history, enlisting ordinary citizens as informants. The conspiracy was not just in the state's secrets, but in the transformation of daily life into a stage where anyone could be both victim and collaborator. The same dynamic appears in smaller, more intimate settings. Within noble households, servants were often caught in networks of conspiracy, forced to carry secrets about affairs, crimes, or betrayals. A servant who overheard too much might be bribed, threatened, or silenced. Their entire existence became bound to knowledge they could not reveal. Imagine the weight of carrying truths that could destroy reputations, topple families, or end lives, yet knowing that speaking them aloud would mean death. This private web of conspiracy mirrors the public ones of empires and regimes. Secrecy maintained not by choice, but by terror. What makes conspiracies so powerful is their ability to distort reality. People living under them often cannot distinguish between truth and rumor, fact and manipulation. In the Soviet Union, rumors spread like wildfire because official information was distrusted. Citizens relied on whispers more than newspapers, creating a culture where even lies felt more believable than state propaganda. Conspiracies thrive in such uncertainty, feeding on fear and suspicion until the line between reality and fiction dissolves completely. In such an environment, dignity erodes not just through oppression, but through confusion. Because when you cannot trust truth itself, you cannot fully trust yourself. But conspiracies are not only created by the powerful. The oppressed, too, sometimes weave conspiracies of their own, not to deceive for domination, but to resist in secret. Underground networks, coded messages, and hidden alliances often form in response to oppression. The French resistance in World War II thrived on secrecy, creating elaborate conspiracies to sabotage Nazi forces. Enslaved people in the American South developed coded spirituals that carried hidden meanings, guiding escapees toward freedom on the Underground Railroad. These conspiracies were lifelines, acts of survival disguised as shadows. They show that secrecy, though often a tool of oppression, can also become a tool of liberation. Yet even liberating conspiracies carry risks. Hidden networks demand silence, and silence can isolate. Members who are caught may be tortured into betraying others, turning webs of resistance into traps. Trust becomes both essential and dangerous. Without it, conspiracies cannot function. But with it, betrayal becomes devastating. The story of Spartacus and the slave revolt in Rome reveals this double edge. While secret planning allowed thousands to rise, betrayal by insiders eventually ensured their defeat. Conspiracies, no matter their purpose, always carry the risk of collapse from within. The psychological toll of living in a world of conspiracies is immense. People begin to censor their own thoughts, unsure if even their inner voice is safe. Paranoia spreads until every shadow seems like a threat. Survivors of oppressive systems often describe the exhaustion of constant suspicion, of never knowing whether a smile was genuine or a mask. This mental burden outlasts the conspiracy itself, leaving scars that linger long after regimes fall. Even in freedom, the habit of distrust remains, as though the web of secrecy still clings to the air. Curiously, conspiracies often leave behind strange artifacts when they unravel. Files from secret police archives, coded letters, or testimonies reveal the scope of deception with chilling detail. When the East German Stasi records were opened after reunification, people discovered dossiers on their own lives written by friends, spouses, even lovers. These revelations were devastating, showing not only the cruelty of the state, but also the fragility of personal bonds. The conspiracy had not only controlled politics, but invaded intimacy itself. Such revelations remind us that secrecy leaves debris, and that debris can haunt generations. And yet, in this darkness, conspiracies also reveal something about human resilience. The very fact that hidden networks can exist at all, whether to resist or to control, shows that human beings will always find ways to adapt, even in silence. Oppressors spin webs to dominate, but the oppressed spin webs to survive. The servant's whispered joke in the kitchen, the prisoner's coded scratch on a wall, the exile's smuggled letter, all are conspiracies of memory, ways of ensuring that truth will not vanish completely. What lingers is the unsettling realization that conspiracies, once unleashed, rarely disappear entirely. They mutate, shifting from one form to another, sometimes persisting long after their original purpose has vanished. The shadows they create continue to shape behavior, culture, and memory. And in that lingering silence, one is left to wonder whether humanity can ever fully untangle itself from the webs it weaves, or whether we are destined to live forever in a world where truth and secrecy are locked in an endless dance. Silence, once it takes root, is not easily uprooted. It lingers like smoke long after the fire has been extinguished, seeping into language, memory, and even the body itself. When people live too long under conditions where speaking is punished, silence becomes more than survival. It becomes habit, instinct, almost a second skin. Generations raised in such climates carry silence without realizing it, passing it down like an inheritance. Breaking that silence, then, is not simply about speaking words aloud. It is about dismantling the invisible architecture that has shaped entire lives. One of the most striking examples of this lingering silence can be seen in families that survived dictatorship. In Argentina, after the military junta disappeared thousands, many survivors returned to ordinary life without ever telling their children the full truth. Decades later, those children discovered fragments, whispers, documents, testimonies that revealed entire histories hidden behind closed mouths. The silence of their parents had protected them at the time, but it also robbed them of understanding. They grew up in houses where absence was never named, where pain sat at the dinner table but was never acknowledged. The silence did not end when the dictatorship fell. It became embedded in family life, a ghost that shaped their sense of identity. The body itself remembers silence. Survivors of abuse often describe the difficulty of speaking about their experiences, even in safe spaces, because the body flinches, the throat tightens, the breath catches. Trauma imprints silence physically, teaching muscles to contract, voices to stutter, eyes to avert. Even when the danger is gone, the body refuses to release its grip. This is why healing often requires more than storytelling. It requires retraining the body to trust again, to believe that words will not summon punishment. Silence is not only external, it becomes internalized in ways that words alone cannot undo. Cultures, too, institutionalize silence. In Japan, after World War II, for decades, the horrors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were spoken of cautiously, if at all. Survivors, known as hibakusha, were often stigmatized, treated as reminders of something the nation preferred to forget. Silence became both self-imposed and socially enforced. Similarly, in the United States, enslaved people's stories were long ignored or suppressed, buried under narratives that sought to justify or minimize slavery. This cultural silence is perhaps the most dangerous of all, because it shapes collective memory, ensuring that entire nations can look away from their own histories. Yet silence is not only oppressive, it is also seductive. It offers the illusion of peace. To remain quiet is easier than to confront uncomfortable truths. Families prefer harmony over conflict. Nations prefer myth over shame. Individuals prefer forgetting over reliving. Silence presents itself as healing, but it is only camouflage. Beneath the quiet, wounds fester. The past, unspoken, grows heavier with time, demanding recognition in ways that become more disruptive the longer they are delayed. The silence of Holocaust survivors who could not tell their children their stories often resulted in second generations burdened with unexplained anxiety, as though trauma had seeped into them wordlessly. Silence postponed the pain, but it never erased it. And yet, the breaking of silence is rarely clean or triumphant. It is often messy, painful, and incomplete. When survivors finally speak, their words may be fragmented, contradictory, or full of gaps. Truth emerges in pieces, like shards of glass. Communities may resist hearing, preferring the comfort of silence to the discomfort of memory. But even fractured speech matters. A single testimony can unravel decades of imposed silence. The mothers of the Plaza de Mayo, marching weekly with photographs of their disappeared children, broke Argentina's silence not through grand speeches, but through repetition, through the insistence that absence must be named. Their persistence proved that silence cracks not with a roar, but with a whisper repeated endlessly. Art has always been a powerful tool for breaking silence. Where words fail, music, painting, and theater step in. Pablo Neruda's poems gave voice to Chileans silenced under oppression. Picasso's Guernica screamed against the silence of war crime. Slave spirituals carried histories and coded messages that could not be spoken openly. Art bypasses the defenses, silence builds, reaching into places where direct language cannot. It transforms the unspeakable into something visible, audible, undeniable. In doing so, it chips away at silence's authority, offering forms of expression that demand acknowledgement. The danger, however, is that breaking silence can sometimes re-traumatize. Survivors who tell their stories are often met with disbelief, dismissal, or exploitation. The very act of speaking, meant to reclaim dignity, can expose them to new wounds. This is why safe spaces, supportive communities, and attentive listeners are essential. Silence cannot be broken alone. It requires a chorus of ears willing to hear and hearts willing to hold what is said without turning away. Otherwise, the silence returns, stronger than before, reinforced by the pain of rejection. What is most striking is how silence, once established, has a momentum of its own. It requires constant effort to resist, to name, to remember. Left unchecked, it spreads into new generations, new institutions, new myths. But when it is broken, truly broken, it unleashes a force as powerful as any revolution. Words long buried rise like floodwaters, sweeping away denial, forcing recognition. Silence is fragile in that way. It seems impenetrable, but once fractured, it cannot easily be rebuilt. The question is whether humanity has the courage to endure the flood that follows, or whether it will choose once again to patch the cracks and retreat into quiet denial. The weight of testimony is heavier than most people imagine. To speak after years of silence is not simply to open one's mouth. It is to relive pain, to summon ghosts, to put words to wounds that never fully healed. Testimony is both a weapon and a burden. It preserves memory, forces recognition, and defends dignity, yet it also demands that the survivor expose themselves again to a world that once turned away. Every act of testimony carries the paradox of healing and rewounding, of liberation and vulnerability. Consider the Nuremberg trials. Survivors of concentration camps stood before the world and described horrors that defied imagination. Their words gave irrefutable weight to crimes that perpetrators sought to deny. Yet behind each testimony was an individual reliving starvation, torture, and loss. Speaking was necessary, but it came at a cost. Nightmares renewed, emotions reopened, dignity defended, but at great personal expense. Testimony is rarely a simple act of truth-telling. It is a confrontation with the very forces that sought to erase truth in the first place. The same can be seen in the testimonies of formerly enslaved people in the United States. When interviewed in the 1930s by the Federal Writers Project, elderly survivors recounted lives of bondage, beatings, and resilience. Their voices preserved a history that might otherwise have vanished, but many of those interviews also reveal hesitation, gaps, or softened details, because even decades later, fear of reprisal lingered. The act of telling one's story was shaped not only by memory, but also by the shadow of silence still hanging over their lives. Testimony, then, is not always complete. It is often fragmented, filtered through what a survivor feels able to say. What makes testimony so powerful is its ability to pierce denial. Documents can be destroyed, monuments toppled, statistics manipulated, but the human voice, trembling yet insistent, carries a truth that is difficult to erase. The testimony of Rosa Parks was not only her refusal to give up a bus seat, it was her voice describing the daily humiliation of segregation, forcing the nation to confront realities it preferred to ignore. The testimony of mothers searching for their disappeared children in Latin America did not rely on numbers or theories. It relied on grief made audible, a grief that could not be silenced. And yet, testimony is always shaped by the listener. A survivor may speak the truth, but if society refuses to hear, the testimony falls into another silence. Many women who testified about abuse for centuries were dismissed, mocked, or disbelieved. Their testimonies became warnings unheeded, leaving cycles of indignity to repeat. The email or Me Too movement showed how testimony can suddenly gain momentum when enough voices join together, forcing acknowledgement where individual stories were ignored. This reveals the fragility of testimony. It requires not only courage to speak, but willingness to listen. Testimony also transforms memory into collective responsibility. A single person's story, once shared, becomes part of the moral burden of all who hear it. When Holocaust survivors tell their stories to classrooms, they are not merely recounting the past, they are entrusting students with the task of carrying memory forward. The story ceases to belong to the survivor alone. It becomes part of the listener's conscience. This transfer of responsibility is why testimony is sacred. It binds generations to vigilance, reminding them that forgetting is not neutral, it is complicity. But testimony can also be exploited. Governments, organizations, or media may use survivors' voices to serve agendas, reducing their stories to symbols or headlines. Pain becomes spectacle, and the dignity of testimony is overshadowed by the hunger for drama. Survivors sometimes find themselves trapped in roles as perpetual storytellers, expected to relive trauma repeatedly for audiences that consume their suffering but offer little change in return. This exploitation turns testimony into another form of silence, where the deeper truth is drowned out by selective listening. Curiously, art often succeeds where raw testimony struggles. A poem, a painting, or a film can carry the essence of testimony without forcing survivors to repeat every detail. Art transforms pain into form, making it both more bearable for the survivor and more accessible to the listener. Maya Angelou's "I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings" is testimony wrapped in poetry, preserving dignity while revealing trauma. The murals painted on walls in Belfast, Santiago, or Johannesburg are testimonies in color and image, breaking silence in ways that words alone could not. These artistic testimonies expand the boundaries of memory, giving it permanence beyond individual voices. The greatest challenge of testimony is its incompleteness. No story can capture the totality of suffering. Words fail, memories blur, emotions overwhelm. Survivors often say, "You cannot understand unless you were there." And they are right. Testimony is not perfect truth. It is human truth, filtered through the limitations of language and memory. But even in its incompleteness, it matters. It builds bridges between silence and recognition, between past and future. Without it, indignity remains hidden, unacknowledged, unchallenged. The servant's story, carried through centuries, is itself a form of testimony. Every whisper, every memoir, every fragment of survival is a refusal to let silence win. But testimony raises a haunting question. Once the stories are told, once the words have broken through denial, what will be done with them? Will they transform the world, or will they settle into archives, remembered but unused like voices calling out from behind locked doors? Legacy is never just what the powerful leave behind. It is also what the silenced manage to preserve in fragments, whispers, and scars. The story of servants, of workers, of the oppressed who endured centuries of humiliation does not live only in grand monuments or official histories. It lives in the stubborn survival of memory. Every testimony, every scar, every quiet act of defiance becomes part of a legacy that refuses erasure. Yet, legacy is fragile. It can be misremembered, distorted, romanticized, or buried under layers of myth. What survives is not always what was true, and the struggle over memory becomes as fierce as the struggles once waged over dignity itself. One of the most striking aspects of legacy is how it often emerges against the odds. Enslaved people forbidden to write preserved their histories through song and rhythm. Those rhythms traveled across oceans, reshaping music, culture, and identity long after chains were broken. Holocaust survivors who carried silence for decades finally began to tell their stories, transforming individual trauma into universal warnings. Even in families fractured by fear, children grew up sensing the weight of unspoken truths, piecing together a legacy from gestures, absences, and hints. Legacy does not require formal archives. It grows in the soil of persistence, wherever someone refuses to forget. But legacies are rarely pure. They are contested, shaped by those in power as much as by those who suffered. Colonial empires, for example, built monuments to celebrate their own conquests while erasing the legacies of the conquered. Cities across Europe still boast statues of colonizers, while the stories of those they subjugated remain hidden in oral traditions, waiting to be reclaimed. In the United States, the legacy of slavery is still fought over in classrooms and courthouses, with some seeking to soften its brutality and others insisting on truth. Legacy, in this sense, is a battlefield, not of swords and guns, but of memory and meaning. The fragility of legacy lies in how easily it can be silenced by indifference. If stories are not told, if scars are not seen, if testimony is not passed down, then indignity risks vanishing into invisibility. This vanishing may seem like healing, but it is actually a second death. The philosopher Hannah Arendt warned that the greatest danger is not simply oppression, but the erasure of memory. When no one remembers, injustice becomes easier to repeat. Legacy is humanity's shield against recurrence, but only if it is preserved, spoken, and believed. Curiously, legacy often takes unexpected forms. A grandmother's lullaby, whispered in a language nearly lost, may carry centuries of resistance. A mural painted on a crumbling wall may preserve the memory of a protest erased from official records. A scar shown to a child may spark questions that keep history alive. These fragments may appear insignificant, but they are seeds, and seeds, once planted, can outlast empires. Legacy does not need grandeur. It needs only persistence and recognition to endure. Art again plays a central role in legacy. Where documents can be destroyed and monuments toppled, art endures in reproduction, memory, and reinterpretation. Picasso's Guernica still speaks against the silence of war nearly a century later. The poetry of Mahmoud Darwish carries the legacy of exile for Palestinians across generations. Maya Angelou's words gave voice to the legacy of slavery and its aftermath in the United States. These works remind us that legacy is not simply about preserving what happened, but about transforming it into forms that continue to inspire, challenge, and warn. Yet legacy is not always honored. Sometimes it is commodified, turned into spectacle for profit rather than reverence. Dark tourism thrives in places like Auschwitz or former slave markets, where memory is at risk of being consumed rather than respected. The line between education and exploitation becomes blurred. To honor legacy requires more than visiting sites or reciting dates. It requires engagement, empathy, and a willingness to be changed by what is remembered. Otherwise, legacy becomes empty ritual, a performance of memory without its weight. There is also the question of what is left unsaid in legacy. Silence itself becomes part of inheritance. Families that never spoke of war, exile, or oppression still pass down its traces in habits, fears, or values. A child who grows up in a house where secrets loom learns that something is missing, even if they cannot name it. This invisible legacy is powerful, shaping identity in ways more profound than any written record. It is the echo of silence itself, carried through generations like an unbroken chain. Perhaps the most difficult truth about legacy is that it is never finished. Every generation rewrites it, adds to it, or questions it. The legacy of slavery is reshaped by each new struggle for racial justice. The legacy of colonialism shifts as nations reclaim their voices and rewrite their histories. The servant's legacy, too, is not confined to the past. It echoes in today's debates about labor, exploitation, and human worth. Legacy is not a fixed monument, but a living conversation, always evolving, always vulnerable to distortion, always in need of defense. In the end, legacy asks a question that cannot be avoided. What will be remembered of us? Will we leave behind silence or testimony, scars hidden or scars honored, truths spoken or truths buried? The servant's story shows that legacy is never guaranteed. It must be carried deliberately, fought for, preserved in art, memory, and voice. And in that act of preservation lies the final haunting truth. If legacy is left untended, indignity does not simply return in new forms. It thrives, feeding on forgetfulness, waiting for the moment when memory fades enough for silence to rule once more.